Potion spirit shut down. Master Muir took out his master badge and sent out a command. This command stopped the movement of the potion spirit and reduced its power consumption to the minimum. In this mode, all energy waves from the potion spirit would vanish. The potion spirit's body was located in a secret place deep underground. As long as the enemy did not come to the Potion Maker Union and dig 100 meters underground, they would not find the potion spirit. The potion spirit's importance to the Potion Maker Union was unmatched. The Union could tolerate losing just about anything but the spirit. With a last look at the Union, the three masters jumped on their follower's mad wolf and sped towards the north. They came across some elves who did not leave fast enough along the way, but they couldn't do anything other than wish them luck. The mad wolves were fast, and the team soon arrived at Master Bennett's place, but suddenly they were blocked by a light shield outside. Master Bennett is not home. Try calling his follower Druid Polly and see if she can get us in. Master Muir turned to the other masters. Master Muir was the only one who knew that Master Bennett left with Big Druid Lendo, and he also knew that he left his followers behind. Druid Polly just secured her family and Druid Gunter's family in the metal castle. Suddenly, she was struck by a strange robotic voice. Druid Polly, there are elves asking to come in outside the gate. Should I let them in? You are a spirit, Druid Polly asked. Spirits were all tightly regulated by the Wizard Union. Since there were too many wizards in the central continent, there was not enough for every wizard to get one. On the other hand, due to the small number of wizards in the Holy Continent, each wizard could request a spirit. Since the Wizard Union in the central continent didn't even have enough spirit for themselves, they would rarely give them to other races. Most of them were only city spirits. Druid Polly did not expect Master Bennett to get a spirit to manage his newly built place in just a few days. It was too much of a luxury. After thinking about Master Bennett's status, it was not too surprising. The Wizard Union would not turn down a master's request. Actually, at that moment, it was the Battle of Fort Spirit on command. The research spirit was installed on the battle fort. Only a spirit with ancient ability could control the short-distance teleportation circle around. Spirit, wait, let me see who it is. Druid Polly wouldn't let elves in for no reason. She didn't know where the danger was coming from, so she dashed forward with her mad wolf. My masters, why are you here? She opened the door and saw three masters and their followers, so she quickly bowed. Druid Polly, the teleportation circles are not working, so we need a safe place to hide. Only Master Bennett's place has another large protection circle, so we hope it will be able to withstand whatever's coming. Master Muir laughed and bowed back. Please come in, my masters. Druid Polly quickly dashed aside and nodded. Spirit, open the protection circle and let them in. Yes, please come in. The robot emerged from the circle, and a passage emerged from the energy shield. After the masters stepped in with their followers, and the passage was closed again. The masters looked at each other but didn't say anything. This place was Master Bennett's private property. They had no business talking about it. Please follow me. Master Bennett said there is a 100% safe place here. Druid Polly bowed again. 100% safe, Master Muir mumbled. He didn't know where Master Bennett got his confidence from. But he still followed Druid Polly. Master Balfour and Master Nolan did not think too much. They could only listen to Druid Polly, the current manager of this place. When they arrived at the backyard, a strange look emerged on Master Muir's face. He was the one responsible for handling the building of this place. Although he was not here the entire process, he had examined the final product. Having an extra metal castle in the yard was almost impossible. It was not a small castle as well, so he couldn't help but feel surprised. This is my family and Gunter's family. Master Bennett said if there is danger, we should let our family know and bring them here. Druid Polly introduced the other elves in the metal castle. We also got an early warning, but we disregarded it. Master Muir shook his head. As a master, of course, he knew about the Tree of Life's warning, but he never really took it by heart because the Kingdom City and the Potion Maker Union's safety was never a problem. On the remains of Bali Castle, holy knights lined up in a row. Their faces were filled with the thirst for war. It would be a holy war, an invasion of God's territory. Knight Joseph, you and 3 loyal mad knights each lead 5,000 holy knights and wipe out everything around Bay Law City. Get ready to attack and start building war machines. Mad Knight Meade commanded. Yes, Mr. Meade, Mad Knight Joseph bowed. Almost 10,000 holy knights were teleported in 20 minutes. There were 10 loyal Mad Knights, were the most the evil kingdom could send out without affecting their internal power. We have 3 targets, but there is one priority: destroying the Tree of Life. It is the root of this world, and destroying it is a mission passed down from our Lord. So 5 Mad Knights, and I will be taking care of it. Second target, Knight Joseph, you will be responsible for wiping out everything surrounding Bay Lost City and drag Master Bennett out from the Potion Maker Union. If he is not willing to become our prisoner, kill him. Finally, after I destroy the Tree of Life, I will join up with Knight Joseph once again to break Bay Lost City's defense and wipe the elves' place clean. Mad Knight Meade said to the 9 loyal Mad Knights in front of him. Abel didn't know, but he had already become one of the evil kingdom's targets. Recently, the evil kingdom has been losing a lot more than the central continent in front-line battlefields. Most of it was due to the light healing potions reviving central continent fighters who did not die on the spot. The evil kingdom began to pay attention to those potions ever since they found one on a dead wizard. After some investigation, they realized it originated from Master Bennett. Since the opportunity to attack the elves had arrived, Master Bennett's name had appeared in one of the missions. First, Mad Knight Joseph and 3 other loyal Mad Knights left Bali Castle's remains with 5,000 holy knights. The 5,000 holy knights were then automatically divided into 10 teams, each charging in a different direction. According to their report, there were no big druids outside the city, so it should be an easy victory. Mad Knights Joseph and the 3 other loyal Mad Knights ignited a charge and sped towards the Potion Maker Union. Soon, they turned into a beam of gray. They didn't even need to attack, just their energy was enough to make every elf they ran into along the way drop down. They did not go all out because those elves would all become their prisons and the servants of the evil kingdom after they were done. Of course, this did not apply to druids. All druids needed to be killed since it was very hard to change a goddess of moon believers' mindset. We are almost at the Potion Maker camp. Mad Knight Joseph lowered his voice as he saw a little city without walls surrounded by a protection circle. Mad Knight Joseph obtained a map of this place from their investigation department before the invasion, which was also why he could find the Potion Maker Union so easily. Just give me a minute, and I'll break that large protection circle, a Mad Knight said with a cold laugh. Don't waste time, we'll move together. Mad Knight Joseph wouldn't waste time by letting someone show off. The dimensional force was limited, so they could only use their teleportation circle again after 2 hours. The elves' support team should arrive around that time, so they had to achieve all their missions before that. The fiery flame aura began to glow below them, and the 4 loyal Mad Knights ignited the average spell. Soon, fire, ice, and lightning damage blasted open on the protection circle. In a crisp cracking sound, their large protection circle shattered like crystal glass. Pieces turned into sparkles and faded from the sky. Don't leave anything alive in the Potion Maker camp. Kill them all, Mad Knight Joseph commanded. Only elves associated with potion making could appear in this place. It didn't matter if they completed their mission or not. They would let those elves live. Mad Knight changed to a holy freeze aura. As they charged forward, all the elves along the street or hiding in their house were frozen and blasted open before they could even scream. Mad Knight's holy freeze was enough to kill instantly. Mad Knight Joseph memorized the path. He led the 3 other Mad Knights into the Potion Maker Union and broke its defense with one strike. Since the Union had always been a safe place, it was still using an intermediate protection circle. It was not that they don't have money, but because they thought a large protection circle was unnecessary due to the fact that no war had ever broken out in thousands of years. Mad Knight Joseph did not even use the entrance. He followed the map in his mind, directly smashed through the wall, and arrived at Master Bennett's potion-making room. He escaped. Go to his house. Mad Knight Joseph shook his head after seeing an empty potion-maker room. There were not even leftover potions. Everything was clear. He sensed something wrong. Did Master Bennett escape to Bay Lost City? If that was the case, they would have a lot more work to do. The reason they invaded Bay Lost City last because the city had many big druids, and its defense was the strongest. Invading it would be a big hassle, and it was not possible in a short period of time. He just hoped Master Bennet was still in his mansion. He turned north and flicked his sword again. The walls in front of him blasted open, and the three of them speeded out like a beam. Afterward, the building behind them tumbled on the ground, but was only one of the many buildings they destroyed. More catastrophic destruction occurred along the way, and they finally arrived at Master Bennet's place. Suddenly, they were stopped by a large protection circle. Is this Master Bennet afraid of dying this much? There's a large protection circle set up in his house. Mad Knight Joseph let out a cold laugh. He turned to the three other knights and nodded. Their blast was about to set off once again. The fiery flame aura shined upon their swords, turning them almost blood red. They then ignited the average as they attacked. A normal large protection circle could not replenish its energy fast enough to withstand an attack like this, which was why the potion maker Camp's protection circle was broken instantly. But this large protection circle in Abel's place was supported by top-level gems. It was pushing the limits of large protection circles, and it was not something you could break in a second. At that moment, Druid Polly, Druid Gunter, their family, the three masters all heard a robotic voice emerging from the metal castle in the yard. The protection circle being attacked, going into invisible mode, levitation begins. Afterward, the castle door slammed shut. It became invisible and quietly elevated towards the sky. The four knights spent half a minute breaking Abel's protection circle by draining the 100 mana gems in the energy box. This gave the battle fort enough time to rise 1,000 meters above the ground. Even with the Holy Freeze aura, those knights could no longer do anything to the elves within it. Mad Knight Joseph was the first one to penetrate Master Bennet's place. He was confident that elves were hiding within. If not, there wouldn't be a circle with so much energy. Turn off the Holy Freeze. We can't kill Master Bennet, or at least try our best. We need him to make potions for us, Mad Knight Joseph said to his peers. That Mad Knight with the Holy Freeze aura turned to an energy aura. With 2 minutes of charge from those four Mad Knights, all the buildings around Master Bennet's place were wiped flat. Knight Joseph, Master Bennet is nowhere to be seen. A Mad Knight lowered his voice. The others shook their heads, and Knight Joseph was furious. He had failed the only mission his lord gave him. Turn on the Holy Freeze, Holy Charge. I don't want anything alive around here, Knight Joseph roared. Frost and lightning sparks emerged below those knights as they covered the surrounding with their power of the will. From then on, no one could escape those aura attacks. However, their effort was for nothing. All the elves were safe 1,000 meters above the sky and protected by the battle fort. Although the battle fort could not face the knights head-on, since it still lacked some components, hiding shouldn't be a problem, especially since those knights were not familiar with something like that. Druid Polly and the others didn't even have the guts to take a breath in the battle fort, as they saw those four furious, loyal Mad Knights from a screen on the fort. Druid Polly had seen a loyal Mad Knight on the front-line battlefield. From afar, of course, if not, she wouldn't be here. She knew how scary they were. Back then, there was only one loyal Mad Knight, and he blocked every attack like it was nothing. Even law-defying wizards could only do hit and runs, not face them head-on. Since four loyal Mad Knights had appeared, all she could do was to wish for Master Bennet's safety. Go, it's almost time to gather. Maybe Master Bennet is in Bay Law City. Let's invade and drag him out. I won't let him escape. Mad Knight Joseph thought for a moment and lowered his voice. He was very not happy with how things had turned out. Along the way, they had only killed some small fry, not even a truly elite-level elf, like the other master potion makers. He never expected the city to react this quickly, after not fighting for thousands of years. Of course, how could he have guessed that the Tree of Life had predicted their attack and told everyone through Abel? Bay Law City had been on high alert for days. Most of all, how could anyone expect the other three masters to look down on them through a circle? Queen Louisa was looking at the Holy Knights gathering on the Bay Law City from 1,000 meters away. She was furious. The evil demons were stepping their foot on the goddess of the moon's territory. However, she would not send her troops out. Her elves were not used to fighting Holy Knights, and she was sure that they could not face thousands of them head-on. She could only rely on Bay Law City's defense and large amounts of war machines. She turned her gaze to the countless poison creepers on the city war. They were the reflection of the druid spirit, Finally, a war was about to start. Did the three masters get back to the city? She suddenly remembered the potion maker union and thought about the three master potion makers. Majesty, we haven't got any reply from the masters. The reporter elf bowed. Queen Louisa immediately wanted to send elves out to investigate, but looking at the condition outside, sending elves out was suicide. My goddess, please protect the three masters. Queen Louisa mumbled. Big druids, this is the light healing potion from Master Bennett. Here are 20 bottles for each of you. Don't use it on even minor injuries. She turned from the reporter and said to the 8 big druids. Your Majesty, is this potion even useful on big druids? Big Druid Hale frowned seeing all those bottles. He just had to say something. Big druids were used to using master-grade potions. Normal ones almost couldn't do anything to them. Big Druid Hale, don't underestimate this healing potion. The wizard union's law-defying wizards relied on these potions. You can only get this many since Master Bennett is a part of the elves, Queen Louisa explained. Afterward, the 8 big druids quickly put the bottles in their portal bag. Those things could be their lifesaver in the following battle, according to the queen. Of course, the druids would need to respect it. The 10 teams of knights had turned after wiping out everything around Bay Lost City. They almost have no losses. Everything they ran into was extremely weak. The elves were not used to fighting in the first place, and all the big nobles had retreated into the city, as well as all the elite druids. Mad Knight Joseph also returned with the 3 other Mad Knights. Seeing more than 5,000 holy knights, a smile finally returned to his face. Start setting up the war machines. I want them to be ready in half an hour, he yelled. Under his command, the holy knights began to take out pieces from their portal bags. With 4,000 knights standing guard, 1,000 holy knights quickly put the pieces together. Queen Louisa was hopeless as she saw them setting up those machines. They were 1,000 meters away. Nothing in the city could attack from this range. She had a strong desire to upgrade the defense of her city. After this battle, she would need to purchase many war machines from the dwarfs, especially long-distance ones. At the end of the day, Bay Lost City and the entire New Asia were enjoying their peaceful times for too long. When war arrived, they were helpless. If it were a human, dwarf, or orc city, they definitely would not let those holy knights set up their war machines and do nothing. All druids, send out your immortal ravens. Queen Louisa didn't want the elves on the city wall to lose hope. Immortal ravens were one of the lower-ranked summon of a druid, but they could use it since it was immortal. Under the queen's command, dull black ravens were summoned. There were hundreds of elite druids and tens of thousands of apprentice, beginner, and intermediate druids in Bay Lost City. Since they could all summon immortal arenas, almost hundreds of thousands of immortal ravens were roaring out of the city wall. It was a grand scene. Victory, victory. Originally, those druids were feeling a little down helplessly looking at the holy knights setting up their war machines, but they had regained their spirit. With hundreds of thousands of ravens, those knights would need to kill for a long time even if they could do so easily. Druid Hail. How long until the teleportation circle can be unlocked again? Seeing the energized warriors on the city wall, she turned and said quietly to Big Druid Hail. Your Majesty, I just talked with the other big druids. It will take less than 2 hours. We are in the goddess's ground of fortune. The evil demon's energy cannot last for too long. Big Druid Hale lowered his voice. 2 hours was not a long time, but they were about to face an immensely powerful team of 5,000 knights with 4 loyal Mad Knights as leaders. Not only that, but their power would shoot up once again after those war machines were set up. At the same time, they knew those elves were not experienced in battle. The warriors were almost useless against the knights, and the druids could only fight for themselves. They had not undergone any official military training. If they were in the Ervo forest, the druids might be able to face off against the holy knights because they could take advantage of the terrain and use the forest to replenish their life force. At the same time, those knights could not use their aura in a forest, and countless obstacles would block them. It was too bad the war was about to start. They could no longer pick a battlefield. Big Druid Hale sighed. Did the temple reply? Queen Louisa asked again. Your Majesty, I just got a reply from the goddess temple that the saint and 10 big druids are coming our way. Big Druid Hale replied. Great, we will have a support team in an hour. Queen Louisa felt her chest lift. The temple would only recruit female druids. In the elven race, female druids were more powerful than male druids. Therefore, every female big druid would be recruited by the temple and kept as a secret force. Only a small number of female big druids would stay away from the temple due to personal reasons. Most of them saw serving the temple and the goddess as the biggest glory they could get. Suddenly, Queen Luisa thought of a problem. Isn't the saint still underage? How is she being sent out? I don't know, but even if she is underage, going head-to-head loyal Mad Knight shouldn't be a problem. Big Druid Hale shook his head. He did not compare the saint to the big druids, but a loyal Mad Knight was to show his confidence in her. As you know, in the central continent, a loyal Mad Knight could take down a law-defying wizard or big druid of the same rank. The only thing I worry about now is the Tree of Life. Is it being attacked? Queen Luisa thought for a moment and said quietly, Your Majesty, there are 3 big druids there. Big Druid Lendo is the most powerful, so I don't think there will be a problem. Big Druid Hale said confidently. Report, a team of 5,000 holy knights is heading towards the northwest side of the city. Their target is unknown. Suddenly, a flying mount landed, and a druid jumped down to bow. What? Queen Luisa's face sank. She quickly turned to Big Druid Hale and said, Quickly send big druids to support the Tree of Life. We can't let anything happen to it, Your Majesty. There are only 8 of us. We can barely hold down those 4 loyal Mad Knights. If we support the Tree of Life right down, we might lose the city. Big Druid Hale lowered his voice. No, the Tree of Life is more important. If the city is destroyed, we can build it again. But if we lose the Tree of Life, everything will end. Queen Luisa said certain. By that time, giant war machines such as stone throwers and ladders started to rise from the holy knights. In front of the city, wall one by one. If the big druids left, the warriors' confidence would drop immediately, but the queen insisted. Big Druid Hale looked at the others. Your Majesty, Big Druid Larder and I will go support the Tree of Life. Big Druid Hale bowed. It was the most dangerous mission. There wasn't a protection circle around the Tree Life. There was only a valley. Only druids could face the Mad Knights head-on. Big Druid Larder and Hale were the most powerful druids there, which was why he made that decision. Thank you, Big Druid Hale. We can't lose the Tree of Life, the queen said in a drained voice. The knights can step on my corpse, but they will never lay a hand on the Tree of Life. A murderous look emerged on the pale old face of Druid Hale. Big Druid Hale, just hold down the knights as long as you can. I'll tell the temple to send their support directly to the Tree of Life with the soul speakers. The queen lowered her voice. Her words were clear. The Tree of Life was far more important than the city and far greater than her life. Everything revolved around the Tree of Life. As the queen of a kingdom, she knew a lot of things others didn't. Those things were kept secret so that the common world could turn their attention from the Tree of Life. Although many powerful forces had their eyes on the Tree of Life because the water of life is produced, the elves tightly regulated its exports, so that was where their interest ends. They could exchange better things with the elves anyway, so it was not worth breaking their trust with the elves for some water of life. The Tree of Life was far more important to the elves than some water. Although Big Druid Hale didn't really understand why. The queen said that the Tree of Life was more important than the city. He would know if he was a female Big Druid. Big Druid Hale and Big Druid Larder jumped on a Pegasus and flew out from the city wall. It was the only mode of transport they could use. The evil kingdom did not bring any flying mounts with them on this mission, especially since many flying mounts were in the territory. Therefore, as long as the big druids kept their distance above the sky, they wouldn't be attacked. If not, they would have no chance against those 5,000 knights on the ground. In the Tree of Life Vala's entrance, Abel listened to Big Druid Lendo's order and stood back near the Vala's center. The power he had shown made Big Druid Lendo a little worried if he stood too close to the entrance. The loyal Mad Knights had powerful mass attack auras. If Abel was struck by one of them, he might die on the spot therefore. Abel ignited his soul speaker ability to connect with the Tree of Life while keeping an eye on the condition outside. He sensed a team of 5,000 holy knights charging towards them. They were flashing with a holy aura. All the trees in front of them could not stand a chance. As the knights forcefully blast their way through the forest, Abel could hear the trees crying. The trees were helpless. All they could do was send their emotion to Abel and express their sorrow. There were 6 holy knights within those 5,000 holy knights that caught his attention. He could sense that most of the power was concentrated on them, and their energy was more powerful than any holy knights he had ever seen. They were the legendary, loyal Mad Knights. Abel could almost identify them immediately. Big Druid Lendo, I have something to tell you. Abel was not looking good. His Master Bennett identity brought a lot of profit. And the elves had been treating him very well, so he didn't want anything bad to happen to them. However, there were 6 loyal Mad Knights with a team of 5,000 holy knights charging towards them. It was not something 3 big druids and a rank 20 wizard could hold back. Of course, he was not afraid of his own safety. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. All he needed to do was to summon Flying Flame. Master Bennett, what did you see? Big Druid Lendo was not far from Abel, so he quickly stepped back. He had already summoned his gray bear, so he could no longer summon his mad wolf. It was the pain of being a druid. The limit of natural force greatly affected their abilities. Big Druid Lendo, the forest is telling me that 6 loyal Mad Knights and 5,000 evil knights are charging towards us. Abel lowered his voice. Big Druid Lendo's face sank. His eyes were sparkling in uncertainty, but soon it settled. Master Bennett, get out of here now. Go hide in the depth of the forest. You are a soul speaker. The evil knights cannot find you easily. I will stay by the Tree of Life's side until I die, Big Druid Lendo said in a serious tone. Master Bennett was the elves' most powerful potion maker. As well as the asset of the elves, he could not be lost in a battle. Druids were not afraid to die. They were the master of natural force. If they died, they would just return to nature, return to the goddess. However, after Big Druid Lendo said his words, Abel sensed the Tree of Life, wanting him to stay. It was the only being it could communicate with, so it was normal that it wanted Abel to stay by its side when danger arrived. Abel understood. As long as he didn't get too close to the knights, he would be able to leave without a problem. Big Druid Lendo, I'll contribute to the fight as well. He thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Master Bennett, I'm not looking down on you, but you can't get involved in a fight between big druids and loyal Mad Knights. Big Druid Lendo rejected. Big Druid Lendo, I'm not talking about myself, Abel said and patted his chest. Afterward, a black hole appeared, and a 10 meters tall body jumped out with a 20 meters long rod on its shoulder. Big Druid Lendo felt immense pressure just by looking at it. A beeman giant, Big Druid Lendo gasped. Everyone who saw a behemoth would be shocked. They were too rare, and each of them was tightly controlled by the orcs. Letting them out was almost impossible. Master Bennett, how powerful is this behemoth? Big Druid Lendo couldn't help but ask after seeing how much bigger Dolph was compared to other beeman giants. I don't know, but maybe a little more powerful than normal ones. Abel shrugged his shoulders. Dolph was enchanted by Hell's mana burn as well as teleportation. It had that 20 meters pedestal as a weapon, but it had never fought in a real fight. Okay, just a little stronger than a normal beeman giant should be able to hold back one loyal Mad Knight. Big Druid Lendo paused. Still, even with Dolph and 3 big druids, each holding back a loyal Mad Knight, there were 2 loyal Mad Knights free to attack. They are here, Abel reminded. Suddenly, a large patch of trees tumbled down above the valley, and an organized team of holy knights appeared. Damn you, evil knights, for destroying our trees, a big druid roared, seeing so many trees being damaged. The team of holy knights stopped at the valley entrance. They were not expecting the terrains to be like this. The 5,000 holy knights they brought along were almost useless. The valley entrance was too small. Only 4 knights could enter at once, and only 2 gray bears could block the passage. Even the most prestigious royal judge, Angelo Harmon, did not know the details of the Tree of Life. He only knew its rough location. 3 of you come with me and kill those 2 gray bears. Mad Knight Mead lowered his voice and said to 3 other Mad Knights next to him. Although only 4 of them could enter at once, it was clear that the elves only had 3 big druids on guard. Just the 4 of them could take them down. The 4 Mad Knights lined up outside the entrance and charged forward. They ignited the Holy Freeze Aura and Flame Aura for an attack. As for defense, they ignited the Helping Aura. Just like that, auras appeared below their feet. It was a final battle for them. They were about to face big druids in a tightly confined space, and the result was clear. The big druids were pressured, their faces looked tense. Unlike the knights, it had been a long time since they last fought. War was a survival necessity for the knights, but it was against the elves' nature. Everyone in the central continent knew the elves didn't like to fight. Destruction from heaven and earth, big druid Lendo yelled as he pointed at the valley entrance. He had been preparing for this top-level spell since the start. It was a very complicated spell to make, and he definitely would not have enough time to cast it during the battle. The four knights paused for a moment. Although they had the helping aura as defense, they didn't want to go head-on with a top-level spell and two gray bears. It was at that moment, a giant body appeared in front of them. It was so big it almost couldn't fit in the valley entrance. It was Dolph. It charged towards the knights and heavily struck down with its giant rod. Since the knights were tightly lined up to enter the valley, it gave Dolph a good opportunity to strike. The 12 meters rod struck down, and the whole process took less than half a second. Each of those four knights was extremely experienced. Although they didn't know why something with a move and a flash ability could appear in this place, they still instinctively blocked it with their shield. Dong, Dolph's rod struck upon their shield, but Dolph was pushed away by the rebound force. The holy freeze aura below those knights began to shoot out, and Dolph quickly vanished from mid-air, perfectly dodging the aura attack. Those four knights, on the other hand, were knocked back by a few steps. Mad Knight-Mage was the strongest, and he sensed blood rushing through him. The other three knights, on the other hand, were not as lucky. Blood began to drip down from the corner of their mouth. They were not badly injured, but they could only make it because the four of them had distributed the force. If that strike was focused on one holy knight, he might be in critical condition. However, things did not stop there. Dolph's strike knocked the knights perfectly into the targeted area of the destruction from heaven and earth spell. Giant fireballs rained down like meteoroids towards the knights. "Go back," Mad Knight-Mage yelled. He made a quick decision. He could no longer use his brute force. 3 gray bears blocked the path in front, and 3 of his teammates were lightly injured. If he kept going, his teammates' injuries would get worse. Also, he couldn't afford to take another strike from that giant that just hit them. Therefore, he decided to get out of the valley. After blocking a few fireballs with their shields, they charged out. The druids did not go after them. Their mission was to drag out time as much as possible. Before the support arrived, the 4 loyal Mad Knights sped out of the valley, out of the destruction from heaven and earth's attack range. He quickly changed the aura below him into a revived aura, and his face looked better in almost an instant. The other 3 knights next to him also took a turn for the better. Being attacked multiple times was not a situation those Mad Knights had found themselves in a lot. They were experts in defense and close body attacks. Even masters of spell casting could rarely dominate them. However, the unlikely combination of Dolph and Druid Lendos hit the knights. "Glory to my lord," Mad Knight-Mage mumbled. He decided to go full attack mode, no more tactics. However, when he was about to charge with his recovered mates again, Dolph, who had vanished, was there again. However, it wasn't in front of the 4 Mad Knights, but the 5,000 Holy Knights. The teleportation ability gave it the ability a wizard. The 5,000 knights kept their powerful battle formation even without battle, but Dolph's appearance was a surprise. Hundreds of knights gathered their holy energy into a giant sword, and the few holy knights closest to Dolph and threw it forward to counteract the rod on Dolph's hand. This was only because the knights were unprepared. If they were prepared, it wouldn't be the holy energy of a few hundred knights, but all 5,000. After being struck by the holy energy sword, Dolph was pushed away once again. But unlike last time, Dolph was affected by the knight's attack, not by the rebound force of those Mad Knights' scary defense. With that hit, at least 30 holy knights were killed by the vibrations with blood spilling out of their mouths, and more holy knights were badly injured. The rod on Dolph's hand was obtained from the Lightning Clan's law-defying wizard, Mutt. It was a pedestal from an ancient site with damage. It enhanced the already powerful force of Dolph. If the knights were not in a formation to distribute the hit, every knight that the rod touched would be dead. Not only intermediate ones, but even top-level ones. When the team of holy knights reacted and were ready to strike again, Dolph vanished. It was a tactic Abel ordered, with 6 loyal Mad Knights against 3 big druids. Those gray bears would not last long if the knights decided to go full attack mode, even with the terrain advantage. Dolph's mission was to cause chaos with its teleportation, so the Mad Knights could not focus on attacking the valley. Change aura, the Mad Knights in front of the team of 5,000 yelled as his face sank. Afterward, a holy freeze appeared below the knights. With 500 top-level knights igniting the aura at once, the entire place was covered in frost. Mad Knight-Mage also stopped his attack. He was furious. It was the first time his team had taken a loss. His heart was filled with hatred towards that demon beast. Full pressure, I want everything in this place to die, he yelled in command. The knights began to move and quickly arrived in front of the valley entrance as the holy freeze aura covered the area. As soon as Dolph appeared, he would be slowed down. There's no need to struggle. The Lord told us to destroy the Tree of Life. You can't stop us, Mad Knight-Mage said coldly, staring into the eyes of the two big druids standing near the valley entrance. They were a little shaken up by Dolph's attack, but those experienced knights quickly found a solution. The goddess is on our side, and we will die by the Tree of Life. Big Druid Lendo did not yell back. Instead, he lowered his voice and said calmly, "Oh, what a surprise. You must be Master Bennett." Mad Knight-Mage turned his gaze to an elf standing far away behind those three big druids. "You know me?" Abel was caught off guard for a moment. "Of course I know you, Master Bennett. I have your picture on me. Our second mission today is to bring you back with us. It seems like we can kill two birds with one stone." Mad Knight-Mage laughed loudly. "Do you really think you can do that?" Abel replied with a cold smirk. Chatting was the best way to drag out time after all. "Master Bennett, dragging out time is useless. You won't have anyone coming for support. Our other team is already about to invade Bay Lost City." Mad Knight-Mage saw what Abel was trying to do, so he shook his head with a laugh. However, he would not continue to risk it. He still had three big druids to take down. "Glory to my lord," Mad Knight-Mage mumbled again as the other three loyal Mad Knights lined up in a row. They did not slowly make their way forward. Instead, they fully ignited a charge towards the three gray bears. A big fight was about to start, and Dolph's body could not move swiftly in the tight entrance. Abel's heart began to drop. Suddenly, the sound of Pegasus emerged, and two Pegasus landed beside the three big druids. "Lendo, are you holding up fine?" Big Druid Conrad jumped down and yelled. "Conrad, finally, we can fight together again." Big Druid Lendo laughed. With two more big druids as support, their top-level power would be equal to the knights. With the advantage of the terrains, the 5,000 holy knights were almost useless. Knight without formation could not form a threat to a big druid. At that moment, Dolph also returned. It held its rod parallel in front of Abel as a shield. Another destruction from heaven and earth was cast by a big druid along with a volcano spell. Suddenly, that tiny valley entrance was filled with lava and fireballs, turning it into a fiery hell. However, the knights disregarded the spells and directly charged towards the gray bears while turning their helping aura into a minimum. The first strike was initiated by a sword. With the power of the knight's charge, the gray bears were knocked back a few steps. Gray bears were the powerful shield of big druids with an immense amount of strength. But in the face of Mad Knights, they were clearly being dominated. 4 cuts were opened up on 2 gray bears. Although the cuts were not big, their defense was broken. The injured gray bears were furious. They frantically scratched with their claws, but the knights blocked and quickly knocked them out with a shield strike. In the face of experienced knights with countless techniques, those top-level summon of big druids could only go so far. However, the knights also did not have a good time. They were struck by countless top-level spells in a short period of time, and injuries began to emerge. A cold gaze flashed in the eyes of Mad Knight-Mage. He took out a magic scroll with his sword holding his hand. It was a move and a flash scroll he got from a dead wizard. He ignited it with his power of will, and his body immediately vanished from the spot. He then appeared in front of Big Druid Conrad with a murderous flame aura below him. The flame aura on top of the sacrifice was made to counteract Big Druid Conrad's wind armor. A wind armor could block element attacks, but it was hopeless against physical attacks. Fear filled the Big Druid Conrad's eyes. Every Big Druid had their special skills, but most of them were only experts in summons and elements. The experts in transformation was scarce. Big Druid Conrad was an expert of summons and elements, though his close body fighting skills were feeble, let alone facing a Mad Knight. On the other hand, Abel had his eyes fixed on Mad Knight-Mage when he took out a move in a flash scroll. He forcefully reached his power of will into the battlefield. His rank 20 power of the would not immediately get disrupted by the knight's energy, but it would only last for a few breaths. Still, that was enough time for him to ignite the World Stone's ability. He immediately analyzed the expression on Mad Knight Mead's face and understood his target was Big Druid Conrad. So he called Dolph in the fastest way possible. Dolph immediately understood its owner's intention through the soul chain. It vanished beside Abel and appeared above Mad Knight Mead before he unleashed his sacrifice attack. Bang! This time Dolph did not get blasted away. Instead, it landed safely without stepping on Big Druid Conrad. The one who took a big hit was Mad Knight Mead. With the flame aura on top of the sacrifice aura, his physical strength had reached a maximum. Colliding with an ancient pedestal held the number 1. Strength of the central continent under this circumstance had set him flying horizontally. He landed in front of a gray bear. That gray bear was irritated, and its mate blocked it so it could not attack, but Knight Mead had landed just in time. It heavily struck down with its claw. Since Mad Knight Mead had lost all his defense, and his internals was a little damaged from the blast, that strike from the gray bear caused a cracking sound. The bones on his left were shattered, and he dropped his shield on the ground. Mr. Mead. The other 3 Mad Knights, who were fighting the gray bears, yelled. They disregarded their danger and quickly jumped above the gray bears in their way. However, one of the Mad Knights was struck down by a gray bear and was slammed on the ground. Blood began to spill out from his mouth. Since the gray bear was busy with that one knight, it gave the other 2 the time to jump in front of Mad Knight Mead to protect him. The knights held up their shield, and one of them changed to a preaching aura to soothe Mad Knight Mead's injuries. The 2 Mad Knights outside the valley charged in to keep the gray bears occupied again. Chaos broke out in the valley. The big druids could not kill the knights in one strike, and they would not get too close to them either. Therefore, although they might look like they were at an advantage, the threat was still well and alive. If not for Abel and his beast, the big druid's defense would be broken long ago. As the 2 knights guarded Mad Knight Mead, he took out a potion and poured it down. Soon, he stood up again and pushed away the 2 knights guarding him. His eyes were blood red. This was the most embarrassing battle he had been in. He was almost smacked to death by a gray bear in front of his 5,000 men. Although he didn't say anything, his heart was disgusted. Kill them all, he yelled. The druids were the least skilled at battle after all. The 6 Mad Knights unleashed their thirst for battle. The flame, believe, and holy freeze auras emerged below them. Believe aura had the ability to drastically reduce your opponent's defense, while the flame aura could increase one's attack, speed, and accuracy. The 2 of them used together could maximize the damage those Mad Knights could make. Slaughter had begun with 5 big druid against 6 loyal Mad Knights. Big Druid Lendo yelled. He cast a bearman transformation and turned into a giant bear. The other 4 druids also gathered their gray bears together to block as they crazily cast top-level spells from behind. The 4 gray bears divided themselves into 2 groups. One group was responsible for blocking Mad Knight Mead and his 2 fellows. The other was responsible for that injured Mad Knight and the 2 new ones that just arrived. However, those 4 gray bears were already badly injured after being attacked for so long. They probably wouldn't last long. Suddenly, Big Druid Lendo's 3 meters tall bear body arrived in front of the 2 gray bears closest to the entrance and slammed down with its giant claw. A huge shockwave rushed out. He was one of the rare few big druids who studied transformation. The shockwave he just made was a spell he could only do after transforming into a bear. His attack caught the knight's attention. The 3 of them that were struck by the shockwave were knocked out for a moment. Their swords stopped. Purify, Mad Knight Mead yelled, and a knight beside him ignited the Purify aura. The 3 knocked-out knights regained their consciousness once again. The reason Mad Knight Mead didn't use a purified aura himself was that he was the strongest. He needed to maintain his flame aura to maintain his men's strength at a top level. If not, it would give the gray bear the time to recover. After a roar of agony, a gray bear turned into a flash of white light and returned to the monster bag of a big druid. The balance began to tip. Soon, the second gray bear's life force was also drained and returned to its owner. The big druids helplessly summoned a mad wolf, but they were helpless against the knights. In the end, they were all returned as well. The big druids kept stepping back as they fought. They would soon reach the inner valley. Abel contemplated if he should summon Johnson and Jason, or maybe even Flying Flame and White Snow to drag out some time, but winning against those knights was almost impossible. As he was thinking, Big Druid Lendo, Mad Knight-Mage unleashed a strike on Big Druid Lendo, and his giant bear body was sent flying. When he landed, his body returned to his elf form, and it was filled with wounds. It was a critical time, and Abel had to summon his summons. Suddenly, a dimensional force appeared. Careful, get into formation. Mad Knight-Mage was about to make his final move on Big Druid Lendo, but he quickly yelled. The 6 knights quickly gathered together and formed a small formation. Mad Knight-Mage looked very serious. Since this place was bound by the law of the gods, dimensional forces were locked up. Other than a personal dimensional force, such as a wizard's move in a flash and Dolph's teleportation, or maybe even some short-distance teleportation spells, any other strong dimensional force appearing in this place was almost impossible. Of course, this was only the case for those below the rank of gods. As the 6 knights gathered, the dimensional force gathered into a slit in mid-air. Afterward, a graceful body stepped out. Lorraine, Abel gasped. It had been years since he saw her, but she looked just the same. Although 5-6 years might be a long time for a human, the passing of time almost done nothing to her. Which made sense considering that she was an elf. Especially a premature elf. Abel's words did not catch Lorraine's attention, and she acted like she almost didn't know him. It was at that moment he realized something different about Lorraine. There was cold, untouchable energy on her, almost like she was a goddess. That's the only word Abel could think of. Lorraine was just like a goddess. No, that wasn't right. She wasn't like a goddess. She was a goddess. You've intruded the tree of life. Die. She lifted her pure white hands and a green light flew out gracefully. When it was meters from the knights, the light turned into a giant green hand. Full defense, Mad Knight-Mage yelled. Pure white holy energy rose up. At that moment, all aura was useless. Only the most original energy could counteract the strike from a god. Bang, Mad Knight-Mage and his 5 fellows were blasted away. The knight who was badly injured by a gray bear did an imperfect block with his shield, but it was because of this, a strand of green energy reached his body. When they landed, 5 of them were only lightly injured, but his body was surrounded by green energy, and his life force was quickly emptying. Soon, the plants near him began to grow at a rapid rate and quickly bloomed. Clay, Mad Knight-Mage yelled. One of his men was down, so he quickly turned back to face Lorraine. For a powerful figure, the lights poured out from their soul was their last bit of glory and their recognition from the world. However, that dead knight did not have any soul beam. He was killed by a goddess, so his soul would be taken back by the goddess. Go back to the troops. Mad Knight-Mage yelled and charged back. It was their last hope. Do you want to run? A dimensional slit appeared in front of Lorraine. In a step, she appeared in front of the charging knights again. Her delicate hand tapped on the back of a knight. It was not fast, but that knight couldn't avoid it. He quickly fell to the ground. Afterward, flowers began to bloom beside the body of that knight. However, this move was all Lorraine could do. The other 4 knights had returned to their troops. The great goddess, it is my honor to witness your grace. I feel very honored. Mad Knight-Mage moved in front of his troops after seeing only 4 of them had survived. He had to show his respect in front of the gods, no matter which one. The gods were untouchable. Even if one of them couldn't kill you at the moment, they would leave a scent on you. And every other god would be able to kill you. Although Mad Knight-Mage was against the goddess, she wouldn't say anything insulting in front of her. Respect for power was a universal rule. Lorraine did not reply, but her hands began to shiver when she saw Abel. The great goddess, your body is still not mature. You cannot fully unleash your godly ability. I believe most of your energy was drained with that dimensional slit just then. If not, you wouldn't have just killed 2 of us. Mad Knight-Mage still spoke in a respectful tone. He did not attack again. Although he believed Lorraine could not fully unleash her godly ability, she could still easily kill 2 of his comrades. He didn't want to be the 3rd one. The soul of the ones killed by a goddess could not return to the god they were loyal to. Instead, it would be taken by the goddess who killed him. For a loyal warrior, this was almost unimaginable. "Pitiful knights, get out of here," Lorraine said in a gracefully soft voice. Abel had never seen Lorraine like this. But hearing Mad Knight-Mage's words, he knew a goddess possessed Lorraine. "The great goddess, I am a fighter for my lord. The command of my lord is above everything else." Mad Knight-Mage did not step back. Instead, he lowered his voice. Afterward, he held his shield up front, and a holy beam of light shot up from the 5,000 knights behind him. Lorraine also did not attack. She no longer has enough energy within her to kill all of those intruders. As a young goddess, Lorraine set off with 10 big druids when she heard Bay Law City was in trouble. She was quick with the speed of her Pegasus. But along the way, she got another message from the forest that the Tree of Life was being attacked. One master potion maker named Bennett was being trapped. She immediately knew it was her Abel. Therefore, she disregarded what the big druids warned her and directly used a godly ability. She was only a ceremony away from being an official saint, but that ceremony could only begin after reaching her mature age. After all, only a mature elf could fully open up her body to accept the goddess's possession and ignite the full potential within her. Lorraine turned to look at Abel. The one talking was the goddess. She sensed this human had a special bond with her body, and he was using her holy object to obtain an elf form. Mad Knight-Mage was pleased that Lorraine did not make a move. In the face of a goddess, he would be okay as long as he stayed in the protection of his knight formation. He knew a goddess could not possess one's body for too long. When the time came, he could still complete his mission. Maybe he could also kill a young elf saint with the ability to accept a goddess's possession. It would be a big accomplishment. His lord would definitely be very happy. Abel felt like he was dreaming. Even though he knew he was talking to the goddess, her body was still the girl he missed for all these years. "I said he is an elf." Lorraine suddenly pointed at Abel as her voice emerged from mid-air. Big Druid Conrad and the other big druids had no idea what the goddess was talking about, but Big Druid Lendo knew a little. The goddess had confirmed Abel's identity when they signed a contract, but now she was confirming it in real life. Abel could see that the goddess found out his true identity, which made sense considering that the goddess made the transformation necklace if the legends had any truths in them. However, Abel suddenly sensed a message from his soul. It was a spell to merge the transformation necklace with his body. Currently, some powerful druids might still be able to sense something odd with Abel's energy, but after he said the spell, the power of the transformation necklace power would be increased to the maximum. From that point on, no one other than the gods would be able to tell. Abel said the spell, and the transformation necklace slowly sank into his body. But he suddenly remembered there were still a few rings he put on the necklace. When the necklace vanished, the rings dropped into his chest. However, he didn't care because Lorraine still had her eyes fixed on him. "Little fellow, you have faith with the Tree of Life, so I'll let you and the Tree of Life fight those intruders with me," Lorraine said with a smile. He then pointed at Abel again, and a strange energy wave raised from his soul. Abel sensed that it was a contract. It was an equal contract between Abel and the Tree of Life. Abel sensed the energy of the Tree of Life within as he signed it. Abel couldn't help but admire how powerful the goddess was. She could make an equal contract for both Abel and the Tree of Life. But if the Tree of Life didn't like Abel so much, in the first place, it wouldn't have signed a contract with him in the first place. An equal contract declared mutual recognition between two great powers. For Abel, signing an equal contract with the Tree of Life of this world was a great deal. The reason the goddess did this was that she would soon lose her powers. She had already gotten involved. It would be a huge insult to her if she still managed to let the evil demons win. It was rare that the Tree of Life had a special bond with someone. Through their soul chain, she could see that it accepted Abel. The Tree of Life was prideful. Countless elves had tried, but they all failed to get its recognition. Due to Abel's relationship with the saint, she had accepted Abel as one of them and allowed the Tree of Life to fight with him. After the goddess had spoken, she smiled, and her energy began to spread. The plants in the area 10 meters around her began to grow and bloom. Afterward, the goddess's energy vanished, and Lorraine dropped weakly on the ground onto the flowers. Mad Knight-Mage did not attack immediately. He and the thousands of being around him were stunned by the goddess' ability. Lorraine, Abel yelled desperately, seeing the knights was still far away. Afterward, a giant body emerged next to Lorraine. It was Dolph, and it carefully picked her up with its giant hands as Abel commanded it to teleport back. To his side, Dolph gently lowered Lorraine's body by Abel's side. It was evident how important Lorraine was to its owner, so every move had to be very careful. It could not afford to hurt her with its giant force. Abel kneeled to examine Lorraine's injuries. The possession of the goddess had damaged her muscles. Even her spirit was badly fatigued. With these injuries, just a normal healing potion and some rest would do the trick. However, Abel took out a full recovery option without even thinking and poured the purple liquid down her throat. A purple glow emerged from her body, and her eyes began to twitch. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Abel in his elf form. She immediately smiled. This smile was completely different from the one she had when the goddess possessed her. It was the smile of joy, the smile of a pure little girl. Although the smile of the goddess was beautiful as well, she had no emotion for the common world. Seeing that smile, Abel remembered once again how irreplaceable she was in his heart, despite seeing countless girls in this world. After he got so much more powerful, he could truly sense how pure Lorraine's soul was. He was deeply drawn, which was a strange experience, since his soul was so much more powerful than normal people in this world. He could sense other people's souls being affected by him. This was why Lorraine stayed as the only one in his heart, despite seeing countless girls. However, there was one thing Abel didn't know. Because of Lorraine's pure crystal purity soul, she was picked by the temple at a young age. She was supposed to become a genius druid, but she didn't. Instead, she hid her ability until the temple retrieved her to undergo saint training to become an official saint after she came of age. If Abel were a normal human, he would have never been able to get close to Lorraine. Even if her family didn't mind, the temple would mind. However, with the goddess's recognition and the equal contract with the Tree of Life, Abel's status in the elves was undeniable. At least in the central continent, everyone needed to address Abel as the prestigious Master Bennett. It was the difference between status and identity. Lorraine had returned to her top condition after using the potion, so she said energetically as soon as she opened her eyes. "Lorraine, I'm so glad you are okay." Abel couldn't help but smiled and said gently after hearing Lorraine's voice and seeing the lively look on her face, "I'm not dreaming. I can finally see you, Abel." Lorraine opened her eyes wide and looked around, trying to see if she was dreaming. Just like Abel, she was dreaming drowned to his soul. It was very hard for her to fall in love with her pure, powerful soul. If she had never met Abel, she would have ended up like other saints and grow old alone with the temple. Ever since she met Abel, his face had stayed in her heart. Even after so many years, their feelings had not faded. However, she soon realized what situation they were in. 5 big druids weirdly looked at them, chatting so casually while surrounded by thousands of holy knights could directly go down in history. The goddess left. "There are only 4 of us loyal Mad Knights. Do you really think you can stop us?" Mad Knight-Mage yelled outside the valley. With the grace of the goddess faded, the situation had changed again. Although the elves were at a slight advantage with 5 big druids and Dolph, only one gray bear from the druids was still standing. Even all their mad wolves had returned to their monster bags. Without some time to rest, they wouldn't be able to fight again. Dolph was strong, but its movements were also limited in this tight valley. Big Druid Lendo had regained himself with 5 light healing potions, and he knew how tense the situation was. He quickly turned and whispered to Abel, "Master Bennett, the great goddess, said you have a way to deal with those evil knights. We'll try our best to hold them down while you think." "Lorraine, just rest. I'll let Dolph protect you." Abel gently patted Lorraine's head and smiled just like in the past. He was very confident, just like he knew exactly what to do, but in reality, he didn't want Lorraine to worry. Although the goddess said she would let the Tree of Life fight with him, he had no idea what to do. There were 5,000 knights outside, and every single mad knight could strangle him to death. Dolph blocked Lorraine holding its giant ancient rod. The mission Abel gave him through the soul chain was to teleport Lorraine away if danger came. Its teleportation was invincible, so even if they lost the fight, Lorraine would be safe. At that moment, Abel no longer needed to ignite his soul speaker ability. He could directly connect with the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life knew the danger it was in. So it sent a picture and some spells to Abel through the soul chain. Abel stood up, and a branch from the Tree of Life lowered to help him up. He was in one with the Tree of Life, and its waterfall amount of energy charged into his body. He reached out his right hand and sensed a wave of green energy rushing within. He waved in mid-said and left a glowing green spell pattern. "Careful defense," Mad Knight-Mage yelled. He was about to attack again, but he saw what Abel was doing. He immediately sensed the same energy the goddess was giving out. Although its power was unmatched, it still made his heart drop. Abel ignited the world stone's ability. Despite how complicated the pattern the Tree of Life had given him, he could still draw it out easily. His movements were not fast in his eyes, but to the others, it was a miracle, just like he had been practicing for his whole life. When the last stroke finished, the glowing green energy began to dance in the pattern. "In honor of the Tree of Life, I will summon the sleeping tree. With the destroyer of nature, please wake from your slumber, the children of the Tree of Life." Abel's voice was just as holy as the goddess. It came with a special energy wave, merging with the energy of the glowing green pattern. The green energy spread out like a wave through the mountains and trees. If you look from above, it was like a floodgate of green energy was rushing out from the center of the Tree of Life to every patch of land 20 miles around. Every tree that green energy touched began to shake. They retracted their leaves and lifted their roots from the ground. With the support of the green energy, their roots turned into legs. Cracks began to emerge from their branches. Finally, 2 eyes and a mouth sifted through. Their thick branches also began to twirl together and formed 2 arms. Those trees were all 501,000 years old. Suddenly, they all stood up and walked towards the Tree of Life in a thunderous roar. "Tree men," Big Druid Lendo gasped as he saw Abel mumbled. He was just as stunned as the knights, because he knew exactly what this meant. Summoning tree men was a legendary ability of ancient druids. It could turn trees into humans, but as the elves grew weaker, this ability was lost. This ability was the scariest mass attack ability. Awakened tree man's ability corresponded with their age, but even the youngest tree men would have the power of an elite due to their mass. No one could tell how many trees with the age of 500 and above were around them. They were in the Ervo Forest, an exclusive place of the elves, and the elves were the protector of nature. They would not destroy the trees to build a civilization. Tighten the formation. Mad Knight-Mage began to regret not attacking immediately as he saw more and more tree men with a height of at least 5 meters stood up. The ground began to shake as they walked. He couldn't even count how many of them there were. Abel stood on the Tree of Life's branch. Although he could only see one direction as he was surrounded by the valley, he could still get a sense of their vastness by looking at the valley entrance. He had used the Tree of Life's energy to summon the tree men, and he realized a new symbol appeared on the skill tree of his Horadric cube. It was called Summon Tree Men, but he could only use it around the Tree of Life. This spell needed large amounts of life force. If he was on his own, he might not even be able to summon a single tree man with all his life force drained. After all, his age was nothing compared to a 500 years old tree. Maybe only the Tree of Life could do something like this in the central continent. But he soon thought of the dark world. He had another Tree of Life there. Maybe he could also summon tree men in the dark world. Suddenly, a message from the Tree of Life emerged. In the message, there was a giant green dot in the center with countless little dots making their way towards it. He quickly understood what it meant. The giant green dot was the Tree of Life, and the little dots were the tree men he summoned. The first batch of tree men approached the holy knights. Hundreds of them charged forward, and they grabbed mud and rocks to attack. The mud didn't do damage, but blocked the knights' vision while the rocks did the damage. The rocks shot from the tree men's giant hands. They were like stone-throwing machines. Although the rocks weren't big compared to the tree men, they were huge boulders to the knights. Holy energy emerged from the knight formation as rocks struck upon it. At the same time, mud was splattered everywhere, filling the space with gray dust. Some tree men had arrived in the knights' range, and frost emerged from the knights' bodies. It was the holy freeze aura in action. However, those tree men had some special abilities. They were all at least 500 years old and had the Tree of Life's life force, so each of them had an extremely strong defense. Throughout their lives, they had countless hardships in their environment, so they disregarded the forest and kept making their way forward to the knights. An 800 years old tree made contact with the knights, and its giant hand slammed down from its 15 meters tall body. All of a sudden, tens of holy knights had no way to counteract. Slash, the light sword of the knights sliced off the arm of the tree man. However, a green glow sparkled on its body, and its arm was regenerated in just a few seconds. This was the scary thing about tree men. As long as they kept their contact with the ground, they were indestructible. Unless their entire body was destroyed completely, they could use energy from the earth to regenerate. They lost a few seconds to attack, but this kind of regeneration was already very quick for a branch. If a root was damaged, it would take much longer. Tree men don't feel any pain, so attacked without hesitation with its newly generated arm. The knights repeat their counterattack, but in the end the tree men still managed to regenerate. Due to their powerful defense, the knight's light sword could only slice their branches, not their roots. In reality, tree men were not invincible. Big-scale fire attacks could destroy most of them. Wizard's firewall spell could burn those tree men into ash, but luckily, the knights did not have any mass attack fire spells. They could inject fire elements onto their attacks, but not create an actual fire. It was only a matter of time until the tree men regenerated. None of the knights were able to kill any. More and more tree men joined the battle, and it became a stale back and forth between the two sides. The tree men could not break the knights' defense, but the knights could not kill those tree men either. Still, it was only a matter of life until the knights lost the battle. It would be a problem for them to even escape. More and more tree men charged in from 20 miles. With tens of thousands of them, they were basically invincible. Ironically, the knights destroyed trees on their way, and were now being attacked by trees. Everyone, let's destroy the Tree of Life. Maybe that will make the tree men stop. Mad Knight-Mage turned to the 3 mad knights and said. Although each of them could slice a tree man in half, they could not kill them. With the help of so many tree men, it was only a matter of life until they recovered. They knew they had no choice. If they continued like this, they would die in their formation. Even as the most long-lasting profession, the knights could only take so many hits before all their energy was drained. They only had around 1 hour left before their troops would deteriorate. Once it happened, the tree men would be able to start their massacre. A moment ago, they saw a tree man grab a top-level holy knight after using revenge to attack the tree man's roots. Then he unleashed 3 combo attacks with ice, fire, and lightning, which cut on the tree man. The fire directly left a burnt mark on its root. However, that holy knight was soon caught and wrapped tight by the tree man's branches. In a few short breaths, his face turned old and dried up. A pure white soul beam shot up, which sent a message to the knights. If they didn't change their tactics, they would end up as tree fertilizer. They were in the elves' territory, so they couldn't stay for long. Once the elves' support arrived, they would be killed. On command, Mr. Mead, the 3 mad knights replied. 4 of them quickly changed out of their formation and disregarded the tree men. As they sped, they slowed the tree men with the holy freeze. They soon arrived at the valley entrance. The last gray bear blocked in front of the 4 big druids as top-level spells rained down. Everyone, let me hold them down. Big Druid Lendo yelled and turned into a giant bear as he speeded to the side of the gray bear. Big Druid Lendo catch. Abel took out a portal bag and threw it forward. Big Druid Lendo caught the bag with his giant bear claws and scanned them with his power of the will. There were 400 light healing potions within. He felt so relieved. Thank you, Master Bennett. His voice was still clear even in a bear form. Mad Knight-Mage was about to make contact with the gray bear and Big Druid Lendo, but he decided to attack Big Druid Lendo first. He charged through the shockwave of the giant bear, which made him feel a little dizzy, but the purify aura of his teammate quickly woke him up again. At the same time, another Mad Knight turned towards the gray beat and viciously struck down. Demon Claw, come at me. Big Druid Lendo roared as he slashed towards the long sword of Mad Knight-Mage. The flame on the sword burned his skin, and it soon slashed open his claw. He scanned with his power of the will, and a bottle of light healing potion appeared in front of him. He bit down, and the blue liquid poured into his mouth. The wounds on his hand immediately recovered. Mad Knight-Mage's second and third attacks were all blocked by Big Druid Lendo. All it took was a few more light healing potions. At the same time, he was keeping an eye on the gray bear. From time to time, he would throw a light healing potion in its mouth. The Bearman transformation spell could allow a druid to turn into a bearman. Although it was not as fast as a werewolf, its defense was on a whole other level. Although Big Druid Lendo could not fully block Mad Knight-Mage's attack in his bear form, he could sustain for some time with those insane light healing potions, since it wouldn't generate any side effects like other healing potions. However, he still had a limited amount of potions on hand. Abel kept his eyes on the battlefield. The tree men were starting to dominate the knights. As soon as the knights' energy began to drop, the tree men would be able to break their formation and take the win. The 4 Mad Knights and the 5 Big Druids. Wounds kept emerging from Big Druid Lendo and the Grey Bear, but quickly recovered with the light healing potion. The knights disregarded the spells from the other druids and kept viciously attacking. Maybe in less than a minute, all of Big Druid Lendo's light healing potion would be used up. Tree of Life, the battle is not looking good. Do you have any more ideas? Abel connected to the Tree of Life through the contract. He was almost helpless against the knights. He couldn't even get close to them. The valley entrance was tight, so Dolph couldn't unleash its full potential, so it was better to stay as the last shield and protect Lorraine. Without exposing his identity, asking the Tree of Life was his only option. Since he was in one with the Tree of Life directly transferred another spell pattern. It was just as complicated as the last one, and the Tree of Life did not explain what the pattern did. Maybe it was growing desperate. Abel ignited his World Stone ability again and grasped the spell pattern in no time. He began to draw, but this time the Tree of Life did not lend him any energy. After he finished his last stroke, he sensed the transparent energy within his druid soul turned into a natural force that sifted into the pattern. Afterward, the spell pattern expanded and wrapped around him. Abel felt the blood within him gushing as sharp pain emerged. It was almost like every muscle in his body stretched, and every piece of bone was crushed and reformed again. It was almost like the dragon energy within his soul had woken up and began to roar in madness. Soon, his body began to stretch. He clenched his jaw tight so Lorraine couldn't hear him scream. It was almost like his teeth were about to break. He sensed a strange energy stretching out his body. The natural energy within his druid soul began to drain. He was already ranked 20, but it was still far not enough to sustain the transformation. Everything suddenly stopped, and for a second, Abel thought his transformation had failed. However, an ocean of life force soon gushed in from the branch that he was touching. That life force continued to stretch out his body, and he slowly sensed his skin thickened as scales emerged. His hands and feet turned into claws. Those claws were glowing with a strange energy, which only reflected how powerful they were. A long tail emerged from behind, and his head began to change shape with 2 dragon horns poking out. He felt a sharp pain of skin tearing from his back. 2 wings penetrated his skin and began to grow. At that moment, a new spell pattern emerged from his skill tree called Drag on Transformation. It was one of those special transformation spells of a druid. However, there were 2 prerequisites about this spell that normal druids could not achieve. 1, a dragon bloodline was a must. The more concentrated your dragon blood was, the bigger you would be as a dragon. Since Abel was recognized by Blue Dragon Emmanuel, you could just imagine how concentrated the dragon blood within him was. 2nd, the first transformation needed large amounts of natural force, and the force needed to become a dragon was far greater than a bearman or werewolf. When a pair of wings emerged behind Abel, he felt his body getting lighter. Despite being 5 meters tall, he no longer needed the Tree of Life for support. Instead, he began to float. However, the transformation did not stop there. Each scale on him began to sparkle blue and finally turned into blue magic patterns. He was wrapped in blue scales from head to tail. Other than his eyes, his entire body was protected by those scales. On his throat, there was an extra large blue scale stranded with gold guarding this vulnerable area. He felt blood pumping through his heart. Compared to his powerful bones and muscle, his weakest spot was his heart. The transformation actually didn't take long, but since Abel had his world stone ability ignited, he could sense very little detail. When Abel completed the transformation, he sensed his druid soul began to change. He remembered from the legends that the soul of wizards changed when they became law-defying wizards. This alteration of the soul allowed a wizard to rely less on his body. In other words, the rank of his soul would be higher than his body. Although he didn't know this was the case with big druids as well, he felt like his druid soul was doing exactly that at that moment. Big Druid Conrad suddenly paused as his volcano. Spell, he turned to Abel in his blue dragon form and gasped, "A dragon druid." He couldn't understand how a rank 18 druid could become a big druid in an instant. But he was not mistaken. A dragon druid was a special branch of big druids. They were the rarest beings and were only documented in legends. Still, he had only heard of druids becoming pseudo-dragons, never giant dragons in one go. Dragon Druid only had a chance of becoming a giant dragon after countless slow and painful training and methods to thicken their dragon blood, but Abel had done so just like that. In reality, descendants of a dragon were not rare since the dragons had left many offspring on different continents, but their blood grew weaker with each generation. Transforming into a giant dragon took a high concentration of dragon blood. Only the ones truly recognized by the dragons could do so. However, Big Druid Conrad soon thought of the goddess and the Tree of Life. No matter how strange, nothing was impossible with their involvement. Afterward, he began drawing his spells again. All Master Bennett needed was time. Their spirit grew. They still had a chance. Abel could clearly sense the changes in his soul at his current rank, and it was getting solidified. The Tree of Life had ignited the blue dragon's transformation ability within him. At first, this was impossible for Abel's rank 20 form, but the Tree of Life had supplied him with sufficient energy and repaired the damage he caused to his body by forcefully using this spell. When Abel became a rank 20 wizard, his druid soul was also affected. Therefore, his priest and druid rank also caught on to rank 20. It was the mutual assistant of the souls. Although the druid soul lacked the consciousness of the main soul, it had a machine-like intelligence. Therefore, it would not fight for dominance with the main soul, and both of them could help each other level up. At the end of the day, the druid's soul was still a part of his main soul. After the dragon transformation spell was forcefully unleashed, he sensed his druid soul leveled up. His druid soul turned from a cloud-like state into a water-like state. With the Tree of Life's support, he was safe. It would be a huge joke for being like the Tree of Life if it couldn't even help a little druid level up. The Tree of Life's power did not lie in battle. It was the best support, and Abel was now enjoying its benefits. Abel felt more and more attached to his surroundings through his soul. With each breath he took, the forces of nature rushed through his body. Of course, it was still in the control of the druid's soul. Since he was merged with the transformation necklace, he would not be afraid of anyone doubting his druid identity in the face of any powerful beings. However, he never expected to become a big druid so quickly, and he could feel his druid abilities dramatically change. At least he no longer felt pressured as he watched the 5 big druids battling the 4 mad knights. This meant he was now the rank of those figures in front of him. At the same time, he also knew his druid soul could sustain more powerful spells. However, because this level up was a forced one, he still needed some time to understand and get a hold of the natural force. Just when he thought he had completed the level up, his druid soul began to affect his main soul, and changes also emerged from his main soul. The Tree of Life had almost endless amounts of energy, and the transformation of his main soul needed just as much energy. Once again, the Tree of Life acted as support, and another level up began. Just like last time, Abel lost his consciousness and floated still in mid-air. Leveling up was the most vulnerable state a wizard could find himself in. He was completely defenseless, and Abel was leveling up on a battlefield just like that. As changes began to take place in his main soul, the law of lightning and law of ice were ignited, and they began to react to the changes. Normally, the changes of the soul would only happen after a wizard had ignited the power of law, but Abel's situation was too special. It was almost impossible to recreate a situation where a wizard with 2 souls had leveled up because his other soul had leveled up. There were 2 steps to becoming a law-defying wizard. The first was to draw out all the patterns of law and form a full set of law in the soul, which Abel had already done perfectly. He not only had a law of lightning, but a law of ice as well. The reason he waited to ignite the law of ice was that he wanted the law of lightning to be his dominant one. However, he could no longer choose. Both of those laws were ignited simultaneously. Normally, this was a suicidal move, as the ignition was the second step of becoming a law-defying wizard. During this step, the power of law would try to swallow the body. If a wizard could sustain it, they would successfully become a law-defying wizard, but if they failed, the power of law would shatter along with the wizard core, causing the wizard to die. Therefore, it was an extremely dangerous step, and trying to ignite two laws at once would double the risk. As his soul continued to change, lightning elements and ice elements emerged on his body and began their crazy corrosion. The difference between a law-defying wizard lied in their soul, not the body. Although it could strengthen the body a little, it was unnoticeable. Therefore, the damage the level up could bring to the body was catastrophic, and it was only the beginning. When the ice element emerged, Abel's skin and muscles were immediately damaged. As the ice element continued, the damage would reach his bones. If he couldn't sustain it, his entire body freeze and his organs would fall apart. If used mainly fire, his internals would start to burn, and at the end he would turn into a pile of ash. The lightning element was just the same. Therefore, a law-defying wizard level up needed large amounts of preparation. Like leveling up potions to counteract those damage, for example. Recovery potions were useless because all the potions needed to be taken in before they leveled up. Since leveling up was always unpredictable, the effects of recovery potions would fade long before a caster actually leveled up. Normally, potions that increased success rates and element counteracting potions were longer lasting, so many of them were made for law-defying wizards level up. Despite that, the success rate was still very low for most wizards. Therefore, the organization behind that wizard sacrificed many resources, and the wizard himself would need to take a huge risk to level up. However, Abel was leveling up without any preparation. This was a huge risk on its own, and he ignited two law patterns at once on top of that. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have done so. He just wanted the law of lightning at the end of the day. However, the form he was in played a huge role. Even though he was only the length of a young dragon, he was a true blue dragon, the weakest giant dragon besides a baby dragon. Therefore, despite the elements continuing to corrode his body, his life force remained stable. Besides, he also got the Tree of Life as support. Large amounts of life force gushed in him, and he would recover as soon he was damaged. What is happening? Why are there frozen wounds on Master Bennett's body? This is not something becoming a big druid should happen. Big druid Conrad thought to himself as he saw the change in Abel. The battle was near its climax, and it was entirely dependent on big druid Lendo using the light healing potion. They were gambling with their life. Although the four big druids at the back would be attacked by aura from time to time, they didn't inflict that much damage. This was why big druid Conrad could pay attention to Abel. The ice element came from Abel's blue dragon transformation, but where did the lightning come from? Big druid Conrad was confused, but he soon shifted his attention back to the battle. After all, the Tree of Life was mysterious, and using it as an explanation for every unexplainable matter was quite logical. Abel didn't know what was going on. The level up of a law-defying wizard needed mana, but the life force of the Tree of Life had completely made up for that. He sensed his wizard core slowly liquefied and merged with his water-like soul. His wizard core had stayed with him ever since he became a wizard, and now it had finally merged with his soul. He slowly regained his consciousness, and he could truly sense the power of his soul. However, he still had a final step, and that's where a huge problem arrived. Both the skill sets he inherited from the Lightning Clan and the Blizzard Clan needed him to draw out a rank 21 wizard pattern on his soul with his power of the will, which was then replenished by the power of law until a full set of law emerged from the pattern he drew. With two powers of law ignited simultaneously, and only one wizard pattern, what should he do? At that moment, no one could help him. He had gotten more than any other wizard could hope for with two sets of inheritance. But he was facing his soul. He could get himself killed if he was not careful. He didn't want to take any more risks. Abel was faced with a dilemma. How could he inject two different laws into his rank 21 wizard pattern? According to the inheritance, each wizard pattern could only hold one law, and it would only be fulfilled after the law within it was fully unified. If he tried to inject two laws within it simultaneously, they might clash against each other, and he would forever be stuck at rank 21. However, he was not planning to do so. He had the dark world behind him and the godly Horadric cube. He still had a bright future. He had already gotten a taste of the goddess power. That was his target. In reality, old law-defying wizards would try to learn a second law as well. However, they would need to draw a new wizard pattern and start all over again. This knowledge was only accessible in the path beyond a law-defying wizard, so it was not written down in the inheritance. Also, no wizard in history had ever leveled up with two laws ignited simultaneously and survived. The Tree of Life sensed Abel's stress. Suddenly, as Abel was still contemplating if he should let go of his law of ice, another life force rushed from the Tree of Life, this time similar to the power of the will. This energy emerged on Abel's main soul and drew another rank 21 wizard pattern next to the one he had. Abel's sight was in an internal state, and he was shocked. It was not that Abel never thought about drawing another wizard pattern, but he had already used up all his power of the will to draw his first one. According to his knowledge, a soul could not sustain two patterns simultaneously, but the Tree of Life had defied this rule. Although Abel didn't know if there would be a problem, he believed the Tree of Life wouldn't hurt him. Abel injected the law of lightning into his first rank 21 pattern, and the law of ice into the second. A white glow emerged on the first pattern. The law of lightning began to swirl and filled the pattern up with lightning sparks. Blue glow then followed on the second pattern, as frost appeared and disappeared within it. Abel sensed his environment change. He could sense ice elements and lightning elements coming from the mana around him. In the past, he could only do so on mana gems. Direct mana was too complex. Not only that, but he sensed that those elements acted very friendly to him. Just a moment ago, some ice and lightning elements had flown towards him. He was in a normal environment. It was tough for normal wizards to sense mana in a place like this. At the same time, he realized two extra spell patterns on his skill tree, and above his two wizard patterns on his soul. They were ice support and lightning support. He had automatically grasped those spells after both powers of law were injected. Ice support was exclusive to ice-defying wizards. It could control ice elements to lower your enemy's resistance to ice. As for lightning support, he could control lightning elements to maximize his lightning spell power. His ice support could lower his enemy's ice resistance by 0% at this current level. The lightning support could maximize his lightning spell's damage by 50%. That's why law-defying wizards was so much more powerful than elite wizards. It was the energy generated by merging the wizard core with the soul. With this energy, no elite wizard could do any spell in the face of a law-defying wizard. Abel slowly returned from his level-up state. The world around him began to clear. The natural forces of lightning and ice gushed out from his body. Somehow everything seemed unfamiliar. Especially the ice elements. They were almost singing around him. As he looked at his body, he realized he was a blue dragon. The dragon blood within him allowed him to understand two natural spells. Dragons spill out ice elements in his blue dragon body from his mouth. Due to the special structure of a dragon's body, those elements would speed it up and increase its power. Sharp Claw was an extremely normal ability, but not for a giant dragon. The claw of a dragon was almost indestructible, and it could slash open almost all elemental shields. Since Abel's dragon form was just 100 years old dragon, he was only granted two natural spells. Natural spells existed in the blood. It didn't require any spell pattern or curse. He could unleash it any time he wanted. This was the ability of many spiritual beasts, and Abel had gotten a close body attack 1 and a long-range attack 1. Of course, as his abilities kept increasing, more natural spells would be developed from his dragon blood. On top of that, he could also learn some spoken dragon spells. However, those spells were only passed down within the dragon race. It might take a few years until Abel could learn one. Big Druid Lendo was getting tired. But when he reached his power of the will into the portal bag, after his bearskin was slashed open by a combo attack, he realized he was out of potions. Fire, ice, and lightning elements emerged on his bare body, and as he began to slow down, Mad Knight-Mage knew he must be out of light healing potions. His heart lifted and unleashed a shield strike on his left, sending Big Druid Lendo into a coma. He stabbed towards Big Druid Lendo's neck with his long sword for a kill. The second before they made contact, the roar of a dragon paused him. Suddenly, Abel left the Tree of Life. He began to get a hold of flying and his new dragon body. Since he saw Big Druid Lendo in trouble, he roared and directly flew towards the valley entrance. He had ignited his World Stone ability. Flying was almost instinctive despite being 5 meters long. Mad Knight-Mage quickly regained himself from the roar and saw a blue dragon flying towards him. He no longer had time to kill Big Druid Lendo. That blue dragon was already gathering its dragon spill. Giant dragons were rarely seen in the Evil Kingdom or the Central Continent because there weren't many of them in the first place. Most of them were the guardian of oceans and the protector of land. However, Mad Knight-Mage knew a lot about dragons. Despite this blue dragon being 5 meters long, it was still a giant dragon. He couldn't underestimate it. It was the first time Abel had used a dragon spell. It was a strange experience. Ice elements began to gather in his dragon chest and soon traveled to his neck as a blue sparkling beam emerged from his mouth. Mad Knight-Mage immediately put up a defense. When the spill shot out, the blue frost solidified into a beam and roared towards Mad Knight-Mage. If Mad Knight-Mage had a choice, he definitely would not block this dragon spill brutally, but he had no choice in this tight space. He held his shield forward and ignited a holy shield. His armor was filled with the scars from fire attacks, and the other 3 Mad Knights had also taken a good beating. If they didn't have the preaching aura to increase their life force and the support aura to minimize spell damage, they would have died long ago. This newly emerged dragon made him feel pressured. If he was in his top condition, he might be able to go head-to-head with it, but he was drained at that moment. And his body was injured. He could only give out 70% of his power at most. The dragon spill slammed onto his shield. With the support aura, the dragon spill did not do much damage, and he felt his heart lifted. When Abel saw Mad Knight-Mage's move, he ignited his World Stone. His close body attacks was so scary in the past because of this ability, but ever since he became a head commander and realized his knight journal had come to an end, he had stopped using this ability in fights. At that moment, he felt like he had returned to his days as a knight. It was just that he was flying with sharp claws instead of riding black wind with a knight's sword. Sharp claw, Abel mumbled as he approached Mad Knight-Mage. Afterward, a glowing golden layer emerged from his 4 white claws. As Mad Knight-Mage looked into the eyes of the approaching dragon, a grin emerged on his face. He knew this dragon was Master Bennett's transformation, one of his targets of this invasion. How arrogant, a lucky master potion maker really thought he was invincible as a dragon by deciding to go close to a knight. Mad Knight-Mage would be hopeless if that dragon stayed in the air and kept using the dragon spill, but close body combats depended mostly on skills. If the dragon won, the druids would have a ray of hope, but if the dragon lost, the knights could charge into the valley without any care in the world. Mad Knight-Mage calculated his distance with the dragon, and a white flash emerged from his shield. A shield strike was unleashed. With their distance, he was confident that his shield strike wouldn't fail. But reality smacked him clear on the face. The giant dragon slightly twisted, and its giant body merely brushed against his shield. Afterward, a golden claw slashed towards his left arm, poking out of his shield. Mad Knight-Mage began to step back as the dragon quickly followed. Soon, they had entered the aura attack range of the other 3 Mad Knights. The area was covered in Holy Strike and Holy Freeze aura, but both the lightning and ice elements stopped right before the dragon's scale. This was the scary thing about dragons, their defense. If you want to break a dragon's scales, you needed a special arrow. But those knights had nothing like that. Abel saw the auras, but his intuition did not sense any threat. It was why he was so confident that he could charge into it. His claws struck again and followed Mad Knight-Mage, while the other 3 knights charged towards him. 3 beams of light arrived beside the dragon and heavily struck him with their cold blade. The dragon gently twisted and all 3 strikes missed. The giant dragon disregarded the other Mad Knights, reaching only towards Mad Knight-Mage's shoulder. Suddenly, a glowing white shield flashed in front of him. It was the holy shield, and the golden claw of the dragon slammed onto it. But with a clean cracking sound, the sharp claw penetrated the shield and landed on Mad Knight-Mage's shoulder. A big hole opened up on his armor, and the claw sank into his shoulder. With the World Stone's ability, Abel's close combat skills were on full display. He felt nostalgic, back when he first became a wizard and killed a head commander with a sword. It was the power of holding someone's life closely in your hands. His claw grabbed Mad Knight-Mage from the ground and flew him towards the other 3 Mad Knights. It was a huge force, but the knights had to take it because they didn't want to hurt Mad Knight-Mage or let him get slammed on the ground. The 3 Mad Knights caught Mad Knight-Mage, and they were knocked back by the force. After a few tumbles, one of the knights held Mage and ignited a charge. This time it wasn't for attacking, but for retreating. Mad Knight-Mage was the most powerful of the bunch, and he was knocked down by the dragon in 1 strike. Even though Mad Knight-Mage was not in his top condition, it truly showed the knights how powerful that dragon was. As they ran off, they couldn't help but wonder how Master Bennett transformed into a 100-year-old blue dragon with such power. They had not fought with dragons many times, but they knew how powerful a dragon was. The scariest thing about them was their impenetrable defense. However, winning against a Mad Knight in close battle was almost impossible. Although a normal young dragon could withstand the suppression of a Mad Knight, there was no way he could beat up 4 of them so easily. Abel was about to chase after them, but the Mad Knights were already out of the valley. They were making their way out of the battlefield between the Tree Men and the Holy Knights. Since he just became a dragon, there were not many skills he could use. The reason he could fly and dodge the attacks of the knights was all dependent on the World Stone's ability to slow down his environment. He still didn't have full control of his body. He would have made a combo attack right after the slash to kill the knights if he did. At the same time, he felt like he couldn't sustain his dragon form for long. His transformation could only last for half an hour. If he went beyond that, his body would automatically return to its original form. Therefore, he didn't want to chase after the Mad Knights. Instead, he used his dragon form to end the battle outside the valley entrance while he still could. Although the Tree Men used the Tree of Life's life force, they also used their own energy. The longer the battle lasted, the more damage they would take. He was treated as an equal with the Tree of Life, and all the trees in Ervo Forest were the sons and daughters of the Tree of Life. He didn't want to see them get hurt. Guard the valley. I'll go out and break those knights' formation. Abel turned to Big Druid Lendo and said. Master Bennett, be careful, Big Druid Lendo said in an admiring tone. Abel flew out the valley and looked down from above the sky. Everything was in his sight. The 4 Mad Knights were nowhere to be seen. Maybe they were already gone, leaving the troops to continue fighting. Afterward, Abel fully unleashed his dragon energy and roared from the sky. A dragon roar was a common attack of a dragon. It could suppress any being less powerful than the dragon. Dragons were the pinnacle in the hierarchy of life in this world. As soon as a dragon roared, a large area would be under his command. Of course, Abel was only doing so because he had experience with dragon energy. Therefore, he did not roar aimlessly. It was targeted towards the Holy Knights only. Their formation was already getting a little shaky, and the intermediate Holy Knights were the first ones to get affected by the dragon roar. They were the core members of the formation, and most of them suddenly felt their souls struck by lightning. Soon, they fell towards the ground, unconscious. If those knights were not fighting the Tree Men but countering the dragon roar with full concentration, they definitely would not have ended up like this. A knight formation worked as a whole. Normally, a few knights losing control wouldn't affect it, but it was not the case when a large number of knights dropped down. Since those Tree Men were the energy supply for the Tree of Life, they had the ability to absorb life force. Suddenly, large numbers of unconscious knights were grabbed by the Tree Men and sucked dry. Soon, elite knights also began to die as more and more pure white soul beams shoot up on the battlefield. The Holy Knights' formation began to disintegrate. It was not that they didn't want to run, but they just couldn't. There were way too many Tree Men. They were held wrapped around the battlefield. An elite holy knight would have no hope of breaking it, no matter how powerful they were. Seeing those soul beams, Abel knew his job was done, so he flew back to the valley. When he was at the entrance, he suddenly returned to his elf form in midair. As he landed, he felt his body getting weak and almost fell on the ground. "What happened to you?" Lorraine ran towards the entrance, with Dolph following her from the back. "Nothing. I'm just used to being a dragon." Abel held down the pain and tried his best to smile. He never expected his body to get so weak. It was almost like he became an empty shell. Therefore, he immediately scanned his belt with his power of the will and opened up a full recovery potion to revive himself. At that moment, he realized the dragon transformation spell on his skill tree was no longer available to use. He connected his power of the will onto it and discovered a 24-hour countdown. It seems like he could only transform into a dragon once a day. By that point, he was still a young dragon, so of course, he needed time to recover. But still, once a day was already very fast. Dragon druids were very rare in the elves, and no matter what rank they were, most of them could only transform to a dragon once a month. "Let me help you up." Lorraine carefully stepped up and helped Abel up. "Lorraine, I'm okay." Abel smiled and waved his hand. "Why did you become an elf again? Is someone chasing after you again?" Lorraine continued. Back in the Holy Continent, Abel had transformed into an elf not only to help Lorraine get home, but also because Wizard Clifford was trying to hunt him down. Since Abel was an elf again, Lorraine was worried that something else had happened to Abel. "Lorraine, can't you see? I'm a big druid. No one will mess with me." Abel laughed, hearing that Lorraine was worried for him. "You have to be careful," Lorraine still insisted. Saint, a female big druid, appeared at the valley entrance and saw Lorraine on the ground. She quickly stepped up and bowed. Her gaze turned towards Abel and sensed that he was a big druid. However, she had never seen Abel, and she knew every big druid in the elves. At the same time, she could also sense a special relationship between the saint and this big druid. From the look in her eyes, it must be romantic love. "Big druid Lucia, you are here. Where are the others?" Lorraine replied in excitement. "Saint, don't risk your life again. We are all worried for you." Big druid Lucia replied in irritation. The temple sent her to protect Lorraine, but Lorraine had run off and used the goddess possession as soon as she heard the name, Master Bennett. This was how she opened a dimension slit to arrive so quickly. Lorraine's naiveness caused the big druids to move like crazy, but still, the battle had ended before they arrived. Luckily, their energy of nature was strong, and the tree men did not see them as enemies. If not, they couldn't even enter the valley. "Big druid Lucia, it won't happen next time." She then sneakily turned to Abel and gave out a little smile. She saw Abel's power. That giant dragon had beat up 4 mad knights like they were nothing and unleashed a dragon roar to shook the entire battlefield. It seems like he would no longer need to help Abel in the future. "You are Master Bennett." As big druid Lucia kept looking at Lorraine, she began to realize who this big druid next to her must be. "Big druid Lucia, yes, I am Bennett." Abel smiled and bowed. "Master Bennett, the saint is still underage. She needs to continue to study in the temple. Your relationship with the saint needs to be approved by the goddess." Big druid Lucia tried not to come across as offensive, but she really didn't want Lorraine to get into a relationship early. Since Lorraine was a saint, the goddess borrowed body, her soul must be kept pure. Of course, there were saints with a husband and children, but Lorraine was still underage. At the same time, she knew Master Bennett understood how important Lorraine was to the elves. "Big druid Lucia, Master Bennett is already approved by the goddess." Big druid Lendo interrupted from the side. Abel was the one who saved them and the Tree of Life. They had to repay a favor like this. Since he saw the goddess approving the relationship between the saint and Master Bennett, he had to say something. "Great goddess, if you agree, then I have nothing to say." Big druid Lucia stood up straight with a serious look and said to the sky. Afterwards, she no longer said anything about Lorraine and Abel. Instead, she helped the other 9 female druids come in. The battle outside the valley was coming to an end. The elite holy knights were powerful, but they still couldn't do much in the face of those invincible tree men. With that number, even their charge was useless. The knights were like fish in a net surrounded by tree men. One by one, they were sucked dry. The countless tree men waved around their arms and grabbed the knights causally. It was no longer a battle. Since the Tree of Life summoned the Tree Men, they were at an advantage. The knights had made huge mistakes for not retreating earlier. If the 4 Mad Knights was still around, they might still have a chance to charge out of the Tree Men before they fully surrounded the area. But it was too late. The 5,000 Holy Knights would forever remain as dried-up corpses in the forest. Master Bennett, Big Druid Lendo, help me protect the saint while I and my team head to Bay Lost City. Big Druid Lucia lowered her voice and said. The Tree of Life was safe, but Holy Knights still surrounded Bay Lost City. They had to help them. Big Druid Lucia, I'll come with you, Abel thought for a moment and said. He couldn't stop worrying about Bay Lost City, especially his place in the Potion Maker camp. His followers were still there. Master Bennett, what's your power? Big Druid Lucia never saw Abel unleash his power, so she was a little hesitant. Big Druid Lucia, that's my beast. Maybe it can come in handy. Abel smiled and pointed at Doff. Big Druid Lucia knew that a beeman was nothing to mess with just by looking at its big rod. She couldn't help but nod after hearing it was Abel's beast. I'll go as well. Lorraine pulled on Abel's shirt. They had been apart for too long, so she said gently. Saint, you have already used the power of Goddess once. You can't use it again before you recover. Staying here is the safest. Big Druid Lucia frowned and quickly interrupted. Lorraine kept quiet, but she still tightly held on to Abel's shirt, not wanting to let go. Big Druid Lucia, just let Lorraine go with us. I have a flying beast so that she can stay in the sky. It will be very safe. Abel gently held Lorraine's little hand and turned back to Big Druid Lucia. Okay, Saint, just remembers to stay in the sky. Don't get close to the ground. Big Druid Lucia finally agreed, but she still warned Lorraine. She realized the saint was starting to become rebellious after she met Master Bennett again. It might be a problem. At that moment, giant footsteps emerged from the valley entrance, and a giant body emerged. It was a giant tree men transformed from the oldest tree in the area. The passage could only fit its legs, so it gathered all the branches in front and slowly stepped into the valley. It disregarded the elves and came to the Tree of Life. Afterward, it poured out something from its arms. All of a sudden, white sparkles filled the place. They were all light gems, 5,000 light gems in total. With too many of them together, even the elves had almost gone blind. At that moment, he realized the elves had a glorious victory against the knights, with 500 elite knights and 2 mad knights killed by the goddess. This could shock anyone on the continent. However, the goddess had taken the light gem of the 2 mad knights, along with their souls. Other than 2 dried-up dead bodies, nothing was left. Unlike the others, Abel was immediately moved by those gems. He immediately connected with the Tree of Life and negotiated how he could trade those gems. The Tree of Life did not know how to speak, but it knew how to transfer thoughts. This was why it knew how to communicate with Abel. Finally, Abel used 30 top-level green mana gems and exchanged all 5,000 light gems. Even they had signed an equal contract, a trade still needed to be fair. 30 top-level mana gems for 5,000 light gems, including 500 elite ones, was not only an amazing deal for Abel, but it was also worth it for the Tree of Life. Although green gems had the power of poison, it was truly something plants could take advantage of. Therefore, the power the Tree of Life could get from those 30 top-level green mana gems would be equal to the 5,000 light gems. This was the worldview of the Tree of Life. It didn't matter what the wizards think. Abel smiled and stepped up. Under the gaze of the jaw-dropped druids, he put all 5,000 of those light gems in his portal bag and took out 30 top-level green gems for the Tree of Life. Afterward, the Tree of Life lifted a root from the ground and dragged the gems down. Soon, Abel received a happy message from the Tree of Life. Since those gems were combined with Abel's Horadric Q, it was the purest top-level gems. Just like that, Abel's place in the Tree of Life's heart moved up once again. Master Bennett, don't you think that's a little unfair? Big Druid Lucia couldn't help but ask. What Abel did was basically stealing. 30 top-level mana gems for 5,000 light gems. Although top-level mana was hard to get, those were 5,000 light gems with 500 top-level ones. Each of them could help an intermediate wizard smoothly become an elite wizard, which was why light gems were so valuable in the central continent. Abel exchanged his light healing potion for intermediate and low-level light gems, but he could never get his hands on a top-level one. They were too rare, and they had more useful purposes. Big Druid Lucia, you might not know, but I've signed an equal contract with the Tree of Life. Abel smiled again. It was no secret. All 5 male druids on the spot knew about it, and it was just a matter of time until the royal palace and all big druids in the temple knew about it. Abel's intention was clear. He didn't want any outsider to comment on his personal trade with the Tree of Life. Just as expected, Druid Lucia immediately kept her mouth shut, but Master Bennett's status in her mind shot up once again. After the tree men draped off the gems, it stepped out of the valley and returned to their original position with the other tree men. Their roots sank into the ground again, and their arms spread out into branches. Their eyes and mouth also disappeared. When the elves stepped out of the valley, Ervo Frost had already returned to its original form, as though nothing happened. If no corpses were plastering the ground, no one would guess a huge wall had broken out. Saint Master Bennett, let's get moving. Big Druid Lucia was still anxious for Bay Law City. Since their task was done here, they had to be on their way. Wait, let me summon my flying beast. Abel knew they were short in time, so he patted his chest, and a huge black hole emerged. Guo, Guo, a giant bird flew out. White Cloud, Lorraine happily stepped up. White Cloud also remembered her, so it continued to make Goo gently. Saint, just jump on. Big Druid Lucia realized Lorraine was nowhere as quiet as she was in the temple. She was just like a little girl, so she said helplessly. Still, she was stunned by Master Bennett's ability. Both the Beeman and this Sky Sparrow were exclusive to the Orcs. Sky Sparrows were normally used as military carriers. Although the Orcs might send them to support others in battle, they had never sold them. Beeman, on the other hand, was a godly battle beast, an important force of the Orcs. She had no idea where Master Bennett got those beasts. She hoped he didn't steal them. But Druid Lucia was right. Abel really has stolen those beasts. However, he had gotten White Cloud in the Holy Continent. The Beeman giant was revived from the dead after Abel had given it a new soul. Big Druid Lendo, do you want to come as well? Abel and the elves jumped on White Cloud and asked. Since Big Druid Lendo was not appointed as one of the Tree of Life's guards, Abel asked. Master Bennett, I'll stay here. This place needs me. He shook his head. Although 5 big druids were guarding the Tree of Life Valley, most of their beasts were injured, so they were not in their top condition. As the only big druid with a close combat ability, he could not leave. White Cloud flapped its wings. Its giant body lifted off the ground and speeded towards the sky. Seeing the thinly scattered trees in Ervo Forest, Abel could tell how much damage it had taken in the battle. White Snow did not use its teleportation ability. Instead, it flew steadily. Bay Law City was only 5 minutes away after all. Abel didn't want White Cloud to appear on top of Bay Law City when a huge war was going on. Countless arrows might hunt them down. As they approached the city, Big Druid Lucia and the other 9 female big druids let out a breath of relief because the battle still had not started. According to Mad Knight-Mage's plan, he would join up with the rest to invade Bay Law City after destroying the Tree of Life. Since Abel was on White Cloud, his speed was much faster than Mad Knight-Mage, the 3 other Mad Knights. Also, Mad Knight-Mage was dragged down by his injuries. As Abel kept his eyes on the city, he suddenly noticed 4 beams of the knights below him. He looked closer. It was Mad Knight-Mage and the 3 other Mad Knights. Mad Knight-Mage's injuries had recovered a little. It was a special thing about knights. If you couldn't kill them with one strike, they could quickly recover. Big Druid Lucia took out a badge. It turned into a goddess symbol in mid-air, which was clearly visible to Queen Lucia on the city wall. The support from the temple is here. City Spirit, open the permission to let them in, Queen Lucia commanded. Soon, the City Spirit sent a message to Big Druid Lucia's badge. Without its permission, every being who tried to enter the city would be attacked. Master Bennett, we can enter the city now, Big Druid Lucia said. White Cloud, let's head to the city wall. Abel patted White Cloud's neck and said. White Cloud then gracefully swooped down as the elf guards opened up an area for them to land. When White Cloud landed, Queen Lucia was already waiting with a few big druids by her side. Majesty, hello. The first one who spoke was not Big Druid Lucia, but Lorraine. She was like a prestigious ambassador. She was the most prestigious one of the bunch, so it made sense that she was the first one to speak, which made Abel feel a little strange. The Lorraine he knew was always a carefree little girl, but at that moment, she was showing a strong sense of nobility. This was because Lorraine was acting like her true self when she was with Abel, but in reality, she was prestigious all her life. She was born as the Countess of the Holy Continent Elves, and later appointed as a saint. The prestigious saint, Your Highness, I am very grateful for the temple's support. Queen Luisa bowed. Although Queen Luisa was royalty, she had to address Lorraine as Your Highness. This was because the great goddess granted Lorraine's title. It was higher than her status. It was just that Lorraine still had not officially become a saint, so that she couldn't hold any authority. If not, Queen Luisa would need a big ceremony to greet her. At that moment, all the elves on the city wall, including the big druids, bowed 90 degrees and said in honor, the prestigious saint. Your Highness, brave warriors, thank you for fighting for the city and the elves. Lorraine smiled and bowed back. She stood on the back of White Cloud and then announced, we have already destroyed all the evil knights who invaded the Tree of Life. Only 4 mad knights had escaped. Now we will kick all of these intruders out of our home. Long live the goddess, the elves cheered. This was the only good news the elves heard ever since the knights arrived. Abel looked at Lorraine next to him. She was shining, as though she was possessed by the goddess again. After she spoke, the 10 big druids guarded her down White Cloud. Since Lorraine needed to accept the possession of the goddess, she had undergone special saint training. She needed to accept the goddess's strong influence, but at the same time, she almost had no fighting power, so she needed guarding. Abel did not distract Lorraine, but after Lorraine stepped down, he also jumped down. This time he did not retreat White Cloud. Instead, he let it fly around the sky. White Cloud had remained in the monster ring ever since he came to the central continent. Although it was not a small space, it was still not enough for it to fly around. Since White Cloud was exposed, he would let it roam around. With Abel's current ability, he could save himself from some greedy people anyway. Lorraine stood on the city wall and looked around. She released all the elves were fixed on the holy knights outside the city. Abel, I do good. I've been learning manners for so long, but my teacher in the temple always said my manners are an embarrassment to her. Lorraine whispered to Abel. The 10 big druids from the temple suddenly unleashed special energy and wrapped Abel and Lorraine within it. Abel sensed it and released it was a sound barrier, so no one could hear what they were talking about. Lorraine didn't know, but big druids could hear every word she was saying even though the normal elves couldn't. After all, big druids could pick up any sound 10 meters from them. Big druid Lucia didn't want Lorraine to embarrass herself, but she couldn't confront Lorraine and ask her to stop talking, so this was the only suitable option. Lorraine, you are doing very good. Abel tried to hold back his laugh. He realized Lorraine must have felt a lot of pressure for speaking like that. Her days of training must be tough to develop this part of her. I will let my teacher know. Lorraine was so happy from the compliment she squinted her eyes and held her fist tight. Suddenly Queen Luisa stepped up and bowed. Your prestigious highness, should we attack? Although she was the queen, her status was still below the saint. She had to go through her opinion. Your prestigious majesty, I believe in your leadership. Please remain as the commander of the battle. Lorraine then turned to Queen Luisa and smiled. Commanding battles was not Lorraine's skill, so that she would keep quiet about it. At the same time, she saw big druid Lucia shaking her head, signaling her to reject. Yes, your highness, Queen Luisa bowed. She then turned and said to the big druids on the city wall, everyone, summon your beasts and get ready to unleash a charge to the knights. Abel couldn't help but frown. It seems like the queen had overestimated the fighting ability of those druids. They were about to face a team of 5,000 holy knights. They would have no chance facing them head-on unless they had a way of breaking their formation. The only reason the knights outside the Tree of Life were destroyed was that countless tree men had come for support and held them down. But Abel kept quiet. It was good for the elves to be more aware of their power. A traitor in the elves caused this invasion, but it was also because no war had ever broken out in thousands of years. The elves didn't have a full army. Only the ones fought in actual war could become powerful. For a race that enjoyed long years of peace like the elves, with a sea of druids gathered but not going through actual military training, was a mistake. But this was also the elves' nature. They love peace and nature. and their force of nature did not require the external world to develop. Just living in the forest would be fine. Therefore, without any pressure, forming a powerful team of druids was almost impossible. The gate of Bay Law City slowly opened, and a sea of mad wolves, spirit wolves, and position creepers gushed out. Behind these summons were 10,000 druids gathered from big noble families. They sat on their mounts with high energy and charged out in chaos. Abel felt his heart twitch. He turned to the druids who remained on the city wall. It seems like they were more well-mannered than the ones who charged out. He then focused on their clothing. They were all raised by the royal. An idea suddenly struck him, and he turned to Queen Luisa and saw her smiling. "Master Bennett, you realize something," Queen Luisa said gently. "Realized what?" Lorraine asked. "Those were all noble druids. The elves need to unify to survive, so I need the elves to see that we need some change." Queen Luisa lowered her voice. "Your Majesty, aren't the stakes too high?" Abel shook his head. "Master Bennett, Your Highness, if you guys didn't wipe out half of the evil knights, the kingdom might have already fallen in the hands of those evil knights." Queen Luisa sighed. Abel didn't know if the queen's decision was right or wrong, but he had no right to say anything, so he kept quiet. "Mr. Meade, should we forcefully invade the city and avenge the 5,000 holy knights and the 2 mad knights?" Mad Knight Joseph turned to Mad Knight Meade and asked. They had successfully arrived at Bay Law City, but they had not even completed one of their 3 missions. If they could at least break Bay Law City's defense, those knights would not die in vain. "No, let's retreat. The saint from the temple is here. If we lose these 5,000 holy knights as well, we will be in a bad position on the main battlefield." Mad Knight Meade shook his head. He also didn't want to retreat, but he had decided. At that moment, the gate of Bay Law City suddenly lifted open, and Countess Summons with 10,000 druids charged out. A cold gaze flashed in his eyes, and he quickly yelled, "Knight Joseph, prepare for charge and teach the elves a lesson. Show that what real war looks like." He was ready to leave, but this opportunity was still too hard to miss. His status was high in the evil kingdom, but many would begin to question him if he didn't even kill some elves during his invasion. These clearly unskilled druids were the perfect opportunity. "Glory to my lord!" Mad Knight Joseph yelled with the 5,000 knights, and they formed into an arrow-shaped battle formation with 8 mad knights on the outer edge. Holy energy shoots up from their formation with all kinds of defense and attack aura glowing below them. Although they did not have mounts, their charge was still much faster than any knight with a mount. The only downside was that it was very draining to the holy energy, but with the meditation aura, they could keep replenishing their holy energy and maintain their speed as well as stamina. Abel, Lorraine, and Queen Luisa kept their eyes on the battlefield as the sides began to collide. Spell patterns glowed from the druid's side. "Doff, come out." Abel couldn't just stand by and watch the druids get killed, so he waved his hand, and a black hole appeared under the city wall as Doff's giant body stepped out. "Doff, attack," he said in command. Doff quickly vanished and reappeared 100 meters forward. After a few flashes, he reached the first holy knight. Queen Luisa was stunned as he looked at Abel. A beeman with the ability to teleport would be at least a few times more powerful. Wizards were the ruler of this world because of their move and a flash ability, which allowed them to escape quickly and attack enemies from afar. The immortal ravens were the first group of summons who made contact with the knights beside Doff. Before they could even get close, they were wrapped in frost. It was the automatic holy freeze aura. Patches of immortal ravens dropped on the ground. Although they were immortal, the holy freeze aura turned them into useless frozen blocks. Doff's target was Mad Knight Meade. It roared, and its giant body vanished from the frost. He then reappeared above Mad Knight Meade. Even wrapped in frost, Doff's ability was not dramatically limited since it could teleport. The only thing was that it might be slower when attacking. It struck down with its giant rod. Mad Knight Meade could not dodge since he was in a battle formation, but he wouldn't dodge anyway. He lifted the shield on his left and transferred the holy energy from the formation to counteract Doff's strike. Doff was immediately sent flying by the rebound force. White Mad Knight merely twitched a little. During normal circumstances, Doff's power on top of his ancient rod could defeat Mad Knight Meade, but at that moment, Mad Knight-Mage had an entire team of knights as support. Doff didn't stand a chance. Still, Mad Knight-Mage was not totally unaffected. The rebound force caused by Doff's ancient rod struck him along with his team's holy power. That rebound force was quickly distributed between the 5,000 knights and made him pause for half a second. Since he was in the center of the knight formation, that pause caused a little chaos. When Doff was blasted out, its arms flung around mid-air and it landed in a few tumbles. Blood began to pour out of its eyes, nose, and mouth. Many of its bones were shattered. It had just collided with a team of 5,000 knights if its defense was not so strong. On top of his ancient rod's special power to counteract the force, it might be dead already. As a beast of able as long as it didn't get killed in one strike. It was almost immortal. After all, Abel had almost endless amounts of full recovery potions. As soon as Doff landed, Abel's druid soul cleared out a full recovery potion. Purple light flashed on Doff, and it was revived in its top condition. It vanished again and teleported towards Mad Knight-Mage. Since Mad Knight-Mage's pause had halted his team, the second group of summons arrived. 8 gray bears were leading the spirit wolves and mad wolves. The spirit wolves did not flash. Instead, they followed, which made sense considering their fighting power. If they flashed in front of the knights, they would get wiped out in an instant. The 8 gray bears charged towards the slightly messy, arrow-shaped knight formation. Still, even without the formation's support, the mad knights could take down the gray bears. It was at that moment the knights fully came to a halt, as the holy knights quickly restructured their formation. Doff appeared above Mad Knight-Mage again. Mad Knight-Mage was furious. No beast had ever put him in such an embarrassing situation. He lifted his sword. Since the holy freeze slowed down Doff, Mad Knight-Mage had enough time to react. "My lord, condemn the evil of this creature." He roared and struck his sword forward. Afterward, a strike of lightning slammed against Doff, who was striking with its giant rod. It was the Fist of Heaven, a spell to counteract immortal souls. Normally, it could only give Doff some lightning damage, but with Mad Knight-Mage's calculation, Doff had taken another hit. Doff's body began to twitch. When its strike actually landed, most of its power was drained. Mad Knight-Mage gently blocked the strike. By that point, he knew that Doff's rod was not a normal rod, so he only used enough force to absorb the rod's power. Doff's strike failed, and it was numbed and frozen in front of the knights. Although the numbness would go away quickly, the holy freeze remained a problem. Suddenly, he opened up a melting potion for Doff through its soul chain, and a yellow glow emerged on him. When the numbness from the lightning faded, the frost also melted. It was struck by Mad Knight-Mage 3 times during that time, and a big cut opened on its leg. The defense of Beeman was scary. Besides a giant dragon, almost nothing could come close. Even facing the most powerful close-range attacker, it took Mad Knight-Mage's 3 revenge combo strike to break its skin. However, a hopeless look emerged from Mad Knight-Mage's face. The cut he made immediately vanished in a flash of purple light. Doff was good as new, and a yellow glow then melted its frost as well. Mad Knight-Mage felt like he was back in the situation where he was fighting with the big druid Lendo's giant bear transformation in the Tree of Life Valley. Every time he did the damage, all the giant bear did was drink up a potion. He was helpless. He turned towards the city wall of Bay Law City. Maybe their biggest loss in this invasion was not killing Master Bennett. Doff also did not remain in the knight formation. Instead, it teleported away. The holy knights reshaped themselves, and the battle with the druid's summons began. Actually, it was more like a massacre. White light kept flashing, and the summons automatically returned to their owner's Monster Bay. Although they couldn't die, it would still take a long time to heal their injuries. The death of the summons suddenly shook up the high energy. Druids. They remembered they were facing the most powerful enemy of the Holy Continent, the team of holy knights in a formation. The druids began to slow down, but some had already arrived in front of the knights. "Kill them all," Mad Knight Joseph roared and unleashed a charge again. The knight formation plunged towards 10,000 druids, and their aura mostly absorbed the druids' attack. Although some knights still got hurt, they could revive with just a bit of time. On the other hand, the druids did not have a tactic like the well-trained knights. As soon as their line was broken, they were thrown into chaos, and each of them could only fight for themselves. Druids were sliced up by knights one by one. Some of them were slowed by the aura as they were running. There were even some druids who entered the range of the aura and got killed immediately. In less than a minute, thousands of druids dropped dead. The druids began to disperse in defeat. "Your Majesty, is this what you wanted?" Abel lowered his voice and asked. "Master Bennett, I just wanted the kingdom and Tree of Life to be safe next time when those knights invade," Queen Luisa said, trembling slightly. She couldn't stand to see the massacre. She had decided, ever since the battle outside the Tree of Life Valley ended. If the goddess did not grace Lorraine and help Abel sign an equal contract with the Tree of Life, the Tree Men would not be able to stop the knights. If they weren't so lucky, the Tree of Life and Bay Law City would have turned into ancient history and a joke in the central continent. If that was the case, the elves would never be able to lift their heads again. She needed to let the elves know what they lacked. Changes needed to happen. Abel shook his head again and connected with Doph through the soul chain. It then appeared within the knight formation and waved its giant rod around. Since those knights were in an attack formation, their defense was no longer as strong. As Doph waved around, many knights were sent flying. The elite ones were badly injured, and some had even died on the spot. The intermediate ones, on the other hand, were directly turned into flat pieces of meat. The formation quickly reacted and stopped their attack, unless if they divided themselves and kept attacking. They had to change into a defensive formation. However, Mad Knight Mead knew they couldn't divide themselves. Smaller teams would not be able to withstand the strikes of so many big druids in the city. "Retreat," Mad Knight Mead roared and quickly turned back to the position of Bali Castle. He didn't want to fight with Doph anymore. It was meaningless. With so many options, it could be able to recover no matter how much damage he caused. Even if he gathered all his team's power, they couldn't kill Doph in one strike, so killing it by himself was not too realistic. "That's a powerful beeman," Queen Luisa sighed, seeing the retreating knights. All the big druids were stunned as they turned towards Abel with looks of gratitude. The elite druids, on the other hand, didn't care too much about his beast, but they were still stunned ever since Master Bennett appeared with the big druid energy. After all, Master Bennett's life force was so young it was almost unbelievable. Still, becoming a big druid at a young age was not as admirable as having a powerful beast for the long-living druids. With his title of #1 Master Potion Maker in the Central Continent, his place in their hearts raised in prestige once again. "Master Bennett, can we use your Sky Sparrow to follow the knights?" Big Druid Lucia bowed to Abel and gave Lorraine a look. However, Lorraine pretended she didn't see the look. After all, she would not comment on Abel's decision or go against it. "Sure, Big Druid Lucia," Abel smiled. Following the knights from the sky was the safest. Even if half of the knights were dead, those 5,000 knights were still not something the elves could beat. The losing druids slowly returned to the city, and many elves from their city came to the rescue. They speed into the battlefield to help the surviving druids. White cloud landed on the city wall on Abel's command, and the 10 big druids from the temple stepped on along with Queen Luisa. Looking at the yearning look on Lorraine's face, Abel also allowed her to step on. The 8 druids from the city remained on guard as White Cloud flapped its giant wings towards the retreating knight. "That's Bali Castle, where the knights first appeared." Queen Luisa lowered her voice and pointed towards the ground. A protection circle surrounded a giant hole. "Your Majesty, do you want me to destroy the hole?" Abel asked. Doph was still following behind the knights, and that protection circle did not have the ability to stop teleportation. All Doph needed was to flash within and destroy it with one strike. "Master Bennett, there is no need. Just let the evil knights go. The elves can't take any more damage." Queen Luisa shook her head. Help from the Wizard Union would arrive in an hour or so, and they might be able to take down those 5,000 knights along with the 8 mad knights at that point, but at what cost? What kind of damage would the elves take during this time, and what would the knights do without a way to escape? Or maybe a few more mad knights were lurking in Ervo Forest. As the queen of the New Asia Kingdom, Queen Luisa had to consider the elves and their sovereignty. The elf trader Angelo Harmon stood by himself, next to the giant teleportation circle. He did not have permission to use it, so he could only wait for the holy knights. At that moment, every second felt like an eternity to him. As he worried, he saw Mad Knight-Mage appeared with the Holy Knights. However, as an experienced judge, he could see that Mad Knight-Mage was not looking good. It seems like the invasion did not go to plan. He then quickly discovered 2 Mad Knights were absent, and half of the Holy Knights were gone. He carefully stepped back. He knew the best thing to do was keep quiet and wait for Mad Knight-Mage to bring him along. He needed to make sure those clearly damaged knights did not unleash their fury on him. After all, every single one of them could kill him with one strike. The teleportation began with a few hundred knights each round. In only a few minutes, all 5,000 knights were teleported. After the loss, those knights had a yearning for some. Even without saying a word, they speeded up their movements. The last group to go was the 8 Mad Knights. As they stood on the teleportation circle, Angelo Harmon finally yelled, "Mr. Mage, you forgot about me." It was too late. In a flash of white light, the 8 Mad Knights vanished. But in that split of a second, Angelo Harmon saw a cold smirk on Mad Knight-Mage's face. If their mission was successful, Mad Knight-Mage wouldn't mind bringing a dog back with him to manage those elves and institutions, but they had failed. In fact, they had taken a big loss. He was already doing Angelo Harmon a great favor for not killing him on the spot. There was no chance of bringing him back, unless he wanted to be reminded of his loss every time he saw Angelo Harmon. "You forgot about me." Angelo Harmon dropped on the ground and mumbled. Suddenly, a giant rod slammed against the protection circle, and it was broken in a clean crack. White cloud landed on the destroyed castle, with 10 big druids stepping down with Queen Luisa and Lorraine. Abel scanned the underground hole with his power of the will, and a strange look emerged on his face. "Doff, drag him out," he turned and said. Doff directly penetrated the ground with its hand and grabbed, but Abel's voice emerged again. "Doff, be careful, that teleportation circle is expensive." Doff quickly softened its moves and gently lifted Angelo Harmon out. Afterward, he threw him in front of Abel. Lorraine smiled when he heard Abel telling Doff not to damage the teleportation circle. She knew Abel was reminding the elves that he had his eyes on that circle. Whether it was the big druids or Queen Luisa, no elf would fight with Abel for that teleportation circle. Abel had done the most, so he deserved the best. "Angelo Harmon, I never expected you to betray the elves and team up with the Holy Knights." Queen Luisa gazed down at the trembling Angelo Harmon on the ground and lowered her voice. She trusted Angelo Harmon in the past as a judge, but even after things about him and the Harmon family were exposed, she didn't expect him to do something like this. "That's right. It was me. I just wanted to kill Bennett. I never knew he was a master potion maker. And you, Majesty, you wiped out my entire family. I need my revenge." Angelo Harmon gazed at Queen Luisa viciously and turned to Abel. Then he laughed crazily. "Angelo Harmon, it was my mistake to trust you. The kingdom will punish you." Queen Luisa shook her head. "Wait," big druid Lucia from the temple suddenly interrupted. She saw Saint Lorraine unhappy when she heard that Angelo Harmon wanted to kill Abel, and she also noticed some changes in Angelo Harmon, so she had to say something. Angelo Harmon did not only betray the elves, but he betrayed the goddess. "We are bringing him back to the temple," big druid Lucia added. The 9 other druids from the temple immediately agreed. They also sensed the fallen energy of betrayal to the goddess from Angelo Harmon. For an elf that goes against the goddess, being punished by the temple was their fate. "Please no, I don't want to go to the temple. I would rather die here." The craziness in Angelo Harmon's eyes suddenly disappeared. Instead, he began to beg Queen Luisa. "Traitor to the goddess. The goddess must punish you." Big druid Lucia spoke again before Queen Luisa even said anything. She then waved her hand, and a mad wolf appeared. It grabbed Angelo Harmon with its mouth. Its energy was so massive that Angelo Harmon couldn't even move. Angelo Harmon's begging was not surprising. If the queen killed him, at least his soul could be reincarnated, but if the temple had condemned him, his soul would undergo endless torture. However, no one cared anymore. Instead, they began to shift their gaze towards the giant teleportation circle, and a complicated look emerged on their faces. It truly reflected how weak their defense was if such a big teleportation circle could be built outside of Bay Law City without being noticed. Besides that, Angelo Harmon created a new identity for himself after being banished to build this circle. Still, no one had noticed. If the Tree of Life did not alert them, maybe the knights would have succeeded. Abel, do you want this teleportation circle? Lorraine didn't know what the other elves were thinking and asked quietly. Yeah, but I'll see what the queen says first. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, you can have this circle. But it's best to take the mana gems off first so it won't ignite again. Queen Luisa helplessly gazed at Saint Lorraine. Since she heard what Lorraine said, she had to give this teleportation circle to Master Bennett. If not, she might offend Master Bennett as well as Lorraine. It was not worth the risk. Abel also had no choice. Finding a large teleportation circle was easy in the Holy Continent, but they were tightly regulated in the Central Continent. Since he was already a law-defying wizard, he might need his wizard Abel identity to move around once his power was settled. Without long-distance teleportation like that, it would be a hassle. Hearing those words from the queen, he directly jumped down the dungeon and snatched all the mana gems from the circle. Soon, the glow of the circle began to dim. That thing could directly connect to the evil kingdom, but no one would use it to do so. Even if the evil kingdom accepted your request, a law-defying wizard might not be able to come out alive. Therefore, the most valuable thing about this circle was its material. All Abel needed was to find a few magic circle experts to take it apart, set it up again in the place Abel wanted, and reconnect it to the Wizard Union network. Master Bennett, let's head back to the Kingdom City. The evil knights are gone, but there's still something I need to take care of. I also need to organize a place for Saint to rest, Queen Luisa said after seeing all the mana gems were taken off. On their way back, they sensed sorrow looming in the atmosphere. Thousands of druids had died outside the city wall, and many were badly injured. It was the biggest loss the elves have ever taken in thousands of years. Even the knights had left. Many elves still could not process what happened. Lorraine, go have a rest in the palace. I'll take care of something in my place first. I'll visit you later. Abel smiled at Lorraine, who just wouldn't want to let him go. Abel, I want to come with you. I want to see your place. Lorraine did not look towards Abel. She knew Abel would definitely say yes, so it's just up to Big Druid Lucia. Saint, go if you want, but I have to follow you. Big Druid Lucia rolled her eyes. Since the goddess had approved Abel, there was nothing she could do. As long as Lorraine's demand was not too unreasonable, she would say yes. Abel was also growing desperate. If he didn't have to accompany Queen Luisa back to the city, he would have already sped to his place in the Potion Maker Union. They jumped on White Cloud again and flew towards the Potion Maker camp. As he looked down from the sky, he soon realized the camp was in total disorder. Many buildings had fallen. Especially that old building of the Potion Maker Union. It was almost unrecognizable. White Cloud arrived above his mansion. His gate was busted open, and many trees had fallen. Although some new buildings were damaged, his main living space was still intact. Lorraine, wait for me. I'll go down and have a look. Abel said gently, and jumped down from 10 meters above the ground, which almost Lorraine's heart dropped. Saint Master Bennett is a big druid. 10 meters is nothing to him, Big Druid Lucia reminded. Abel quickly arrived at the backyard and connected to the battle fort. At that moment, it was still thousands of meters above the ground. Commander Spirit, lower battle fort Jade, Bell said to his waist. If Big Druid Lucia was not around, he would have to White Cloud to land on the battle fort, but he had to keep that thing a secret. The battle fort quickly lowered to the ground. Its invisibility mode was diffused. The locked front door then swung open. Master Bennett, Druid Polly and Druid Gunter immediately bowed when they saw Abel. Oh, the masters are also here. Abel smiled and quickly bowed. Master Bennett, thank you so much. If not, we might have been killed by the evil knights already. Master Muir stepped up and bowed in gratitude. Master Belfer and Master Nolan also bowed. They all felt extraordinary about being saved. They had only entered to prepare for the worst, but the castle had locked itself up immediately. If they didn't trust Master Bennett, they would have thought they'd been trapped. Master Bennett, what's the condition now? Where are the evil knights? Master Nolan asked in slight desperation. The battle had ended and the knights have left, but the Union might have some reconstruction. Abel lowered his voice. How are our losses? Master Muir interrupted. The ratio is 5 to 1. 5,000 evil knights had died, and 2 mad knights were killed by the goddess's grace. Abel explained. Glory to the goddess. The three masters suddenly felt their hearts lift. A victory like that was amazing. So did we lose 1,000 elves? Master Nolan suddenly thought of the ratio. Yes, a group of druids charged towards the knights outside the city, and 1,000 of them were sacrificed. Abel nodded. All of a sudden, the atmosphere grew depressing again. They couldn't even imagine the death of 1,000 druids. Right, steward, help me pack up and prepare some juice. I have some guests. Abel then turned to his steward behind his followers and said, Yes, master. Steward Meyer bowed. He, Coachman Loka, and the servants were all protected by the battle fort as well. None of them were hurt. Master Bennett, if you have guests, we'll be on our way and start to organize the Union's reconstruction. Master Muir said with a bow. After the masters left with their followers and his 2 followers sent off their families, he let White Cloud landed. Since Lorraine had a special identity, it was best not to let the other elves know about it. Lorraine stepped down with big druid Lucia. She had gone through a big day, so she was a little tired even after using the full recovery potion. Lorraine, my place has nothing to see. Most of it is destroyed. I'll invite you here again after repairing it in a few days. You should have a rest, Abel gently suggested. Lorraine looked around. It seemed like the war was quite destructive. Luckily, the main building was still intact. Abel, I'll have a rest there then. She pointed at the main building happily and said. As a saint, coming out for battle was a rare opportunity. Every day she had countless things to study. It was very mentally draining to her, so she wouldn't waste any time outside. She just wanted to chat and hang out with Abel as much as possible. Lorraine, if that's what you want, then go for it. I have a lot of empty rooms anyway. Abel also wanted to spend more time with Lorraine. It was peace of mind. He always trained crazily, no matter if he was in the Holy Continent or the Central. He had too many secrets, and his threats always kept him on his toes. Hanging out with Lorraine was the only time he felt relaxed. It was a strange feeling, but he cherished it. Ah, Saint, I'll call the other big druids here. Maybe the 10 of us need some rest as well. Big druid Lucia sighed helplessly. Master, the lounge is set up. Steward Meyer stepped up and bowed. Master Bennett, protect Saint. I'll go let the others know, and I'll borrow that sky sparrow. Big druid Lucia then bowed at Abel and Lorraine before jumping on White Cloud. Goo goo, Abel waved and White Cloud flew off. Since all the teleportation circles beside the ones in the city were destroyed by the knights, communication would be a hassle. Lorraine, these are my followers, Polly and Gunter. Abel pointed at his followers, who were standing quietly by his side. They knew Lorraine's status, and they were suddenly struck with a mixture of excitement and joy. They quickly did a deep bow. Saint, your prestigious highness. Glory to the goddess. Glory to the goddess. Lorraine smiled and bowed back. Okay, Polly, help me contact Circle Maker Alicia. There is a giant teleportation circle under Bali Castle. I want her to disassemble it and reinstall it under my main palace, Abel said. Even though no elf would be in Bali Castle, it was still better to be safe and take the giant teleportation circle as soon as possible. That was a priceless treasure, after all. Gunter, check over the damages and organize some people to repair them. Abel turned and said. Druid Gunter bowed and left. The damage was bad. In the past, he could just leave his courtyards outside the city unchecked, but after the invasion, he needed to get them repaired. Lorraine stepped into the lounge and sat beside Abel, while gently holding a glass of juice. Lorraine, have you been busy in the temple? Abel knew Lorraine's condition, and he cared about her. Brother Abel, I have to learn manners, history, ceremonies, biology, geography, and saint training. I barely have any time to rest in a day. She listed her dreaded tasks. Abel smiled as Lorraine continued with the nitty-gritty of her life in the temple. She had 5 teachers, and they were some of the most knowledgeable elves. Abel, I miss father, mother, and sister. Lorraine then softened her voice, and her eyes grew red. Abel knew there was no one Lorraine could chat heart to. Heart within the temple, so he patted her head and comforted her. Lorraine, let's head back to the Holy Continent after your saint ceremony. He smiled. Really? Lorraine's eyes began to sparkle as she lifted her head. Of course, Abel smiled and nodded. But I still have 14 years. She counted her fingers and lowered her voice again. Lorraine, I'll install a giant teleportation circle underground here. I'll give you unlimited permission, so whenever you are bored, you can call me or directly teleport here to hang out. Abel continued to smile. As Abel quietly chatted with Lorraine, some big druids' energy emerged. The big druids from the temple had arrived. Abel divided the main building into two parts, one for Lorraine and the big druids. Since big druids could stay awake for days, half of them guarded Lorraine's door while the other half rested. Abel couldn't help but wonder, were they actually trying to keep him out? However, he didn't know that until Lorraine came of age. Him getting together with her was not even possible, since the druids needed to ensure the purity of her soul. Of course, he never thought of himself as a drag to Lorraine's saint identity. Although Lorraine had been going on about how hard life in the temple was, he could still tell that she felt very honored from her eyes. Since there were so many druids around and he already battled for the day, he did not enter the dark world. Instead, he enjoyed a rare night of sleep. The sun beamed upon the damaged buildings, and Abel stepped out of bed. It was a good opportunity to make something for himself and Lorraine to eat. Of course, he needed to take care of those big druids as well. After all, Lorraine still had more than 10 years in the temple before becoming an official saint. He needed the care of those druids. When Lorraine and the big druids arrived at the dining room, an alluring smell emerged. "Abel, did you make that?" Lorraine sniffed. Her eyes sparkled as she saw Abel waiting for them. It was a familiar smell. When he was locked up with the elves in the Holy Continent, she could still enjoy the food Abel sent through the teleportation circle every day. Those meals were an extreme luxury for the Holy Continent wizards, but it was everyday food to her. Ever since she came to the Central Continent, her luxury had ended. Big Druid Lucia turned to Abel and saw him nod. She couldn't help but admire the love he had for Lorraine. Even a normal male elf would not cook in this world, let alone a master potion maker druid. "Abel, I'll dig in." Lorraine saw the elves had taken their seat, so she smiled and said, if a manner teacher was here, she would definitely make her learn everything all over again. But the big druids did not care about Lorraine's manners. They were all strangely attracted by those foods. Its aroma was so enticing, they almost drooled out of their mouth. Elves didn't eat meat, so everything was vegetarian with eggs and vegetables as main dishes, of course, the rabbit essence. "Lorraine, enjoy. If you like it, I can teach my chef to make it and send them your way every day." Abel couldn't help but smile, looking at the satisfying look on Lorraine's face. Wouldn't that be a bother? A yearning look flashed on her face, but at the same time she didn't want to bother Abel too much. Not at all, it would just take some time for the chefs to learn. Abel smiled. Only Abel and Lorraine, who were used to the food, could eat and chat so casually. Big Druid Lucia and the other 9 big druids were fully submerged in the taste at that moment. It was no wonder why those 2 elite wizards from the lizards had invaded Abel back in the days for this recipe. It was unlike any food in this world. On top of a super condiment such as the Horadric Cube combined rabbit essence, no one could resist its temptation. "Master Bennett, I heard that your potion-making skills are #1 in the Central Continent, but your cooking skills are definitely #1 as well. I have to pay you respect." Big Druid Lucia was the first one to finish, and she regained herself from the enjoyment. She let out a big breath and smiled. "It's just a little trick," Abel said humbly. "Master Bennett, we have to be on our way today. The site has a tight schedule every day, and she had to join the ceremony of the temple," she said to Abel. She found herself seeing a slightly depressed look on Lorraine's face. Abel also knew goodbyes were inevitable. As an apprentice saint, Lorraine did not have the say of an official saint. "Big Druid Lucia, wait for a moment. I have something to tell Lorraine in private," Abel said and turned to Lorraine. "Let's head out." The big druids exchanged looks and stayed. Abel and Lorraine arrived at the courtyard and took a seat on an undamaged rock. "Lorraine, how's the lotion and conditioner you've brought with you from the Holy Continent?" Abel smiled as he looked at the slightly depressed Lorraine. "I still have a few bottles." She reached into her portal bag and showed Abel. With one look, Abel immediately knew those bottles were the ones he sent Lorraine when she first went into retreat. Those were the ones with the dark world potion bottle. He didn't expect Lorraine to keep them untouched throughout all these years. "Lorraine, I'll send you some more from time to time. I can make those, so you should use them generously." Abel was a little touched by Lorraine's loyalty. Actually, I've already used up all the ones I brought with me from the Holy Continent, but I just don't want to use these yet." Lorraine smiled. Lorraine, I'll give you some lifesaver potions, but it's best not to show it to others. Abel then took out 5 antidote and 20 strength potions and put them on the stone table. Although it was not a lot, they were all the best of the best from the dark world. With the rate Lorraine had used her potion, they were definitely enough for her. I'll make sure to keep them a secret. Lorraine nodded and put away the potions. Right, also be nice to the elves in the temple. You are a saint, but just be mindful. Abel was still a little worried. Haha, everyone in the temple loves me, Lorraine said in a slightly arrogant tone. Also, here's 200 light healing potions. You don't have to keep it a secret, so you can give it out to people if you want. Abel then took out a portal bag of potions. 200 bottles were not much to him. Lorraine held the bag with a smile. Her heart was filled with joy, looking at how much Abel cared about her. Oh, one last thing. I'll give white snow to you. It was my flying beast. It can protect you. Abel was still worried for Lorraine's safety. Although she could accept the grace of the goddess, her own fighting ability was basically zero. White snow was the pinnacle of high-level spirit beasts, and it could become a top-level spiritual beast anytime. Also, it could fly, and with the special curse and damage increase enchantment, it could be one of the most powerful creatures in the sky. Even if it couldn't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. But that's a part of your powers. What would you do if you gave it to me? Just keep it, Lorraine rejected and shook her head. Beasts were not potions. The potions were all made by Abel, so it would only take him a little time to replenish them, but getting another beast was hard. Getting a beast was not just a matter of power. Most of them needed to be domesticated since birth, and getting a full-grown beast to submit to you was so rare it was almost hopeless. As an elf, Lorraine definitely knew about this, so she didn't want to affect Abel's power. Lorraine, I'm a big druid now, and I can turn into a dragon. Also, I have other flying beasts beside white snow. Abel smiled. He then summoned white snow, and it flew out with its majesty white feather. Lorraine was immediately attracted. Abel had given white snow to Lorraine because he wanted her to be safe, but it was also because white snow's power could no longer match his. All his other beasts, Johnson, Jason, and Doff, were all more powerful. They were his true shield, not to mention Flying Flame with its scary speed. He was at the core of his powers. He couldn't give her White Cloud either, because it could carry all his things. Black Wind, it was his Knight partner. Although Knight skills were forbidden due to the situation in the central continent, it still battled alongside Abel in the dark world. Since Abel's control of the soul was so much stronger, he directly transferred the contract he had with White Snow to Lorraine. Abel, I will definitely take good care of White Snow. Lorraine felt her bond with White Snow and immediately lifted her from the loneliness she felt. When the big druids stepped out of the dining room and arrived at the courtyard, they sensed a snow eagle energy coming from Lorraine and an extra portal bag on her waist. They couldn't help but admire Abel's willingness. Although they didn't know what was inside the portal bag, they could guess they were expensive potions. What shocked them the most was the snow eagle. They were some of the hardest flying beasts to find, and all high-level ones were extremely hard to domesticate with their arrogance. Abel had directly transferred an almost top-level flying beast to Lorraine. His love almost made those big druids' jaw drop. Abel walked along with Lorraine, and they arrived at the teleportation back to the royal palace. As Lorraine stepped on, she held down her tears and turned. In an ancient palace of the Wizard Union, 7 of the most powerful law-defying wizards gathered in a group. Everyone, we should increase the elves' power status. Law-defying wizard Clement of the investigation department lowered his voice. Although the elves were well known in the central continent, they actually weren't that useful in the front-line battlefield. However, according to a new report about their battle with the Holy Knights, it seemed like this religious race still had a lot of power in store. Back in the days when the war between the wizards and the gods took place, the great goddess of moon surrendered. She and a few other gods decided to make peace with the wizards and became one of the few legally recognized gods of this world. Wizard Hume sighed. All the wizards on the spot remembered that great war. It was initiated by the wizard humans and wizard dwarfs to overthrow the gods with their rising power, and it had changed history ever since. Most of the details were well documented in legends, but only the Wizard Union headquarters had access to it. In a world ruled by gods, every being had to live under their command and authority. Whether they were nobles or kings mattered not. As wizardry began to spread, the gods had condemned them as a threat and began their massacre. Still, wizardry kept developing in those dark ages. Maybe hard times made strong people, but many great wizards were born. They all had a deep yearning for resources and began to rebel against the monopoly of the church. After a long year of battle, countless wizards were dead, but powerful wizards kept coming. The most powerful wizards in the legends were all from that period. Wizardry and the elves had a special relationship. Although the elves could not become wizards, wizardry was derived from elite elves' practice, just like the druids. The elves did not like conflict, so they did not have much tension with the wizards. Especially the goddess of the moon. She was the god of the elves, and she had always kept a good attitude with the wizards. She was one of the few gods who the wizards did not hate. The war ended with the wizards destroying the church, and the most powerful gods went into an eternal sleep. Of course, the wizards did not do so without sacrifice. Many of the most powerful wizards were lost, and that battle had thinned out the mana concentration of the environment. Slowly, the progress of wizardry began to slow. The worst part about this battle was that it caused a dimension crack in the central continent, which was how the demons from beyond had entered this world many years later, and everything turned into a disaster. I disagree. We shouldn't value their power over their current status. Law-defying Wizard Joseph lowered his voice. Wizard Joseph, please explain. Wizard Clement lifted his hand and asked. I've seen the report. The elves won, but it was because the great goddess of the moon helped them. Their own fighting ability didn't do much. Wizard Joseph shook his head. But there were 10,000 evil knights. Not to mention most of them were intermediate and elite level, with 10 loyal mad knights as leader. The elves could kill half of them, no matter how lucky they were or how much the goddess of the moon had helped them. The elves' ability definitely still played a role. Wizard Clement also lowered his voice. Increasing one's power was a big deal. It meant that the Wizard Union needed to give the elves more resources from all areas. With the scarcity of resources, if they gave the elves more resources, the others would get less. Everyone, I think we should focus on that tree-man summon ability they used and see if it's possible to use in the front-line battlefield. I suggest we immediately send an ambassador to negotiate with the elves. Wizard Hume suddenly interrupted and said, That's right, the most eye-catching thing about this report was the tree-men summoning spell. There was no doubt it would be useful in battles, and it was the best way to control those evil knights. Wizard Hume, you have a good relationship with Master Bennett. Why don't you ask him? Also, I suggest that we give Master Bennett a badge of honor to congratulate his amazing work. Against the evil knights, Wizard Clement smiled as he looked at Wizard Hume. No one on the spot was against Wizard Clement's suggestion. Master Bennett really contributed a lot, and he was the one who cast the three-men summoning spell. 1. Although all wizards on the spot knew this spell couldn't be used away from the Tree of Life, at the end of the day, Master Bennett was the one who drew the tree-men summoning pattern. It was an undeniable fact, so Master Bennett basically killed those 5,000 knights. How could they not reward him for such a big contribution? Master Bennett was a master potion maker of the elves and a big druid, so all the Wizard Union could do was give him a badge of honor. The other rewards would be up to the elves. Second, no wizard on the spot said anything, because none of them wanted to become the enemy of a unanimously agreed upon most powerful potion maker of the central continent. No matter who you are, you would one day need a potion. You could have the most valuable ingredients and the best formula, but the success of the potion was never guaranteed, and each fail would be a tremendous loss. However, not Master Bennett. Not only because he had never failed to make a potion with 5 portions of ingredients, but you would also end up with a blue-level potion. According to the data of the central continent, Master Bennett rarely failed. Therefore, the last thing those wizards wanted was to cause misunderstanding. Although a badge of honor from the Wizard Union might sound ordinary, a person with such a badge would be pushed to a whole other status. First, they would have unlimited permission to use any Wizard Union magic circle and have first priority access to purchase resources from the Wizard Union. Although having free access to a teleportation circle wasn't much to a master potion maker, having first priority was a totally different story. The Wizard Union teleportation web could directly recognize them. As soon as someone with a badge of honor requested something, all other requests would be delayed. It was prestige on display, similar to the level 3 authority of the Wizard Union, but even more powerful. As for the increasing the elves' power status, maybe we should see how they develop in the future and evaluate again. It's still too early to tell. Wizard Clement accepted the Wizard Joseph's counterargument and suggested. The goddess of the moon had helped the elves, but the most eye-catching things was still Master Bennett's tree, men summon and dragon druid. Transformation. They had no right to grant the goddess a badge of honor, so as long as they acknowledged Master Bennett's accomplishments, they could postpone the elves' status evaluation. After seeing no one had any comment, and they all agreed to give Master Bennett a badge of honor, Wizard Clement changed the topic. Okay, now we will talk about taking back some territories in the frontline battlefield. The evil kingdom lost 5,000 sharp knights and 2 loyal mad knights. We have a great opportunity, Wizard Hume nodded. In the frontline battlefield, the Central Continent Alliance was operating half of the territories, while the evil knights were controlling the other. Those territories were all filled with resources. Due to the dimensional crack, many valuable resources had emerged in those territories, which was where the most bloody battles were taking place. The closer they get to the evil kingdom, the more powerful the knights would get. Therefore, even after countless years, the Alliance could not truly take back those resourceful territories. However, with 5,000 knights and 2 loyal mad knights dead, the evil kingdom's power had taken a big hit. It was a rare opportunity. No matter if they succeed or not, it could definitely give the evil kingdom another detrimental blow. I agree. Indeed. The wizards began to nod, and this suggestion was slowly becoming a reality. After Lorraine left, Abel immediately announced that he would go into retreat. Although all areas around Bay Lost City, including the Potion Maker Union, were destroyed, no one would say anything about his retreat. His accomplishments were too eye-catching in this battle. Even Queen Louisa didn't know how she should reward him. Abel did not go into retreat in his main mansion. Instead, he entered the battle fort and ignited the instability mode above the sky. 1. Since he became a big druid as well as a law-defying wizard, he needed some time to master new spells from these 2 professions. The elves working for him also began to get busy. Big Druid Polly had invited Magic Circle Maker Alicia. Since it was a mission from Master Bennett, Magic Circle Maker Alicia pushed away all her other requests and began to reassemble the giant teleportation circle for Mater Bennett. Druid Gunter also found some elf architectures to repair the damage in Abel's place. And Steward Meyer asked 2 experienced elf chefs to sign a magic contract to make sure they keep the rabbit essence recipe a secret. Those magic contracts were from the Holy Continent, but Abel never had the opportunity to use them in the Central Continent. Until now, those dishes with rabbit essence were too enticing. Although no one could stand a chance against a master potion maker who was also a big druid, messing with his chefs would be much easier. Therefore, keeping it secret was necessary, and the magic contract could make sure any soul follows it. Afterward, Steward Meyer handed 2 simple recipe books to the chefs and allowed them to look into it. Themselves, Abel had no time to teach them. Personally, the most he would do was to make some comments after he was out of his retreat. Abel teleported to the Dark World, but he did not stay in the rogue encampment for long. He needed a normal place. The god-like feeling he got in the rogue encampment could give him illusions about his own power. Therefore, he arrived at the Pandemonium Fortress and began studying druid skills. He realized none of the other transformation spells were working on him. Even he could perfectly draw out a werewolf and bearman transformation spell pattern and ignite it with the natural energy in his druid soul. The spell pattern would soon turn into sparkles of lights and fade away. His form remained the same. After many attempts, Abel found the reason. His spell patterns were perfect, but when he ignited it with his druid soul, the dragon energy within it immediately destroyed the pattern. Maybe the arrogant dragons would not allow themselves to transform into low-level beasts. But of course, Abel was not a true giant dragon. He could only rely on the dragon transformation spell to take on a dragon form. Since he could not even practice the basics of this school, There was no way he could practice the skills and abilities they taught. He then looked into the elemental spell destruction from heaven and earth, but he soon put it away and saved it for later if he had time, because the power of this spell was a bit of an embarrassment to the title of the top-level spell. The storm spell was in a similar category. It created a storm around you to attack enemies at close range. However, they were not useful to Abel at that moment, since it was best for a wizard and druid to stay far away from their enemies as possible. He could transform into a dragon for close battle, and he would not be able to use spells in his dragon form anyway. Therefore, the most powerful ability of a big druid to him was the Grey Bear Summon. They could be a powerful shield against the knights. Since he had unlimited amounts of potion, he would almost have an indestructible shield. With Doff as attack and Grey Bear as a shield, he would have a perfect combination. Abel began to attempt his first Grey Bear Summon. He reached his power of the will in his left hand and drew an extra complicated summoning pattern. Normal druids could only use this summon spell once, and that Grey Bear would become his life partner. As long as the big druid didn't die, that Grey Bear would always return to his monster bag undead as well. Large amounts of natural force sifted from Abel's druid soul into the spell pattern, and the pattern began to glow. Soon, Abel sensed that his will had arrived at a strange place. Many Grey Bears were living there. It was almost like a strange dimension ruled by Grey Bears. When the Grey Bears sensed his will, they began to get irritated. Although they were natural forces, they did not like being bound as a summon. Getting a Grey Bear was not a smooth process. They needed to decide on a target and slowly communicate with the Grey Bear through his will until the bear accepted him. It was a dreading process. When your natural force finally attracted the Grey Bear, it would become your summon. Abel didn't know any of this. His druid guide had many missing parts, so he always just discovered things along the way. Also, his druid training was very different from other druids anyway. He searched for a Grey Bear with his power of the will. He wanted a powerful one, but all this would do was angering the bears. They roared at his will and unleashed waves of pressure. Suddenly, the dragon energy in his soul felt threatened, so it immediately unleashed its vigor. Although it did not go all out, the Grey Bears immediately felt pressured. Dragons were a scary existence to them after all. All of a sudden, the Grey Bears began to kneel. They carefully protected their heads and tried to withstand the dragon's energy with different techniques. Abel's will was quickly attracted by a powerful one. Normal Grey Bears were only 3 meters tall when they stood up. But that one was 4 or 5 meters, and its body was very built as well. He immediately reached a soul contract with that Grey Bear. It wanted to reject at first, but Abel quickly increased his dragon energy, and it gave in. It let go of its soul and signed the contract. Afterward, that Grey Bear turned into a flash of white light and left that strange dimension with Abel's will. When Abel opened his eyes again, he discovered a Grey Bear in front of him. This Grey Bear roared as it stood up tall. When the summon pattern faded, its natural energy quickly transferred into its body. Since the natural energy had opened that special dimension, it began to strengthen the body of that Grey Bear. As it continued to roar, its body increased in size again to 5 meters. Although it was still a newly summoned Grey Bear, Abel sensed that it was already more powerful than the other big druids had summoned. As you know, every Grey Bear had the potential to level up, and the limit was level 20, so the power of this one could reach a scary level. Without a complete druid guide, Abel did not know that this Grey Beat was the leader of Grey Bears. It was called the Grey Bear King, and each area only had one. It was only when a Grey Bear King was summoned that another Grey Bear could take its place. It was not that normal big druids didn't want to summon a Grey Bear King, but even normal ones were enough of a hassle. Abel didn't have high hopes for the attack of this Grey Bear because it could only do physical attacks, and all professions in the central continent were crazily trying to increase their physical defense. After all, the knights were the most powerful physical attacker, and the Grey Bear wouldn't have many advantages. Afterward, Abel put the summoned Grey Bear in his monster bag. He would level it up in the future, but he needed to focus on leveling up himself for now. There were only 2 wizard spells he could learn. First was the 9-headed serpent, but he was not a fire law-defying wizard, so his power through this spell would not be able to compete. As a fire wizard, Even one level of fire enchantment could increase the fire damage by 30%. Therefore, using a law-defying fire spell for a non-fire law-defying wizard was not a bright move, and in a battle, a fire wizard's fire spell could dominate any other fire spell. However, the good thing about the nine-headed serpent spell was that it could attack after the serpent was summoned. With the skill tree on the Horadric cube, he didn't need to practice any spells. All he needed was to cast the spell once, and he would be able to grasp it. As for leveling up the spell, he could also give the rune word insight to the spirit guardian knight captain to repeat the spell under a meditation aura. It would take no time. Therefore, only after drawing out the nine-headed serpent spell pattern once, Abel had mastered this top-level spell. The second was the ice spell, Frozen Orb. Utilized a spiraling frozen orb to blast out ice bolts to all directions for the attack. It was the most common ice law-defying wizard spell. Although its ice damage was not as great as the Blizzard Storm spell, it had one major advantage: its speed. Both its casting speed and ice bolt blasting speed were extremely fast. As you know, the biggest downside of ice spells was their speed, and the frozen orb was one of the faster ones. Due to his soul's mutual affection, he realized the priest's profession in his soul had also reached a grand level. But unless he turned the energy in his druid soul into Deathkai, no one would be able to tell. Abel didn't know what prerequisite was needed to become an elite priest, but he achieved it just with a simple druid level up. He began to look into what kind of priest spell he could do, maybe quite a lot. The poison spell Poison Nova, the bone spell Bone Spirit, the curse Lower Resistance, the Firestone Monster, and Resurrection. Poison Nova could blast poison to all directions to go against the spells of his enemies. In a place without powerful antidotes, such as the Central Continent, this would definitely give his enemies a hard time. When he was drawing its spell pattern, he realized he could control the type of poison he wanted. If he had a good understanding of poison, he could change it to the ones he was the most familiar with. But that was why this spell was a risky one. Priests needed to look into large amounts of poison during their practice. Since they needed to go against professions of the same rank, their poison needed to be extremely vicious, which could be damaging to their own body. Therefore, even among the priests, not many of them had grasped poison spells, and there was a good chance of getting killed during their research. Although Abel had countless antidotes and was not afraid of poison, he did not have time to research poison. After all, poison spells were just another option out of his countless options. She cast the Poison Nova for the first time, and a symbol appeared on the skill tree. The bone spell Bone Spirit was used alongside the Bone Wall and Bone Prison. If you tried to attack an enemy after you trapped them in a Bone Wall or Bone Prison, you would definitely damage the Bone Wall or Bone Prison, but not with the Bone Spirit spell. It also had the ability to track down enemies. This was extremely useful in a battle. Don't underestimate that tracking ability. If a Bone Arrow spell had the damage was 1 point, the same level Bone Spirit spell would have 2 points, which was doubled its power. However, its downside was also obvious. The Deathkai it drained was also double. Still, Abel cast the spell once, and its symbol appeared on his skill tree. The Lower Resistance curse could decrease an enemy's resistance to element attacks by increasing their sensitivity. Their skin would burn like paper, the cold could blow right through their bones, and lightning could strike them like a metal pole in a storm. When this curse reached its full potential, it could directly lower an enemy's resistance by 62%. This curse could be a great complement to wizard spell, since wizards were masters of elements. Afterward, Abel also cast the spell, and its symbol was recorded in the skill tree. As for the last 2 summon spells, the Flame Monster was the weakest. Although it could continue giving your energy fire damage, its fire intensity was not great. Due to the limit of summons, he could only pick one out of the Mud Monster, Blood Monster, Iron Monster, and Flame Monster. The Mud Monster, with its slow-down ability, was a favorite amongst the priests. Of course, if you had a powerful iron weapon, you could melt it and turn it into an iron monster. But a truly powerful weapon was extremely rare, and its value would be astronomical. If a priest was lucky enough to have a powerful weapon, they would definitely make an iron monster out of it. Even though the Flame Monster was a top-level summon, it was not a popular summon for the priests. The final spell was the Resurrection. Abel knew about this spell. He saw it in a holy bone card of a priest. A god must have solidified this spell and turned it into a card. It could resurrect a dead creature and control it by separating its soul and body. Of course, the resurrection spell was not like the one in the holy bone card. The resurrection creature could only stay alive for 3 minutes. After that, it would be fully dead. After Abel recorded all the spells onto his skill tree, he checked his ability again. He just needed to level up these spells into the top level, which would only take some time at most. But before that, Abel still had one little experiment to do, so he teleported back to the rogue encampment. After a few flashes, he arrived at the oak tree. It was only in a place like this he would feel safe doing what he was about to do. He took out the priest's holy bone card. Since the demon it resurrected had been revived again by Abel's soul potion, and a new contract was signed through the soul chain, another slot was opened up in the holy bone card's resurrection, which gave him an idea. Maybe he could repeat the process and make another powerful beast like the demon Doph. However, with his current ability, resurrecting a normal creature wouldn't do much. He needed something truly powerful. But a target like that was not easy to find. Speaking of powerful corpses, Abel was reminded of the 2 dead titans he found in the ancient Titan temple. Although he didn't know what level they were, they should be very strong. He would only resurrect power creatures like this under the oak tree in the rogue encampment. He sensed the god-like ability on top of the support of the oak tree, the world stone, and the golden energy in the crystal angel statue could save him from danger even if the resurrection failed. As he held the holy bone card in his hand, he ignited the resurrection spell pattern. Death Kai began to generate from his druid soul and entered the spell pattern. He then took out the dead titan from the Varia's ring with his other hand and laced its giant body. Just its 10 meters tall body could make people feel threatened. He ignited the resurrection spell, and a vicious Death Kai rushed to the Titian body. However, there was no reaction, almost like it just vanished. Is there a problem? Abel couldn't help but scan his holy bone card and his druid soul, but everything seemed normal. He was confident in his resurrection spell pattern. If it could be ignited with his Death Kai, it meant that he already had the power of a big priest. How come the dead titan was not resurrected? Abel gazed towards the blue howling rabbits from his side and grabbed one. With a gentle twist, the blue howling rabbit died. He did not use the holy bone card. Instead, he used his own resurrection spell. He drew the spell pattern similar to what happened and ignited it. Death Kai rushed into the dead blue howling rabbit, and it immediately began to twitch. It stood up again and began to jump around. Nothing's wrong with the spell, Abel thought to himself looking at the rabbit. Maybe the corpse was dead for too long. He ignited his soul speaker ability and connected with the oak tree. Soon, the oak tree lifted an almost decomposed dead rabbit from the ground with its roots. Although things seemed like it had only been dead for a week, normally, a dead blue howling rabbit would be fully decomposed and return to Earth within a month. Abel ignited the resurrection spell again, and vicious Death Kai entered the blue howling rabbit. But this time, it was just like the Titan. It did not react. Luckily, I didn't go all out. Abel couldn't help but shook his head. After all, resurrecting a powerful creature he killed to work for him was almost too good to be true. However, when he killed Blizzard's wizard Marlon, he realized his dead body was made of an ancient puppet. Since it could be a great research target, he preserved his corpse in the personal storage box. The special thing about the personal storage box was its ability to freeze time and preserve everything as they were. Therefore, Wizard Marlon's body was basically like it was just killed by Abel. Maybe he could resurrect it. As Abel thought, that resurrected blue howling rabbit began to twitch again and fell on the ground. Its body turned gray like it was dead for years. The 3 minutes of resurrection time was up. He did not care. The oak tree would take care of it. At that moment, he decided to resurrect Wizard Marlon. It was the most powerful fresh corpse he had. With that special puppet body, its defense would be stronger than any knight. Actually, Wizard Marlon's death was quite sad. He could get killed in the central continent, but angering a powerful being back, there was almost impossible for him. All he needed was some water of life, and he could just honestly trade with the elves. The elves had the goddess of the moon as support. And the goddess of the moon was one of those powerful beings with the ability to kill him. However, he was not expecting a seemingly ordinary wizard like Abel was a god-like being in another world. With the help of the oak tree, he was immediately killed outside of the rogue encampment. Wizard Marlon was always in conflict with his puppet body, so he did not have the time and will to show his power. Without fully controlling his puppet body was attracting almost every law-defying wizard who wanted to go down the same path. This was why Wizard Marlon had hidden. Even the blizzards were wiped out. No one in the central continent knew they were housing a powerful wizard like that. His power rested in that almost indestructible puppet body. It could perfectly make up for the weakness of wizards. This was why Abel had kept it for research. When Abel placed Wizard Marlon's puppet body on the ground, its golden surface glistened under the sunlight. It doesn't look like a wizard at all. He held up the Holy Bone card once again and redrew the resurrection spell pattern, ignited with Death Kai, and a chilling white light rushed into the glistening puppet body. The chilling white light engulfed the body, and Abel sensed a strange attraction from his Holy Bone card. It was demanding some special energy, but the god-like ability in the rogue encampment quickly made him realize what energy it needed. Although Abel still couldn't clearly pinpoint what energy it was, the closest thing he had was the golden energy within the crystal angel statue between his eyes. It was the faith of countless preachers. "Maybe I'll call it the energy of God," Abel mumbled. Of course, he would not reject the Holy Bone card's request. The resurrection spell was only halfway done. If he stopped now, Wizard Marlon would not be able to be resurrected again. Also, even if he called the golden energy in the crystal angel statue the energy of God, it could be recovered. All he needed was some time. Therefore, he transferred the golden energy into the Holy Bone card through the world stone. After God's energy was injected, another spell pattern emerged from the Holy Bone card, but the color of this one was a little different. The energy of God fully drew it out, so it was shining in dark gold. The dark gold resurrection pattern flew out and wrapped around Wizard Marlon's puppet body, along with the chilling white resurrection pattern. The glowing patterns merged as spell patterns subtly flashed. On Wizard Marlon's body, warmth, telekinesis, move in a flash, ice bolt, ice nova, frozen armor, ice blast, ice pole, blizzard storm, ice ball, and ice support were some of them, just to name a few. An idea suddenly struck Abel. Maybe Wizard Marlon was reviving his spell memories. The full set of ice spells were there other than the fire spell warmth and lightning spell move in a flash and telekinesis. Those three non-ice spells were the most common spell to have since they were useful regardless of a wizard's attributes. The ice support spell was what attracted Abel the most. Maybe this resurrection really had brought out all the powerful skills of an ice law-defying wizard. As the chilling glow and dark gold glow slowly faded, Wizard Marlon's puppet body began to move. He gently pressed his hand on the ground and stood up. Suddenly, a clear cracking sound emerged from the Holy Bone card on Abel's hand. "It's broken." Abel felt his heart jump. This thing was amazing. How could it break? The crack began to expand. He didn't know what was happening, and he had no idea what to do. Maybe he wasn't using it correctly. Or maybe he was not powerful enough. He was right. The original owner of this bone card was a true god, and the beeman was only resurrected to take care of some chores. However, not everyone could hold this bone card in their hand and do a resurrection ceremony. The person must be a god, and Abel was only half a god in the rogue encampment. The second mistake Abel made was the energy of God. The god's energy in this bone card needed to come from the god of death, and Abel had used the holy energy of an angel statue. He was already lucky that the card did not explode on him. This bone card could only be a toy at most to a god, but it was still exclusive to the gods. This was why a half-god like Abel could at least play with it for a while. Soon, Abel began to notice the bone card was repairing itself, but it was very slow. No way he would be able to notice any change without his god-like ability. Maybe fully repairing it would take at least 10 years, which destroyed Abel's dream of resurrecting powerful beings to work for him. As you knew, everyone had a soul contract limit no matter how powerful they were, so Abel could not sign too many contracts. But of course, if God had helped Abel sign a contract, like the one he signed with the Tree of Life, it would not have taken him much space. He also realized a strange thing about this Holy Bone card. When he gave the soul potion to Doff, it turned into a weak little soul, and that little soul didn't take up much space at all. As time passed by, Doff's body began to grow along with its soul, but still, the amount of place it took in Abel's soul contract remained as a little soul, even if Abel kept using the soul potion to speed up Doff's growth. This process was a challenge to this world's law, but it was also the mutual replenishing miracle of the two worlds. If he did not have the nourishment from the soul of hell creatures, his Horadric cube would not be able to make a soul potion. Without soul potions, he would not be able to resurrect the powerful demon he obtained. Abel regained himself. The holy bone card was damaged, and there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily, this holy object had the ability to repair itself. If not, all holy objects would be gone by now. Abel calculated for a moment. If he left the holy bone card in the dark world with its mana-dense environment, he could cut the repair down dramatically. Maybe half a year would be okay. He just needed to find a fresh corpse at that time. With this demand for dead bodies, he suddenly felt like an actual priest. He shook his head and got these nonsensical thoughts out of his mind, and gazed at the puppet body of Wizard Marlon again. His druid soul had been counting down ever since it started moving. 3 minutes was almost up. He felt his breath tensing up. Could it stay resurrected forever? 5.4.3.2.1, Abel mumbled. Until the last moment. He closely scanned for change in the body. Time's up. The body was still standing with a blank look on its face. Succeeded. Resurrecting a law-defying wizard began only as a thought. But it was a step in the right direction. Even with the holy bone card from the priest, Abel just went to experiment a little. He didn't really expect to actually resurrect a law-defying wizard. He did not immediately give the resurrected wizard Marlon a soul potion. Instead, he began to explain his puppet body. He sent a command through the holy bone card, and Wizard Marlon drew a spell pattern in mid-air. Afterward, it flashed off and reappeared 100 meters away. It was the move in a flash spell, which was almost an instinct to wizards of this rank. It seemed like even in his resurrected form, the speed was maintained. Afterward, Abel commanded Wizard Marlon to test out some spells, and each of them was at full power. He analyzed the ice support spell. It should be level 4 on Wizard Marlon's puppet body. According to the investigation spirit, a level for ice support spell was the limit of a rank 21 wizard. However, it could be level up again when level 22 was reached. As the owner of Wizard Marlon's puppet body, Abel's power of the will had the ability to freely enter his body and the mysterious areas of the mind without any constraints. When Wizard Marlon died, Abel could not truly look into this puppet's body from all directions, since there was still too much energy within it distorting his power of the will. But as the new owner of the puppet body, Abel had control of everything, including the mysterious areas of the mind. Where the original soul was located, the scary resuscitation spell formed a replica rank 21 wizard pattern. Perhaps it was just the body's muscle memory. After all, there was no soul in the brain, just a wizard pattern. It was the body's source of energy, just like a normal law-defying wizard. The resurrection spell needed fresh corpses because corpses still had retention of their original power and fighting ability. Take Doff the Beeman, for example. It relied on its physical body to fight, and it did not have many special abilities, which was not shocking to Abel. But for Wizard Marlon, the resurrection spell perfectly replicated a law-defying wizard pattern in the resurrected body. It was no wonder this seemingly powerless spell was a top-rank spell of the priests. If Wizard Marlon's puppet body was not surrounded by Death Kai, he was basically no different from an actual law-defying wizard. Abel took out a bottle of soul potion from his Varaya's ring and handed it to the puppet, telling him to drink it. The puppet did not reject his command in the slightest and poured it down. The first bottle didn't do much, so Abel took out 4 more bottles and told him to drink it as well. After the 5th bottle was poured down, there still wasn't any soul reaction. Abel began to doubt, was Doff's soul an accident? Still, he took out another 5 bottles of soul potion and handed it to the puppet again. After a full 10 bottles were emptied, Abel sensed a weak little soul in his mind. He cast a mount enchantment and signed a soul chain contract with it. It was almost impossible for a weak soul like that to reject, and Abel immediately succeeded. He calculated for a moment. This soul contract also only took up a little space. But after the contract, he realized the soul was so weak it might vanish at any moment like a little flame in the wind. Through the contract, Abel could clearly sense what the puppet's soul was going through. It tried to swallow up the rank 21 wizard pattern, but it was fundamentally impossible for how weak it was. Still, it was motivated to do so instinctively. Abel's face sank. He could let this little soul flicker away. He got a feeling he would not be able to generate another soul once this one vanished. He trusted his feelings, so he took out another potion and gave it to the puppet again. It was a process of cultivation. A law-defying wizard had a powerful soul. If Abel wanted to create a new soul for it, it had to be a powerful one. Unlike spiritual beasts, the souls of humans were different. After 100 bottles of soul potion, the puppet's soul had successfully swallowed up the rank 21 wizard pattern. Suddenly, the puppet began to shiver. The energy of a rank 21 law-defying wizard shifted out. Abel felt like what was in front of him was no longer a puppet, but a being, a strange being. Since he was fully linked up with the puppet's soul, he could sense everything that was within it. The only thing inside the soul at that moment was the fighting memories brought on by the resurrection spell. But there was almost nothing else besides that, almost like a war machine. A viciously sharp pain suddenly emerged from the soul. Since Abel was not prepared, that pain tapped into the soul at a nightmarish level. He couldn't help but let go of the soul chain and break the connection. He began to gasp for air and slowly recover from the unbearable pain coming from the soul. In that short moment, he realized where the pain was coming from. It was the conflict between Wizard Marlon's original body and the puppet's body. This was the reason why Wizard Marlon did not join the front-line battles and steal resources like the other wizards, even with his powerful body. This pain haunted him, and only the water of life could soothe it. If Abel had shown his powerful potion-maker ability to Wizard Marlon, no way Wizard Marlon would mess with him because of wealth. Wizard Marlon could get as many resources as wanted as long as his body was in good condition. And a powerful master potion maker was his only hope to do so. He wouldn't have messed with him, let alone trying to kill him. Abel also understood why the Lightning's wizard's mutton did not want to go down the same path as Wizard Marlon, even in the face of death. Physical pain was not the scariest, but this pain of the soul could drive any wizard insane. Slowly, this pain would catabolize the humanity within a person. Could you still call law-defying without humanity a wizard? Therefore, even though longevity was important, most wizards would rather not turn against their humanity. If the puppet's soul was a normal soul, this pain could directly cause it to break down. But this soul was cultivated in pain, so it somehow took it as a given. Abel didn't want to continue like this. He didn't want to feel this pain every time he connected with it. This would affect his interaction with the puppet. He scanned the puppet through his power of the will. Its composition was extremely complicated. There were large numbers of nerves connecting the brain to the metal body of the puppet. Although he didn't know how Wizard Marlon merged his nerves with those ancient metals, he knew it was not perfectly executed. Some nerves were still dangling around and being rejected by the metal surface. It was the origin of the pain, and it would only get worse with time. Up to this point, he took out some water of life from Wizard Marlon's portal bag. At first, he was a little weirded out by how much water of life he had, but then it all made sense. If Wizard Marlon continued without water of life, the pain would worsen until his body broke down. Although the water of life could not fully repair his body, at least its life force could minimize the pain. If Abel never knew about this, one day, he would find his resurrected Wizard Marlon dead on the spot with a sudden internal breakdown. Although Wizard Marlon had spent time and effort to fix his body, it would be a walk in the park for Abel. He took out a full recovery potion and handed it to the puppet. If one bottle was not enough, another bottle of poison antidote would do. The puppet poured the potion down, and a purple glow emerged. Abel carefully reconnected with the soul chain again and prepared for the pain, but this time he sensed a feeling of relief coming from it. He scanned the puppet with his power of the will again, and the full recovery potion worked its magic perfectly. All the jangling nerves were perfectly merged with the metal surface. Only one bottle of full recovery potion had perfected this puppet body, and it no longer needed to undergo that torturous pain of the soul. Abel told the puppet body to cast another spell. Not much had changed. Its battle instinct allowed it to perfectly fight in a battle. The only downside was that it couldn't talk. It had zero knowledge of language. The puppet was like a white piece of paper. This puppet had given most of its soul to the rank 21 wizard pattern and its battle instinct through Abel's speculation. There was not much potential left in it to learn other things. The puppet's soul could not grow with time, so it was impossible to generate more room to develop other skills. He also used too many soul potions. He would use them so carelessly again. But he was not planning to let this puppet take care of business anyway. Just being able to fight alongside him was good enough. This puppet was around the same height as him, though it could also enter tight spaces to fight. Doff, Johnson, Jason, and Flying Flame could only battle in open spaces, so this puppet would be his perfect companion against those hell creatures. Abel took out a portal bag and placed some healing potions, mana potions, and poison antidote into it, along with a full set of gear and clothes from Wizard Marlon. The puppet put on the gears, the wizard cloak, and wrapped the portal bag around his waist. From the outside, it looked exactly like an ice wizard. "I'll call you Frankenstein." Abel felt like it was funny to name it after the creation of a mad scientist. He took out the Holy Bone card again and realized the resurrection spell slot was emptied again. He could technically do another resurrection, but it was still better to leave it and let it repair its crack. He then took out a mana gathering circle and put some top-level mana gems onto it. After it was set up, the mana was so sensed it almost turned into steam. He placed the Holy Bone card into it for repair. It was the best environment. Afterward, he took out the Rune World Insight. But this time, he did not give it to the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain. Instead, he gave it to Frankenstein. All of a sudden, a fog-like aura emerged from below. Abel began his training, and Frankenstein was also slowly getting used to its body. He never expected being able to train with a law-defying wizard to train with him. 3 days passed. During this time, Abel stayed in the Dark World to practice spells. Since this time were all top-level spells, it had taken him a little longer. On the morning of the 4th day, he could not finish his practice, but he knew he couldn't stay much longer. There were businesses to take care of in the Potion Maker Union, so he walked out of the metal castle transformed by the metal fort. The first person he saw was Steward Meyer. "Master, the royal steward Hardy is waiting for you. He has been here for a day." Steward Meyer bowed. He was speaking a little quicker than usual, which just showed his desperation. Luckily, he was well trained, so he didn't come across as too desperate. "Steward Meyer, what happened?" Abel couldn't help but wonder why Steward Hardy had waited for him for a day. He was the Grand Steward of the Royal Palace. He would only wait for a day if a major event had occurred. "Master, it's nothing bad. Perhaps your rewards are here." Steward Meyer looked at Abel with admiration. "Invite Steward Hardy to the lounge." Abel waved and said. As Steward Hardy bowed and left, he caught a glimpse at Frankenstein in a hooded cloak behind Abel. He was a little puzzled, but he kept his mouth shut. In the lounge of the main building, Abel met up with Steward Hardy. "The prestigious Master Bennett, I am here to bring you an invitation from the Queen. Her Majesty will organize a big druid ceremony for you in the next 2 days. All big druids, members in the temple, the Potion Maker Union, and other big organizations will be invited." Steward Hardy deepened the respect in his tone. Abel was no longer a famous master potion maker, but he was a big druid as well, a rare dragon druid. What's a big druid ceremony? Abel just couldn't understand. "The prestigious Master Bennett, the big druid ceremony is tradition for the elves. It is a ceremony made to celebrate the birth of a new big druid and introduce them to the rest of the powerful forces of the continent." Steward Hardy explained. "Okay, I'll be there." Abel nodded. Steward Hardy let out a breath of relief. Abel's big druid identity was a special one. He was not cultivated by the royal, nor was he born out of a noble elf family. He was from a subcontinent, so he didn't know much about the central continent elves. If Abel didn't show up to the ceremony, it would be a huge embarrassment for the royal family. Since Abel had agreed, it meant that he still had faith in the royal palace. The prestigious Master Bennett, the royal palace, also organized 2 tailors for you. If you have time, do you think you can let them take some measurements from you? Steward Hard asked carefully again. He knew Abel did not have many noble connections and servants in his place at the potion maker camp. He might not have any clothes that suit that kind of ceremony, so he decided to organize 2 tailors for Master Bennet. Steward Hardy, thanks for your care, Abel smiled. Since Abel learned noble manners, he knew the formality of a ceremony like this, and preparing suits for a guest was a show of respect. Although he did not lack in suits, they were all made for his human form. He had nothing in his elf form. Therefore, he was very grateful for the care of the palace. Although Abel knew how prestigious he was, he still didn't expect this much care. But the royal palace had no choice but to treat him with the highest respect anyway. Just his #1 master potion maker in the central continent identity was enough for him to attract powerful figures. Since he was also a big druid, a special dragon druid, he truly became the elite of the elves. Even if he just leveled up, no big druid would disregard his power. At least 5 big druids had witnessed how Abel was, dominating 4 mad knights after transforming into a dragon. Also, he was recognized by the goddess, the potential lover of a saint, and an equal contractor with the Tree of Life. The royal family had to increase their respect for him. The 2 tailors from the palace spent half an hour carefully marked down Abel's body measurements and asked Abel for some preference. Afterward, they left with Steward Hardy. The ceremony was in 2 days, so they had a lot of work to do. Master Bennet, suddenly, Druid Polly stepped up from a side and bowed. She has had a lot of anxiety lately. Originally, her rank 20 druid status was more than enough to compliment Master Bennet as his follower. Still, ever since the rumors about Master Bennet becoming a big druid began to spread, her status as a rank 20 druid was no longer impressive, especially with Abel being a dragon druid. She felt no longer qualified for the job. "How's the teleportation circle going?" Abel asked, seeing Druid Polly stepping up. Master Bennet, circle maker Alicia invited a few more circle makers to double down on the work. It should be ready in 10 days. Druid Polly bowed. Master Bennet's name had been a hot topic these past few days. He was the hero for saving the Kingdom City and the Tree of Life. So many elf circle makers immediately requested to help when the circle maker Alicia asked. The Holy Knights caused a lot of destruction, so many magic circle makers were hard at work. "Polly, there's no need to follow me these days. Just keep your eyes on the teleportation circle." Abel lowered his voice. Druid Polly also knew she couldn't do much to protect Master Bennet. He was a big druid after all. But still, she was happy that Master Bennet had given her something to do. It meant that he was still treating her as a follower. "Right, this is Frankenstein, my assistant." Abel suddenly remembered he forgot to introduce Frankenstein. "Hello, Frankenstein," Druid Polly bowed. Frankenstein had no reaction. He acted as though Druid Polly was invisible. There were only enemies and his master in his eyes. His mission was to protect his master and kill enemies. It was the battle instinct of the soul contract. However, his attitude irritated Druid Polly. Both of them were serving Master Bennet, and he was clearly looking down on her. However, as soon as she felt irritated, vicious energy sifted out from Frankenstein's body. Frankenstein sensed a bad intention for her, so he did what was needed. "Frankenstein, enough, she is my follower." Abel couldn't help but roll his eyes and yell. Frankenstein was basically a war machine. Even a small bit of ill intentions could trigger it. Frankenstein immediately retracted its energy, and once again returned to being Abel's unnoticeable assistant in a hooded cloak. However, Druid Polly could no longer underestimate Frankenstein. Her full body was suppressed and restricted, even down to her fingers. Through her experience in battle, she knew for certain this Frankenstein in a hooded cloak was a law-defying wizard. That energy was exclusive to a law-defying wizard. Druid Polly was stunned that Master Bennet somehow found a law-defying wizard to work for him. After all, law-defying wizards were the core fighting power of the Wizard Union. They were extremely prestigious in any organization. "Polly, you can get to work now." Abel didn't want to explain much. Since Frankenstein needed to follow him around anyway, he couldn't care too much about others' thoughts. Afterward, he turned and said, "Frankenstein, take me to the Potion Maker Union." Frankenstein placed his hand on Abel's shoulder, and the two vanished in a flash, leaving Druid Polly on the spot. Seeing that move, Druid Polly was 100% certain that Frankenstein was a law-defying wizard. If the knights did not destroy the teleportation circle to the Potion Maker Union, Abel would have used that instead. Still, bringing Frankenstein with him was a way to move in a flash, without exposing his human wizard identity. After all, he was too used to moving in a flash, and he could not do that ever since he became an elf. Besides that, he needed to make sure that Frankenstein wouldn't lose control without him. For a war machine without emotion on top of its powerful puppet body and ice law-defying wizard ability, no one could stop Frankenstein. The prestigious Master Bennett, every elf bowed with respect when they saw Abel. Their voices were filled with admiration. It was admiration for a hero who saved their lives. Abel had encountered the goddess of the moon, summoned the tree men, and becoming a big druid in one day. Each of these events was enough to become a legend. A legendary person like this had saved their city. How could they not give him the highest respect? The Potion Maker Union was still in reconstruction, and the whole place was like a construction site. Abel's office did not escape the evil knight's attack as well, so he found Master Muir. The teleportation circles within the Union were also damaged, but he still had to complete the 300 light healing potions mission the Wizard Union gave him. Looking at the Union's conditions, maybe it would take at least half a month for it to fully repair. He didn't have this much time to wait. His big druid ceremony was in 2 days, and he would need to go into retreat again after all. Master Muir, I have a question to ask. Abel opened the door to Master Muir's office. Unlike Abel's office, Master Muir's office was still in good condition. Master Bennett, please speak up. Master Muir replied with a smile. He looked a little tired. His eyes were red and seemed like he needed more sleep, but his spirit was still quite good. Master Muir, the Union's teleportation circles was damaged, and I can't connect with the Wizard Union's exchange system. Is there any other way I can contact them? I have 300 light healing potions I need to submit today, Abel said helplessly. Oh, that's easy. I'll send some workers to the palace and use the teleportation circle there to connect with the Wizard Union. Master Muir laughed. He was very pleased that Abel was standing true to his contract. With his current status, he could easily request a late submission to the Wizard Union. Afterward, he called in some workers and commanded them to head to the palace to take care of this. Master Bennett, I heard you are gathering light gems. Here are some light gems. Please accept them. Master Muir then took out a wooden box from his portal bag and placed it on the table. He always wanted to thank Abel for saving his life, but there was nothing he could help Abel with. Abel's potion-making skills were superior to his at the end of the day. He then remembered Abel was always looking for light gems, so he gathered from through his connections. Thank you, they are very useful to me. Abel smiled and accepted them. He scanned the wooden box. There were a few hundred beginner light gems and some intermediate ones. Afterward, he put the box in his portal bag. He knew Master Muir was just trying to express his gratitude. If he rejected him, it might damage their relationship. Also, those light gems could speed up his training, even as a law-defying wizard. The only thing was that he needed top-level ones. But still, he could combine those low-level ones into top-level ones with his Horadric Q. As his training progressed, the light gem he needed would grow to be astronomical in number. That's great, Master Muir also smiled. He was happy that his efforts did not go to waste. They hung out in the Potion Maker Union for a moment. Soon, the workers returned with the words from the Wizard Union. The Wizard Union would complete the deal with Abel when his big druid ceremony takes place in 2 days. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanua 1 SOM. The day of Master Bennett's druid ceremony arrived, and Bay Law City was shining brightly. Even after the disaster, the elves' desire for beauty remained. The elves decorated the city, not only to welcome the powerful figures who would soon attend the ceremony, but also to celebrate their victory. By 9 a.m., a pure white flying carriage arrived at the top of the city, and Steward Hardy quickly stepped up to greet. Abel was wearing a silvery white robe with delicate yet understated flower embroidery. On his head was a tree branch head loop with silvery stripes. As he stepped down, all the guards on the square fell on one knee and bowed. Master Bennett, Her Majesty is waiting for you. We are here on Her Majesty's behalf to express our welcome since Her Majesty is too occupied by the guests. Steward Hardy bowed. That's very polite, Steward Hardy. Abel smiled. He knew Queen Luisa was very busy. He saw her invitation and he knew how high their status was. He just didn't know how many of them would attend. If only a small number of them attended, it would be a huge embarrassment to him and the royal palace. Frankenstein did not jump down the carriage. Instead, he appeared in a flash behind Abel. Steward Hardy shivered a little seeing that move. That thing was definitely not an elf. No elf had ever become a professional wizard. Afterward, Abel's two followers stepped down. First Druid Polly, then Druid Gunter. However, they were not looking too good. Abel's power had given them a lot of pressure. The prestigious Master Potion Maker and Dragon Druid Master Bennett is here. Steward Hardy yelled as Abel stepped in the palace door. At that moment, at least 15 law-defying wizards and 11 big druids had gathered. He was very surprised he was here early. The official ceremony would only commence at 11 a.m. But so many powerful figures had already arrived. It meant that there were only more on their way. The 11 big druids were all from the Kingdom City, so it made sense for them to attend early. There was also the Lightning's Wizard Har and Wizard Mutton, the Lake of Fire and Ice's Wizard Dunstan, the Wizard Union's Wizard Hume, as well as some law-defying wizards he didn't know. Master Bennett, they all bowed no matter if they knew Abel or not. Please excuse my lateness, Abel bowed back. The prestigious Master Bennett. I was going to visit you 2 days ago. But you are in retreat, so I didn't want to bother you. Wizard Hume stepped up with a smile. I've just leveled up, so I needed some time to get used to it. Abel also smiled. Of course, it's hard to believe that you are only a rank 18 druid the last time we met. It has only been a while, and you are now a big druid. Your progress speed is so impressive. Wizard Hume sighed. Everyone on the spot agreed. There were too many challenges progressing from rank 18 to a grand level. Even the slightest mistake could bring you to a road of no return. But they all knew Abel was rank 20. He was just hiding his ability. This is all thanks to the blessing of the great goddess. Abel bowed to the sky. It was a perfect explanation. No matter how jealous those powerful figures were, they couldn't question the action of a goddess. Abel was also not lying. If the goddess did not help him sign a contract with the Tree of Life to protect him, he would not have enough energy to progress this fast. But still, he needed to fulfill the prerequisite of rank 20 state, with perfect law-defying magic patterns. If not, the Tree of Life would not be able to help him progress no matter how much energy it had. He might be able to forcefully become a big druid, but then his wizard journey would come to a halt. Therefore, by the time Abel signed a contract with the Tree of Life, his body already had everything it needed to level up. The Crazy Heart Valley's Archpriest Ferguson and Archpriest Horace is here. It was the first time Abel saw an Archpriest, so he turned. The Crazy Heart Valley congratulates Master Bennett for becoming a big druid. 2 black-cloaked figures holding bone magic staffs stepped up, and one of them bowed. The elves' Master Bennett welcomes you too. Abel bowed back. Master Bennett, I can sense that your youthfulness. A Archpriest gazed at Abel and lowered his voice. Archpriest had more understanding in life force than any other professions, so they couldn't help but feel surprised. If they closed his eyes, Abel was just like a newborn elf to them. This is all thanks to the blessing of the great goddess. Abel just this almighty explanation once again. Master Bennett, my name is Ferguson. We are here to congratulate you, but we also have something to ask. Priest Ferguson said bluntly. Priest Ferguson, please ask away. Abel frowned. This priest was really not trying to put on a polite look by asking him questions at this moment. Were they here to provoke him? Master Bennett, I heard you have a contracted beeman. Can I see it? Priest Ferguson continued. Priest Ferguson, did you orcs lose a beeman, or are you accusing me of stealing a beeman? Abel said in a slightly threatening tone. Abel gave Doff's soul after it was revived. Even the god who created it originally might not be able to recognize it, let alone those priests. Master Bennett, the orcs have a holy object with the ability to summon beemans. But we lost it many years ago. If you have it, please return it to us. We will be very thankful, Priest Ferguson said with a straight face. Abel shook his head. He did not have many connections with the orcs, and that holy bone card was already damaged. It was repairing itself in the rogue encampment of the Dark World, but even if it wasn't broken, what right did the priests to get it back? There was a universal unspoken rule in all continents: finders keepers. Priest Ferguson, if you believe I have your holy object, then you must have a method of finding it. Please have a go. Abel lowered his voice. Master Bennett, please summon your beeman. Then I'll know if our holy object is on you or not. Priest Ferguson strengthened his tone. What if I don't? Abel also became a little irritated. It was only the first time they met, and those priests kept annoying him. Did they really think Abel was fun to mess with? Master Bennett, then you would anger the Crazy Heart Valley. Do you know how serious that is? Priest Ferguson let out a cold laugh. Priests relied on Death Kai, and the potions they needed were different from other professions, so they didn't need to please a master potion maker as much as others. He also didn't have too much respect for a big druid. They were the weakest profession at that level, and the elves were not good at fighting anyway. When it came to summons or spells, a priest would be superior. On top of Abel's age, Priest Ferguson was starting to treat him lightly. The Crazy Heart Valley was located in the heart of the orcs' Crazy Heart Kingdom. It was where their scariest powers were gathered. The Crazy Heart Kingdom was one of the orc kingdoms, along with the Winter Hoof Kingdom. Normally, more peaceful orcs, such as the Tauren, would gather in the Winter Hoof Kingdom, while the more battle-thirsty ones such as the lions, bears, foxes, wolves, and behemoths would gather in the Crazy Heart Kingdom. Because of this, the Crazy Heart Valley had many archpriests. Their power was closely behind the wizards, which was what gave Priest Ferguson his confidence. However, as soon as a threatening intention reflected in his words, scary energy gushed out from Abel's hooded assistant. That energy was unleashed onto Priest Ferguson, and he sensed that he was locked down by a power of the will. Who are you behind the hood? Why don't you show yourself, law-defying wizard? Priest Ferguson yelled as 3 bone shields spun upward from behind. Frankenstein, stop it, Abel turned and said. Immediately, Frankenstein retracted all his energy and shifted his power of the will away. Everyone on the spot was stunned. A law-defying wizard had lowered his status to become Master Bennett's assistant, who would do something like that. Priest Ferguson, if you want to have a look at my beeman, then I'll grant your wish, but it doesn't have a good attitude. It has to fight as soon as it's out. If you really want to see it, then let's put on a show. Abel lowered his voice. Yes, Master Bennett, let's put on a show. Priest Ferguson felt like he had made a wrong decision. Maybe offending Master Bennett was a mistake, but his mission today was to find out if the Master Bennett's beeman had been summoned by their holy object. That holy object was extremely valuable to priests. An elite priest could investigate the resurrection spell through that holy object and become an archpriest. It was basically a shortcut to becoming an archpriest, but the process would become much more complicated without it. The reason the Bighorn priest had kept this holy bone card a secret was so that he could study it. If he gave it out, he would lose a great opportunity to become an archpriest. If this thing was not important, Priest Ferguson wouldn't have provoked Abel to force him to show his beeman before the ceremony even began. Master Bennett, if you really don't want to show Priest Ferguson your beeman, then don't. If the Crazy Heart Valley gives you trouble, the Lightning Clan will definitely go to war with them. Wizard Har interrupted. Yeah, the Lightning Clan will always stand by your side. We will make the Crazy Heart Valley pay if they mess with you, Wizard Mutton also added. The 2 wizards from the Lightning Clan expressed their stand. After all, they had the authority to represent the Lightning Clan. With their support, Abel couldn't help but feel his heart warm up. Master Bennett, even the elves just went through a battle. We big druids are also not afraid to go to war with the Crazy Heart Valley. Big Druid Lended added. Master Bennett, all you need is to say a word and the big druids will support you. Big Druid Lendo also spoke up. Suddenly, Queen Luisa stepped up. Priest Ferguson. Since the Crazy Heart Valley is provoking our master Bennett, the elves will end all our trade with the Crazy Heart Valley. She couldn't keep quiet anymore. Even the Lightning Clan had expressed their stand. The royal palace had to say something. Master Bennett's identity was too special. If the temple found out that she kept quiet when Master Bennett was being provoked, her image would be dramatically impacted. Priest Ferguson, Master Bennett is my friend as well as the friend of the Wizard Union. Wizard Hume's words were not threatening, but still, his intention was clear. All of a sudden, every powerful figure on the spot began to turn against Priest Ferguson. A fight might break out as soon as someone said a word wrong. Everyone, Archpriest Ferguson, is just worried for our tribe's holy object. He didn't mean anything wrong by it. The other priest stepped up and gently bowed. It seemed like Master Bennett's status was beyond their expectations, which was not surprising considering their different body structure. They rarely paid attention to potions, so they didn't know how prestigious Master Bennett was. Still, if any of the other 3 master potions was threatened by the crazy Heart Valley, maybe no big organization would stand up for them like Abel. When Priest Ferguson was about to say something again, Priest Horus gently lifted his hand and stopped him. Master Bennett, we just want to see your contracted beamon. Whether or not our holy object summoned it, we will still take out 100 intermediate light gems to congratulate your level up. Priest Horus looked into Abel's eyes and bowed. Priest Horus, my words are clear. If you want to see my beamon, you have to prepare and fight it. Abel lowered his voice. 100 intermediate light gems weren't much to him. Even if he combined them all into elite light gems, it would last him 30 days at most, which was 3 days in the central continent. Master Bennett, if that's the case, I'll take out another 100 intermediate light gems, which is 200 intermediate light gems in total, and I'll let Priest Ferguson fight with your beamon. Priest Horus had to increase his compensation. If Abel was not happy, they would anger everyone in the palace before the show could even occur. Seeing Abel stood his ground, he also did not want to become the enemy of unknown power. Even if that beamon was summoned by their holy object, they couldn't directly start a war with him. He had to report back to his tribe and negotiate. Okay then, everyone, if you have time, come to the square with me and watch a show. My beamon vs. Priest Ferguson. Abel nodded and bowed at the guests. Of course, I've been hearing about your beamon for a long time. Wizard Har smiled. The square was a wide open space filled with firm and durable grass next to the palace. It was normally where the guards do their training, and sometimes they might even put up some events. Abel stood in the center facing Priest Ferguson. Priest Ferguson strengthened his white bone armor and summoned 8 skeletons and an iron monster. 2 spell patterns were already prepared in his hands. Abel recognized that one of them was the Aging Curse, and the other was the Bone Prison. No one would blame him for preparing spells before the fight. In the face of a powerful close body fighter such as a beamon, he would be hit before he even got the chance to make a move. Abel opened his monster ring, and Doff the beamon jumped out from a black hole. Immediately, Priest Ferguson knew that beamon was not the one summoned by their holy object. In fact, this beamon might not even belong to the orcs. The beamon summoned by their holy object were resurrected creatures. They did not have a soul, and the priests could tell just by looking into the eyes of that beamon. Abel's beamon was taller and more powerful than anything in the orcs. Priest Ferguson wondered where Abel found something like this. As you know, the orcs had taken a monopoly on all beamons in the central continent, and they were not spotted anywhere else. However, he could no longer stop. That giant metal rod on that beamon's hand looked deeply threatening. He quickly threw out the Bone Prison, and Doff was surrounded the moment it jumped out. Afterward, Priest Ferguson cast the aging spell on Doff, but Doff did not care. Instead, it turned to Abel. Doff, hold back a little, don't kill him, Abel ordered. Afterward, Doff did a long sign and flashed away. When Priest Ferguson was still searching for Doff, it was already striking down with its rod from above. Priest Ferguson calculated many ways to deal with a beamon, but this one in front of him somehow moved in a flash like a human wizard. It was too late to dodge, so his closest 3 skeletons jumped up with the iron monster to protect his head. The 3 skeletons were immediately blasted into pieces. Bang! The iron monster also slammed into the iron rod, and metal pieces was sent flying out everywhere. The 3 bone shield on Priest Ferguson blocked the flying pieces, and Doff's momentum was slowed down, but still, its rod continued. Before Priest Ferguson could make another move, his 3 bone shield made contact with the rod. Chilling white lights blast out from the bone shields, and they vanish into stardust. Finally, the metal rod was stopped. Doff held the rod in its hand again and unleashed a chain of attacks on Priest Ferguson. Although Priest Ferguson was withstanding every strike, the giant force was still making him shiver and left him with no time to make a spell. Master Bennett, please stop. We surrender, Priest Horus yelled. He was planning to help Priest Ferguson with a spell, But as he was preparing the spell pattern, he sensed that he was fixed by a power of the will coming from that mysterious, law-defying wizard behind Abel. However, it was too late. The rod brushed against Priest Ferguson and flashed emerged from his body. His protection gear started to work, but he was still blasted away. He flew in mid-air and landed limply on his left. Half of his bones were fractured. Ferguson, Priest Horus quickly stepped up while keeping an eye on Doff's attack. But Doff did not keep attacking. Instead, it returned to Abel. "Master Bennett, you really show no mercy," Priest Horus said furiously after taking a look at Priest Ferguson's injuries. Although Priest Ferguson was not dead, this injury would take him a long time to heal. He might have lost use of his left arm. As a priest, especially a archpriest, they were baptized by Death Kai countless times to the point where their bodies were so altered, normal master rank potions were useless on them. For example, top-level potions from the elves, such as the Natural Life, would help a law-defying wizard and big druids recover, but it would be poison to archpriests. "Priest Horus, I've warned you. And I told my beeman to hold back. If not, Priest Ferguson might be dead already." Abel lowered his voice. Today was his level-up ceremony, and those priests had come to provoke him and the elves. That little injury was well-deserved. If he didn't control Doff through the soul chain, no way Doff would strike this lightly. "Ferguson, how do you feel?" Priest Horus could no longer care. He yelled at the fainted Priest Ferguson. For someone their rank, fainting was extremely unlikely if they were killed in one strike. When Priest Ferguson heard his voice, he slowly reopened his eyes and spat out some scattered pieces of organs engulfed in crimson. "Blood." "Priest Horus, why don't you use some potions?" Abel asked in confusion. He knew Priest Ferguson was going through a lot of pain, but he was also not too concerned. This injury would be healed with just some potions. "Master Bennett, if you can heal Priest Ferguson, I will immediately apologize on behalf of the Crazy Heart Valley and promise to never mess with you again." Priest Horus lowered his voice. Actually, he was saying those words sarcastically. He knew how serious Priest Ferguson's injuries were for a archpriest. It would take a long time to heal, and he might not be able to make a spell with his left hand. Priests could replace their hands, but it always came with a lot of hassle, and its speed would never be as good as the original one. Abel hesitated a little. He already let his anger out, and if he became the enemy of the Crazy Heart Valley, the Lightning Clan and the elves would be dragged onto it. He let out a long breath and took out a light healing potion as he arrived next to Priest Ferguson. "Priest Horus, take this," he said. "Master Bennett, do you know that archpriests cannot even use master-grade potions, let alone this one?" Priest Horus lowered his voice. "Priest Horus, I am a master potion maker, so I have more say when it comes to healing." Abel threw the light healing potion towards Priest Horus and said. Priest Horus hesitated, but Abel was still a master potion maker. If he really wanted to kill Priest Ferguson, he would have done so on the spot. There was no need to put on a show like this. He slowly twisted open the light healing potion. Although Priest Ferguson looked like he wanted to resist, he still poured it in his mouth. The potion immediately turned into a rush of warmth and spread throughout Priest Ferguson's body as soon as it touched his lips. The scattered bones on his left began to firm up again at an extreme rate, and his wounds began to close. Slowly, he was brought out of critical condition. "Master Bennett, what potion is this?" Priest Ferguson asked as soon as he regained a slight bit of energy. His voice was filled with gratitude. Even with a priest's power, they still took damage in the front-line battlefield without healing potions. After experiencing the power of Abel's potion, he knew this power could help at least 10 badly injured archpriests in the Crazy Heart Valley regain their fighting ability. "It's the light healing potion, my research project," Abel replied. He couldn't understand why Priest Ferguson was so excited. The light healing potion was well known across the central continent, were the orcs not aware of it? Abel didn't know how much the Wizard Union needed those light healing potions. The 300 bottles each month were barely enough. Many of them would be gone as soon as they enter the front-line battlefield. Therefore, there was no way of promoting them, let alone giving them to the orcs. Also, since Death Kai was against most healing potions of this world, the archpriests were not aware of its power. "The prestigious Master Bennett, do you think you can supply us orcs with this kind of potion? We will be happy to satisfy your demand." Priest Horus knew how much of a game changer this potion would be to the orcs, so he put on an even more humble voice. Priest Horus, I am already supplying all my light healing potions to the Wizard Union every month. If you want them, talk to the Wizard Union. Abel pushed everything to the Wizard Union. Priest Ferguson suddenly stood up. His injuries were no longer stopping him from moving. The prestigious Master Bennett, the Crazy Heart Valley, is willing to pay double of what the Wizard Union is paying. Please give them to us. He bowed. His words immediately angered Wizard Hume. Those 300 light healing potions each month were extremely important to the Wizard Union. It was the life and death for many wizards. The prestigious Master Bennett, I am very sorry for interrupting your level-up ceremony. This is our compensation. Please accept it. Priest Horus was very irritated at his partner. Priest Ferguson was basically stealing from the Wizard Union right in front of them, so he immediately interrupted. A total of 500 light stones. This was the number that Archpriest Horus handed over to Abel. This was the amount he was willing to give to demonstrate the sincerity of his apology. Abel handed a light recovery potion in return. Forgive me for striking too hard just then, Archpriest Horus. Please feed the potion to Archpriest Ferguson. After taking the potion over, Archpriest Horus passed on to Archpriest Ferguson very carefully. Archpriest Ferguson didn't take the potion, though. Instead, he looked at Archpriest Horus for a bit before placing it inside his portal item. They knew the potion was enough to feel the injury completely. Still, they also believed that it was better to be saved than to be used on an intermediate-level injury that's already starting to recover. Anyways, since Archpriest Horus was on the way to feeling better, the hostile atmosphere was starting to loosen up a little. As for the guests, they were still more focused on Master Bennett and the Beeman giant beast. They've heard about what the giant monster was capable of, but to actually see, it made them realize just how terrifying it was than what they've heard from the intel they've collected. It was a Beeman giant beast capable of performing the instantaneous movement, by the way. The super big stick, too. 2 strikes were really all it took to give Archpriest Ferguson a grave injury. Archpriest Horus and Archpriest Ferguson were really starting to regret the attitude they displayed to Abel. They were starting to change the way they behaved, but that's not really enough as far as they were concerned. They were starting to see how important Abel could be to them. For starters, there was the incredibly valuable light recovery potion just then. There was also the Beeman giant beast, which was an incredibly important help to the orcs. No, they weren't going to try stealing it. They just wanted to leave their marks on it. They believed that the reason it could perform the instantaneous movement was due to some sort of inherent ability passed down from the orcs. They already doubted that it was a guardian beast from the ancient ruins already, actually. As soon as they realized just how resourceful the person they were dealing with might be, they thought that it was better if they formed a good relationship with Abel first. So they went back to the Grand Palace. They did something that they'd rarely do, and that was taking off their hoodies to reveal their thin, Deathkai-infected faces. Unlike advanced priests, there were still little muscles left to make them look slightly different from mummies. What they were doing was a power move, by the way. The strong ones knew that these two really meant diplomacy with Abel. Right now, there were a total of around 50 influential fighters inside the hall. Apart from a few minorities, almost all of the famous organizations had arrived. Butler Hardy from the Royal Palace continued to read out the name of each one of them as they made their appearance. It was the first time Abel seen so many of them in one place. Queen Luisa was watching too. She couldn't help but sigh as she remembered something in the past. The elves used to have their grand druid opening ceremony, but not even a third of the number here would make up the whole crowd. Butler Hardy announced one gain. Her Holy Majesty has arrived. All the guests stopped talking and looked right over towards the entrance. They were paying their respect to the elven saint, who was the moon goddess's representative. With 2 at the front and 2 at the back. The guards accompanied Lorraine and appeared in front of everyone. Lorraine looked a little different, by the way. She was in an aqua blue robe and had a fine-made crown on top of her head. It was not the appropriate thing to point out, but the crown stood out even more than Queen Luisa. She also had a crystal scepter in her hand. At her back, she wore a white robe which matched with her image of purity and sanctity. It was very different from Abel's usual image of her. Normally, she'd be wearing an outfit fit for battle, and it was definitely a refreshing thing to see her wearing something else. On a side note, the guests were all very smart people. They knew what it meant as Abel and Lorraine smiled at each other. No one was going to make a joke here, though. There was a goddess here, and they'd all like to keep the atmosphere as it was. Queen Luisa bowed to Lorraine and then the guest. According to the tradition of the elves, today we and each one of your honorable guests are to hold the promotion ceremony of Master Bennett. I would like to thank every one of you for the respect you've shown by accepting the invitation to come here. The guests smiled and responded with their own bow. They showed their goodwill to both Queen Luisa and Master Bennett. Queen Luisa smiled and spoke. First of all, I'd like to take back Master Bennett's original title. He is a powerful druid now, and I'd like to bestow him with something more befitting to his ability and status. Today, I shall declare him the elder of the elven race. Grand druids were pretty much already above all conventional titles, and according to the traditions of the central continent, they were not to associate too much with worldly affairs. Of course, once they were in the rankings of advanced druid and advanced wizard, they'd still retain something of a common title. Yet, even that was to be stripped away of them once they became elders, because elders represented something that transcends even further than the advanced occupation holders. The elven elders, for example, had the ability to take a portion of the entire population's resources while receiving a quite good sum of tribute each month. As for their obligation, it was really to just help the elven race only if there was a case of emergency. Queen Luisa continued to speak. Next, I will now declare Valley Hadean as the permanent terrain granted to Master Bennett. Now, Abel didn't know where Hadean Valley was. He also didn't know what a permanent terrain meant. He just thought that the land granted to a grand druid should be quite big in size. He was the only one here who didn't know about Hadean Valley, actually. For the druids, they all gave this look like they wished like they were him. For the non-druids, they were having this perplexed look on their faces because they knew that Hadean Valley was very close to the temple, and it's hard not to think that it was going to cause some sort of controversy when the land was handed over. Grand Druid Lucia stepped forward and announced loudly, "The Temple of Goddess will now bestow blessings to Master Bennett." The statement made it clear what the relationship was between Abel and the moon goddess. The religious leaders had just recognized their marital status because only the future husband of the saint would be allowed to have his name as the temple owner. In a way, they were protecting Abel's safety by bestowing a religious title on him. Wizard Hume walked beside Abel and announced loudly, "You've done spectacularly in your war against the nation of evil, Master Bennett. On behalf of the Wizard Union, I would like to pass on the honorary badge to you." Having said that, he took out a hexagonal badge and passed it to Abel's hands. What happened next was pretty much standard for a ceremony. The guests received their welcome present, which was taken and put elsewhere by Butler Hardy before they left. Wines, fruits, and fresh vegetables was served after that. Some meat also appeared to appeal to the taste of some of the guests. Druid Rando came to Abel and advised quietly, "As the traditions have it, Master Bennett, you are to be expected to perform a top-level spell at the end. Has your giant dragon transformation been recovered?" "I thought I could do something else," Abel replied. He didn't want to transform into a giant dragon as that was supposed to be his last resort in a fight. It was very strange that he would do it to impress some people. Druid Rando asked, "But you just had your promotion recently. Did you manage to learn a top-level spell lately?" The promotion was usually achieved by mastering one top-level spell. That spell would be then labeled as a promotion spell to provide a faster and more advantageous boost to one's spellcasting capability. For instance, if the promotion spell was summon a giant bear, the giant beast conjured would be strengthened much more than the spell's original variation. From Druid Rando's understanding, Abel's promotion spell was the giant dragon transformation, something specialized by a dragon-type druid. Learning that was thought to be a very demanding task, and it wasn't like Abel had the time to learn other top-level spells in the meantime. If advanced spells could be learned so easily learned, there wouldn't be so many druids doing shutdown training to focus just on their research. To be clear, Abel would still gain his respect even if he didn't go along with his. His summoned creature just injured an archpriest, and that alone was enough for him to get recognition. The main reason Druid Rando asked was really to follow through with tradition. Abel nodded confidently. "I was lucky, Grand Druid Rando. I managed to summon a gray bear in one of my attempts." Grand Druid Rando's mouth twitched for a bit. That's not luck if you could summon the hardest creatures within just a few days. For him, it took him several months to develop a relationship with the Grey Bear before he could call it out. The contrast between him and Abel just made him seem really, really incompetent. Grand Druid Rando still tried to be polite. Well, any top-level spell is fine if you don't want to perform a giant dragon transformation. The choice is really yours. Queen Lewisa spoke loudly following the cue she was given. Guests, from here on, Master Bennett will perform his Grand Druid top-level spell, as followed by the tradition. Everyone was completely silent. Most of them came here for Abel's status as a Master Potion Master. It was really surprising for them to hear that he could also transform into a legendary creature. They had always thought that Dragon Druid was a myth, and they were really looking forward to seeing one in action. Still, Abel felt bad for them as he was about to disappoint. He shook his head, indicating that he would do anything related to the dragon transformation. Wizard Hume tried to be helpful. The space here is a bit too small, isn't it? Master Bennett, why don't we head out for the live demonstration? Abel smiled and responded, "This is enough, Wizard Hume." After saying that, he waved his hand in the air and created a black hole. On the side, all the guests didn't seem to know how to respond. They thought that they were here for the dragon, but they ended up watching a show of a 5-meter-tall gray bear walking out of the black hole. Wizard Hume spoke while not trying to be too disappointed. A summoning gray bear. It's quite different from the normal one, isn't it? This gray bear was indeed quite special on its own. Whether it was a law-defying wizard or an archpriest, they all knew that the gray bear was much, much bigger than the ones they'd see. This was the largest they'd ever seen, actually, and it didn't take them long before they realized that this was actually a Gray Bear King. The Gray Bear King was a top bear that many had tried to call out, but literally, no one managed to do so. After centuries of failed experience, there was even a rule that advised the druids to not waste any time to call out a Gray Bear King, mostly because there'd be just too much time wasted to hinder any progress on future training. As the guests gasped in awe, Abel called the Gray Bear away and put an end to the ceremony. From here on, all the time left would be spared for free discussion. This was a rare opportunity to speak with some famous figures, actually. Some would even trade their previous items here, while others might have something equal in value in return. Wizard Hume found Abel and bowed. "I'll now finish my trade with you this month, respectful Master Bennett." Abel took out the portal bag and passed over to Wizard Hume. "I have 300 light recovery potions, Wizard Hume. Please have them. It's a token of my gratitude to you." Wizard Hume caught on quite quickly. "Oh sure, I've got some light stones then. Here, it's for you, Master Bennett." That was a fairly simple trade. If the Potion Master Guild's teleportation circle wasn't destroyed, they would have just done this by recording everything via the trading system of the Wizard Union. Wizard Hume started introducing something else. "Actually, did you know, Master Bennett? You can look up more items to trade for with your honorary badge. Also, for every bottle of the light recovery potion you make in the future, we'll always be ready to pay you an extra 100 points for them. How does that sound to you?" Wizard Hume wasn't just talking to Abel. He also wanted to let the two archpriests hear what he was saying, which was very infuriating for Archpriest Ferguson. Archpriest Horace didn't know what to say. Wizard Hume had this slimy smile on his face. "I'm interested in going to the front line, Master Bennett. You want to see a great war?" Abel asked, "Is something big going to happen?" Strange, especially given how Abel was just promoted to be a Grand Druid. He shouldn't be allowed to the front line until he mastered the advanced spells. He'd imagined if he went, he'd be staying at some sort of protection zone, where he might have the chance to participate by casting long-distance spells or summoning spells. Wizard Hume kept the smile on his face. "You have a Beeman giant beast that's capable of teleporting itself, a King Gray Bear who's strong with melee defense, and a law-defying wizard who isn't willing to reveal his identity at any time. I think you'll do quite safely on the battlefield, all things considered." Wizard Hal added, "Yes, Hume, actually Master Bennett's much safer with you than with us." "Right. Anywhere was safer than being with the Lightning Clan." That was what Wizard Hal thought. Abel didn't know what the situation was, but as of now, the Wizard Union was just ready to commence a big sweeping movement to occupy the resources over at the front line. They've already told their members and allies about it, but they chose not to tell Abel because, well, he just got promoted. It wasn't easy to make this sort of decision, by the way. They only started this operation after counting the numbers eliminated in the last fight between the elves and the Holy Crusaders. They managed to eradicate 5,000 sacred knights and 2 fanatic knights in one go, which gave them the confidence to keep pushing. As far as Hume was concerned, Abel's Beeman giant beast might be just the extra help that they needed. No, there was not really the need to worry about Abel's safety. As far as he was concerned, Abel was pretty much fine as a fighting force himself. Archpriest Horace didn't seem to agree with the idea. We don't want Master Bennett involved this, Wizard Hume. That was also a valid view. It wouldn't seem right to have a potions master in the most dangerous area of the conflict. No archpriest could bear the consequence if anything happened. It's not like they'd have another potion master in replacement. Abel didn't know who to agree with yet. Can I just get to know what's going on first? Wizard Hume smiled and explained, because of how bravely the elves fought, Master Bennett, we've managed to retrieve a lot of the resources on the front line as the nation of evil was in its weakened state. This time, we'll deploy the Wizard Union and the forces of each of our allies. We'll give them a hard one with as much force as we can. Frontline. Abel's heard of the name before. It was supposed to be the most gruesome part of the entire central continent. He was about to worry about his own safety, but then again, he did have all these skills to protect himself with. Abel thought that something was odd. I thought there was supposed to be a team for this. Right, Wizard Hume? Wizard Hume became quiet for a bit. So, the Grand Druid is a support unit. There's not supposed to be a team accompanying you. Abel was a bit surprised but replied nevertheless, I'll be joining the Lightning Clan group then. Is Wizard Hal's invitation still in effect? Wizard Hal laughed and said, Of course. We'll always welcome you to join, Master Bennett. Despite having just been promoted, Wizard Hal was a host among the Lightning Clan. He felt really honored to have the chance to converse with Master Bennett. Better yet, he didn't have to think too much to serve as a bodyguard. Abel could do pretty fine in a fight of his own. He'd actually do great to increase their overall strength, both as support that could attack and heal if anyone needed potions. During this time, Wizard Hume, Wizard Hal, and the 2 archpriests saw St. Lorraine coming over. They both smiled mysteriously towards Abel and left on their own. Lorraine seemed to have heard what Abel and the other were saying, Are you going to fight on the front line? Abel reassured her, It's fine, Lorraine, I'm a Grand Druid now. I have Doff and a new friend. He's a law-defying wizard, by the way. Don't let the others know that. Lorraine took a sneak peek at Frankenstein. She knew how powerful law-defying wizards could be, but she just didn't know how the mysterious man became Abel's follower. Lorraine spoke very softly, I'm not going to stop, but make your own plan and be as careful as you can. She trusted Abel. Abel went from a regular knight to one of the leading figures throughout the central continent. He had his ways of sorting things, and it wasn't like she agreed with each one of his decisions. Still, she wanted to know that she was there to care for him. Abel tried to change the subject. Were the dishes I sent you good, Lorraine? Ever since he left, he's been teaching the 2 elven chefs he signed a magical contract with. Those 2 were quite skilled before they attended his tutoring, and after 3 days of the workshop, they managed to discover cooking methods that were in congruence with what Lorraine might want. After that, followed by some of Abel's teaching, they've arrived at the same level as the chefs over at Harry Castle. Once that was done, he's been telling them to send meals over to the temple every day. Lorraine had this satisfied smile on her face. It's such a waste, though, but I'm not saying they weren't good. While she was alone on the central continent, the elves inside the temple had treated her very well, but it seemed like nothing could replace loneliness. Now, with so much food from her home, she's been much happier. That was especially when it came from Abel himself. She felt like it was a waste since the teleportation circle had to be used every time Abel sent a meal over, but she felt very satisfied with the food itself. As long as you're happy, Lorraine, Abel smiled and continued, What's this about the temple? I've never been there before. Lorraine blushed quickly after hearing that. Abel seemed to have understood something. Does that have something to do with you? Lorraine spoke in a very quiet voice. That's to make you safer. That's what Grand Druid Lucia said. Now you have the temple as your protector. No one will declare you an enemy in public. The guests were careful not to interrupt them, by the way. Many of them wanted to talk with Abel, but they were more concerned about offending him and ruin their chances of getting their potion, so they sort of waited until the promotion ceremony ended. Once the music performance was over, the whole thing ended over in the afternoon. Some of the stronger ones remained, though. There was Wizard Hal and Wizard Merton. There was also Archpriest Ferguson and Archpriest Horace from the Crazy Heart Valley. Lorraine left already. She didn't want to, but Druid Lucia sort of pushed her out after Abel agreed to see her at the temple when he had the time to. Once all the guests were gone, Abel and the remaining guests changed to talk over inside a meeting room where the guests came to deliver fruit juice. Wizard Hal sipped his juice and smiled. "Prepare a few days, Master Bennett. After 7 days, you'll be sent over to the Land of Lightning to depart with us." Abel nodded and inquired, "Please tell me more about the frontline, Wizard Hal. I'm not very knowledgeable about it." The two law-defying wizards remained to talk to him about the frontline anyways. They all wanted to get to the topic, which was the fact that, although his promotion happened very quickly, he was still not very knowledgeable about the battlefield. There was a lot of guidance needed to prepare for his future service for the Lightning Clan. Wizard Hal introduced, "The Nation of Evil is a closed area, Master Bennett. We're not allowed to be inside, but the evil knights can come out from within. They've constantly been trying to stop us from digging up the top-level resources over at the areas 200 miles outside the Nation of Evil's border. There were many resources there for reasons we don't know of, but they've been trying really hard to stop us from getting anything over there. It's not just us that needs the resources. The Wizard Union and its allies need those as well. We can't have the Nation of Evil taking up too much of the stuff to make it too powerful for us to handle. Out of several concerns we've had in the past with several of our men fighting over there, we've marked the area to be a battlefield. For now, it's pretty much the front line by consensus of our entire group." Abel couldn't help but sigh. "That's really good for the Nation of Evil then," I thought. "They have a bunch of resources in their front and backyard, and if anyone tries to fight them, they have all the space they need to either advance or retreat." Wizard Hal nodded. "That's precisely the case. We can't kill the evil knights, but what we can do is strip their resources. That will weaken them and make us stronger." Wizard Merton spoke openly. "If Wizard Abel didn't go missing, we would have asked his stone giant to collect the resources by mining up the whole area. The Nation of Evil will be in a lot of trouble." There was a bit of sadness from the way he spoke. Abel would have become a law-defying if he didn't go missing. That's probably what he was thinking. As for Abel, that just got him wanting to tell them the truth right here. He wasn't going to, though. He realized that he was still getting stronger, and he needed to wait until he was more used to the 2 rules he acquired. That was when he could fight with his name open to the public. Wizard Hal shook his head continuously. "We're not going to go into that. Wizard Malon abducted Wizard Abel because of the stone giant, and it's not like we had ways of locating him now. We're still mourning for having lost Wizard Abel, but we're doing our best to get over it." Wizard Merton turned to speak to the servants beside him. "That's not good to get into." "Agreed. Does anyone have some wine? I can use some of that wine." Abel hadn't given out wine for a while. Some of the stuff he got was when he was about to leave the Holy Continent. Some of it was left inside the family to help his family, while others were left inside the portal. He had the best stuff out here, knowing that he would build a good relationship with the 2 law-defying wizards of the Lightning Clan. Having received the bottle, Wizard Merton opened the cork and poured the red wine into a crystal cup. After sipping it, he widened his eyes and looked into it. "Have some of this, Hal." He quickly poured one for Wizard Hal. The 2 archpriests became very confused as they saw the look on his face. Wizard Merton didn't intend to pour wine for these 2, though. "This wine..." Wizard Hal wanted to say something as well, but he stopped as soon as he looked over towards the 2 archpriests. The red wind was improving his health. He could feel it. The effect might not be as strong for law-defying wizards, but it would help those in advanced rank and above. Ranking up was harder at higher levels because wizard bodies tended to be corrupted by mana over the years. And while potions could help negate the effects, they did possess side effects of their own. Mana corruption and the damage left by potions would pile up over the years, causing all sorts of minor harm to the bodies of the wizards, which, in turn, would create technically irreversible harm. So the light healing potion Abel took out was meant to target injury. No, He couldn't use it to treat internal wounds. He had to use the ones he synthesized with his Horadric cube for that. That was the reason he had the light healing potion out here in the first place. As for the red one, that was meant to aid bodily recovery so the healing process could be done in a more precise manner. Wizard Hal spoke to the two archpriests bluntly. If you have something to say to Master Bennett, please be as direct as you can. Archpriest Horus didn't seem offended. We are here to purchase the light healing potion, Master Bennett. Is it possible for you to supply us with some from your current production? There was a lot of light healing potion being produced monthly production. There were 300 for the Wizard Union, 50 for the Lightning Clan, and 100 for the Elves. That was quite an amazing amount, considering that Abel had to collect everything himself. Abel thought for a bit before he spoke. As for the supply, Archpriest Horus, I have to apologize. There is already an overload of demand. I can do 10 bottles for you right now, but I can't give you more than that because I need to think of my usage first. Archpriest Horus and Archpriest Ferguson looked at each other. They realized that Abel was heading to the front line, so they thought that 10 was actually quite a generous amount from him. Archpriest Horus bowed gratefully. Many thanks. Master Bennett, we'll take 10 bottles first. Once the battle is over, we'll make sure to contact you again. With that, Abel had 10 bottles on the table for Archpriest Horus to take. Archpriest Horus then took out 200 beginner light stones for him in exchange. He paid double the Wizard Union price, but he didn't think too much about what he's offering. As far as he was concerned now, he just wanted Abel to be satisfied to do business with him. Abel suddenly remembered something. How about I also buy a metallic stone monster too? That's a bit of a door in the face on Abel's side. The metallic stone monster was not usually for sale. The priests would go through long-lasting, tremendous pain just to drag the monster's contract out of his own soul, then seal it inside his own body. Trading it away was not usually something that any ordinary advanced priest would do. They'd usually only do it when they were passing on to their disciples, and that was only when they were about to give up on the skill one and for all. Abel sort of knew about it already. After he got one for Jason, he asked some people, and none of them really replied to him in any way. Archpriest Horus revealed a dry smile on his face. I don't have it on me now, Master Bennett, but just give me 1 day. 1 day and I'll deliver it right to your place. It didn't seem like he was giving away his own. He would probably take one away from an advanced priest that was either too old or too sickly. He might pay for it, but Abel didn't think it would be a lot. Abel was very glad about what he heard. Please name your price, Archpriest Horus. On that note, with Johnson as an example, the protection of the metallic stone monster would help to aid the stone giant by creating the ability to deflect most attacks, meanwhile adding a boulder of metal for a guard. On top of that, not that the stone giant itself was going to need it anyways. Its defense could be broken. Still, if his enemy was just going to get stronger once he himself got stronger, he would need a lot more in advance. There were many ingredients missing, of course, but with his experience in modifying Jason, he knew that he could take the time to find the right materials. Archpriest Horus smiled and spoke. A gift from us, Master Bennett. Many apologies. We've been too rude at the promotion ceremony today. They quickly left after that. Wizard Hal kept giving this look at them like he wanted to chase them out. They did get the healing potions now, so that was quite all right. Wizard Hal was in a rush after the two left. Would the red wine be up for sale, Master Bennett? The red wine was no worse than the light healing potion in effect, that was for sure. It could ensure the safety of whoever drank, and it could also boost the chance of promotion for whoever ranked up. Abel couldn't help but realize his negligence in this. He could have taken out all his wine on the central continent. He could have done so much business with the Lightning Clan because, since he was already at his current rank, there really wasn't the need to rely on obscure liquor. Abel took out an empty portal bag and threw 100 bottles in. I've got some spare here, Wizard Hal. Here, I'll sell you these before the next stock comes. Wizard Hal responded by handed over his own portal bag. We'll trade this with light stones as well, Master Bennett. Abel's power of the will scanned over the portal bag. Inside were 100 beginner lightning stones. It was 1 stone for 1 bottle of wine. That was probably the highest price for alcohol on the central continent. Abel reminded Wizard Hal, remember to keep the source as a secret. I don't plan on working in a brewery every day. Wizard Hal winked in reply. He knew that the trade was up in the first place because Abel wanted a good relationship with them. Yes, the light stones were pretty nice as well, but he would have just gotten more of them if he made more of the light healing potion. As the results would have it, both sides sort of got what they wanted, so they promptly left the place with what they got. Abel went back to his residence over at the Potion Master's encampment to call Druid Polly. "Do you know where Haddon Valley is, Polly?" Abel's just learned about the place. It would seem rude to him if he asked about it at the promotion ceremony, so he had to wait until he got back. Polly seemed to know quite a bit about it. "The Haddon Valley is a 500-mile-long valley, Master Bennett. The Haddon Castle is located at its center, where the royals would live whenever they needed to attend the temple event." Abel nodded to show that he understood, "So it's close to the temple." Polly replied, "Yes, not very far." Abel thought for a bit to absorb the fact that he just got a new home, have a talk with Gunter. Get me an elf who's good at managing a house. Also, send a message to the royal palace. Let them know that the Haddon Valley is my permanent domain. Now, Abel noticed the look on Polly's face. "Is there more than a castle by any chance?" Polly explained, "The Haddon Valley is the biggest producer of purple word tree, Master Bennett. It's also the home of many sorts of rare materials. That's why the area has such a high market value in the first place. The purple word tree would produce purple word timber, one of the most precious ingredients for spell circles and some puppets variations. It was pretty much the reason why the elves would produce much stronger spell circles in the first place." Now, the valley was handed over to Abel in the first place because the royal palace wanted to show how important he was. It started to make sense of Abel now. The purple word wood was the most precious resource for the elves. That was why the Grand Druids all stared at him when he received his gifts from Queen Luisa. He was technically an owner of his own mineral business. The amount he produced was enough for any Grand Druid to trade all his wages over. Still, he didn't seem to care too much. He just cared about the fact that Haddon Valley was close to the temple. He just cared that he could see Lorraine more in the future. Abel thought and spoke. "After Circle Master Allison's finished with the circle over here, Polly, make sure to add more over at Haddon Castle. Do it like the way that's done at my current residence." Polly bowed, "Yes, Master Bennett." They were about to head to the front line in a few days. Because of that, Abel equipped his body and had Frankenstein change as well. He went back to his battle fort and switched on his invisibility mode. After that, he headed to the dark world to the outside of the rogue's encampment, towards the oak tree. This time, he needed to make some rune equipment for his new occupations. By that he needed more crystal cores from the blue howling rabbits. He was saving quite a lot of them over time. All this time, he's been using light stones to replace his training, just to have enough blue crystal cores to synthesize into dark golden crystal cores. As for the recruitment, he was pretty much got all sorts of them ready. He also got the whole punching effect of the Horadric Malice to create enough rune materials for his craft. Everything was ready. He just needed to get the rune produced. For the rune symbols, his demands had become a lot more different than before. It used to be that he needed some for close range, some for night attacks and defensive rune. Now, he was going to need runes to increase his current level, which would directly affect the powers of his other types of spells. For starters, he went with the helmet Knowledge. The best thing about it was that it could boost the level of all his skills by 1. To create it, he needed a 9 Ort and a 12 Sol. He could draw Ort in one go, but for 12, he had to do 9-10 Thul first, synthesize them into 3 individual 11, and put them together. Sol was a troubling one. He needed to spend quite some mana stone for that too. He ended up producing 2 helmets, one for himself, one for Frankenstein. Next, he chose to create the Spirit Sword and the Spirit Shield. He needed either one with 4 holes punched out of them so that he could lace the 7 Tal, 10 Thul, 9 Ort, and 11 Am. Here's the effect of the Spirit Rune. Plus 2 all skills. Plus 35% quick casting spell. Plus 55% quick recovery hits. Plus 250 defense against long-range attacks. Plus 22 vitality. Plus 112 mana. Attacker receives anti-damage 14 shield. Every hit gains 7% lifesteal sword. Ice resistance plus 35% shield, plus 314 ice damage sword. Poison resistance plus 35% shield, plus 75 poison damage. Effect lasts for 5 seconds sword. lightning resistance plus 35% shield, plus 150 damage sword, plus 38 mana absorption. The Rune of Spirit was definitely the best weapon a wizard could. Well, at least before he got anything better, that was. For now, the Spirit Sword and Spirit Shield would pretty much be his irreplaceable items. It wouldn't matter for the skills he needed to boost the 2 points. The quick 35% quick casting for just equipping them could directly increase 70%, which would greatly reduce the preset time for some advanced and top-level spells. There was also a 55% quick recovery hit. If he set it up early enough, he would also be able to prevent having his spells interrupted by hell creatures who could attack him rapidly. After finishing his Knowledge Helmet, Spirit Sword, and Spirit Shield, Abel was ready to make more armor worn by wizards. Rune of Chid. 5% chance of casting a rank 15 Blazing Path upon being hit. 5% chance of casting a rank 15 Fireball after hitting enemy. Plus 2 Wizard Skill rank. Plus 3 Warm. Plus 30% increased defense. Plus 30% fire resistance. Reduce 7 physical damage. Attacker receives 14 damage. Required runes, 21 Pull plus 8 Ral plus 12 Sile. Pull was the only advanced rune he had got in the Dark World. Now, he is prepared to enhance his skills. Of course, that would only happen if there was a plus 2 wizard spell rank effect, but he wasn't going to use that on himself as of yet. He wanted to use his dark golden snake magician skin. While it was not as good as the Chid armor in terms of stats, its superior defensive capability was the more appropriate choice for this current situation. He decided to keep the snake magician's skin on him for his own safety and use the Chid for Frankenstein. That was when he realized something. The rule of his soul wouldn't rank up just because he had better gear on him, but his spells would rank up. Right now, it was his Control Freezing and Control Lightning that was buffed by the gear he was wearing. They were both basic spells by the standards of the law, defying wizards of the Central Continent, but now they were ranked 10 and 11 in total. The Snake Magician's skin increased all his skills by 1 rank. Mara's Kaleidoscope did 2 for each skill. Jordan's Stone increased 1 for all skills. The Rune Knowledge did 4-1. The Spirit Sword and Spirit Shield did 4 for all skills. There was also a buff on his lightning spell by the Firelight Force's super large protection rune that made his lightning spells rank up by 1. Overall, his fighting capability increased to a rank 23 level even though he was just at rank 21. It was the same for Frankenstein. Its Control Freezing spell reached rank 4, while the owner was at 11 for the same one. Even now, Abel didn't have the chance to reach the front line of the battlefield. He couldn't imagine how powerful the law-defying wizards would be, but if he were to use Wizard Malon as an estimate, he would think that most of the law-defying wizards here would be in that range. That was when he realized something. His gears were starting to become better themselves. All the skills he learned, no matter what classes they were now about rank 9 in total. He couldn't go higher than that, though. He needed a 20 lem for that. But he didn't have enough crystal cores for it, even after saving it for so long. He could get a 11 am from 10 thul with the Horadric Cube, but if he was using the thul as a single unit to create just 120, he would need a total of 59,049 pieces of thul to get the job done. 110 thul would take the crystal cores of 27 blue howling rabbit crystal cores. There were a total of 1.6 million blue howling rabbit crystal cores that he needed, and he was not going to spend the time, effort, and the lives of the blue howling rabbits for something so costly. Yes, not even dropping his training would be enough to make up for that number. That was just how it was for powerful runes running from 24 ist to 33 zod. On the second day, after receiving the metallic stone monster from the Crazy Heart Valley, he had it inside Jason's burning red skull to cover its only weakness inside. Jason's head used to be covered by red stone steel and the Titanic helmet. It should be well protected, but Abel did plan on reinforcing the abilities that it already possessed. On the 6th day, he spent most of his time inside the Dark World. He was practicing all sorts of spells to prepare for his upcoming mission on the front line. On the 7th morning, he brought Frankenstein and passed an underground teleportation circle open just for him. Wizard Hal quickly bowed towards him. "You've come, Master Bennett." Abel smiled as he walked out of the teleportation circle. "I wasn't late, right, Wizard Hal?" Wizard Hal spoke after taking a glance at Frankenstein. "Oh no, no, I was just about to leave, it's fine." Abel sort of guessed what was meant by that. "How come it's just us, Wizard Hal, just two law-defying wizards?" Wizard Hal explained, "Why, of course. Master Bennett, this is the standard size for a powerful organization like us. We are all we need to meet up with the wizards." Abel nodded in compliance. Wizard Hal seemed to remember something. "Do your followers have a bond with you, Master Bennett?" Abel didn't seem to understand where the question came from. "You mean Frankenstein? We have a master-servant relationship. If I die, it dies with me." Wizard Hal became speechless. He didn't think that any law-defying wizard would sign this sort of contract with Master Bennett. Law-defying wizards were supposed to be very accomplished. They were not supposed to agree to a contract between masters and servants. Wizard Hal continued despite being obviously shocked. "No problem, I guess. Follow me to the teleportation then, Master Bennett." So the three stepped onto the teleportation circle, disappeared, and reappeared on top of a golden large-sized teleportation circle. Wizard Hal explained to Abel, "This is the intermediate teleportation of the Wizard Union. Master Bennett, this is where all the men deployed to the front line are sent through." Suddenly, Abel felt a scanning force sweeping across him and Frankenstein. A mechanical voice called out, "A law-defying wizard without a wizard badge. Please show your badge to identify yourself." Wizard Hal prompted Abel, "Please, Master Bennett, show your contract." As overly strict as it seemed to Abel, he responded by revealing the contract force between him and Frankenstein. The mechanical voice quickly responded, "The alarm has been lifted. It is a contract creature. We'll release him now." Following that, a golden light was emitted to activate the large-sized circle. Abel, Wizard Hal, and Frankenstein disappeared from the large-sized circle once more. They were going further this time. He could feel it from the dimensional force he was sensing. When his surroundings started to shine, he found that he was inside a trapped room full of different circles. He sensed at least 4 defensive circles, where 2 law-defying wizards were doing a check on them. One of the law-defying wizards seemed to recognize Hal. "Hal, you're coming here after just getting promoted. What's the nation of evil going to do? Be careful, all right." Wizard Hal quickly responded with the teasing punch to his good friend. "You want one, Cyril?" Wizard Cyril responded by doing the same. "No, no. I'm so scared. I can't bully you anymore after you've promoted yourself so quickly." Wizard Hal turned to Abel. "Master Bennett, this is Wizard Cyril. He's one of the wizards that the Lightning Clan has posted here." "Your Master Bennett," Wizard Cyril said passionately, "I've heard so much from you." "Ahem," the other law-defying wizard coughed before speaking to Wizard Cyril. "Check if you must, Wizard Cyril." Wizard Cyril smiled and introduced him to Abel. "Master Bennett, this is Wizard Haywood. He's a pretty stubborn fellow if you ask me." Wizard Haywood didn't pay attention to the snarky remark. "I'm Wizard Haywood from the land of freezing frost, Master Bennett. According to the rules of the front line, you must show your identification here. Same for the law-defying wizard accompanying you." Abel activated the crest on his chest. "This is my crest, Wizard Haywood." He revealed his contract once more. He had things planned out already. The next time he came here, he was just going to put Frankenstein in his portal beast ring to not have to do another check. Wizard Haywood tried to hide to shock as he noticed the relationship between Abel and Frankenstein. "Thank you for cooperating, Master Bennett." It was quite a shocking thing to see the contract between Master Bennett and Frankenstein. That was just what applied to everyone. Masters and servants could only become so if they gave their consent. But what sort of law-defying wizard would agree to become anyone's servant? "Let's gather together after my shift ends, Hal," Wizard Cyril spoke and turned to Abel. "Are you coming with us, Master Bennett?" Wizard Hal said skeptically, "So I'm a tool to get Master Bennett to talk with you. Is that it?" Wizard Haywood suddenly spoke. "Do you know what the most convenient currency on the front line is?" "Haywood, I'm trying to make this work. Just shut up." Wizard Cyril shook his head. Shifts were meant to complete missions, but the partners could negotiate the order among themselves. This was true for Wizard Cyril and Wizard Haywood, as they were good friends with each other. Wizard Hal seemed to be interested. "What do you mean, Wizard Haywood? What currency are you talking about?" Wizard Haywood spoke in his usually calm voice. "It'd be the light healing potion. Almost all the resources are available for trade with it, but there are just too few running around the market. It's basically a reserve currency that's overly demanded at the moment. Wizard Cyril tried to change the subject. Hal, so why did you have Master Bennett here today? I do appreciate that he's got a law-defying wizard to guard him, but this is a big operation we're having. Wizard Hal said with a dry laugh. I don't think you are taking Master Bennett seriously, Cyril. He's a big dragon druid. Forget about you, I don't think I'd take him in a fight. That was a bit of an exaggeration, really. Being able to transform into a dragon was one thing, but Wizard Hal could always teleport rapidly to avoid any sort of incoming attack. Wizard Haywood bowed respectfully. The front line welcomes you, Master Bennett. He had thought that Abel came here for an inspection, but it didn't seem like that was the case. We'll be off then, you two. Wizard Hal responded with his bow. This way, Master Bennett. Abel bowed to say goodbye to the two wizards as well. After that, he went out the door as pointed by Wizard Hal. There was a path once they headed out. The top was filled with lighting circles. They were about 5 meters wide and 6 meters tall. Inside the park, they could still see some carriages carrying goods in and out. Wizard Hal walked and spoke. This is the last line of defense, Master Bennett. Everything from the central continent is moved here. Of course, you can teleport straight to the Lightning Clan's camp through the inside. But I can still act as your guide since it is your first time here. Abel didn't really feel much for the path. There wasn't really anything special about it. That was until he tried to do a scan with his power of the will. He was a big druid now, but something seemed to be in the way as he was trying to do a scan. He turned to ask Wizard Hal, You're not going to scan here, Wizard Hal. Wizard Hal introduced it quietly. That's called the Doomsday Defense Wall, Master Bennett. The dwarves built it to create the strongest possible line of defense possible. There is a saying, if this line of defense is broken open, the entire continent is doomed. You can see why the name came to be. Abel became quite curious. What does it do precisely? Wizard Hal explained, the Doomsday Defense Wall is not just a wall. It can also block any form of telepathic energy from passing through. Abel shook his head. That doesn't sound right to me. I thought the evil knights opened a large-sized teleportation circle right here a few days ago. They created a path connecting the nation of evil to the outside of Bay Law City. Wizard Hal explained, that must have come at a great cost for them. It's one thing to make an exception by calling the sky demons to help with them, but as for what they went through to make that happen, that's only for you and me to know. What about the teleportation circle then? Abel asked. As far as he remembered, the nation of evil deployed their teleportation gates to the second or third line. Wizard Hal spoke. Gates work differently than circles. The biggest difference is that although gates use divine power, they could only keep the sky demons out for a while before they, inevitably break in. As they were speaking, they'd already come to the front of one door. Wizard Hal scanned the door with his wizard badge to open it. Abel followed him, and they came to a wide plain. There were plenty of magic towers sitting as far as one's eyes could see. The wizards of the central continent were quite eccentric, in a way. He'd barely seen any magic towers on the Holy Continent, but here, they were all set up in a place next to each other. That was when he turned around to see his whereabouts. He had to lean his head back, since the wall behind him was too tall. It was the Doomsday Defense Wall, a line that segregated the entire front line from the central continent. As for its length, let's just say it was enough to keep an entire empire from breaching through. If anyone tried to break through, the dwarves had their top military defensive tools ready. This is amazing, Abel called out in admiration. Wizard Hal felt the same way. That's the blood and sweat of countless dwarves over just 2 years. They pushed their abilities to the extreme for this one. When the central continent was at its most dangerous time, countless men defended against the nation of evil and engaged with their sacred knights. The dwarves did all they could to send their most architects, and all the forces across the continent supplied them with enough energy to provide for the construction work. In just 2 years, their collective effort created one of the most impenetrable things there was on the continent. For many millennia afterward, the elves and dwarves continued to put their resources into maintenance, consequently increasing its strength. Abel pointed to a magic tower in front of him. Is there any requirement for building magic towers here, Wizard Hal? Wizard Hal seemed quite envious in the way he talked. Well, all the owners over there are law-defying wizards above rank 21. There you have it. Abel was astonished. That's how many law-defying wizards there are on the central continent. Wizard Hal sounded kind of powerless for a moment. The law-defying wizards are usually in a constant state of hibernation. Most of them have lived long enough to reach their end. And once they did, they put themselves in a vegetated state inside their own magic towers. Why? For their last offense against the evil knights, basically. Once the evil knights came here, anyone in those states would wake up and use all their forces for the last strike at their nemeses. Abel's eyes were full of respect as he looked towards the magic tower. These were not magic towers. These were the tombs of powerful law-defying wizards. Or, to be more precise, this was a tomb of law-defying wizards that might stay here. Abel suddenly thought about Wizard Merton. Is Wizard Merton going to stay in here if he doesn't have his breakthrough? Wizard Hal laughed bitterly. Master Bennett, neither Wizard Merton and I have the right to build magic towers here. We're not going to reach rank 21 no matter how hard we try. On the central continent, almost all the law-defying wizards were around rank 21. The more powerful law-defying wizards would stay at the front line, and because of how long they could live for, there would only be an increase and not a decrease of people inside each of the large organizations. Still, there would only be so many law-defying wizards around, because most wizards would choose to put themselves in this area to prevent themselves from dying. They would choose their life over the risk of losing their life in a promotion attempt. It was pretty much why Abel joined the operation this time. He would still do fairly well despite having just become a big druid, and there was a great prospect for him to gain more experience on the battlefield. Wizard Hal woke up and spoke to Abel. There are still 50 miles to the Lightning Clan's camp, Master Bennett. You just let Wizard Frankenstein take you and follow where I'm going. So Abel's soul chain connected to Frankenstein as he let him put a hand on his shoulder. They all disappeared to follow Wizard Hal to the destination. Wizard Hal knew that the name was fake. He's never heard of the name. He wanted to test Frankenstein's real strength to see how much power's left in him. Instead of just asking, though, he decided to test Frankenstein out by seeing how well he could follow him even with multiple instantaneous movements. He found the situation increasingly strange. No matter how fat he cast the instantaneous movement, Frankenstein still moved at his pace. Impossible. The energy flowing out of Frankenstein, Wizard Hal could tell that he was a freezing element type. That was even stranger, especially given how lightning wizards were supposed to be the strongest ones on the central continent. He didn't know that the gears on Frankenstein could act as a 7-level buff, which gave it a total of 27 rank. That combined with the add-on effects of the Spirit Sword and Spirit Shield, that just helped his casting speed to be 70% more than any other law-defying wizards combined. This pretty much showed the difference between this world and the Dark World. In this world, powerful people became so by their own talents and efforts. It meant that they could reach their limits but not overcome them. Take an instantaneous movement staff as an example. One would have to collect the material by hunting down a powerful spiritual beast with the same ability. After doing so, they would have to let a Grandmaster Blacksmith perform a soul insertion. Things would get tricky if the powerful beast possessed multiple abilities, which was not rare for powerful ones. There would always be the chance that the other ability was inserted rather than the instantaneous movement. Of course, if one was lucky, it'd be possible to get 2 or just every ability. The hard part was to find a spiritual beast that was of the same level as what was demanded. Well, there was also the part of creating the staff. Creating them was also difficult in this world. There were only so many ways of boosting its ability, especially since spell add-ins could only be done with other gears. All in all, it was quite different from the Dark World, where even mediocre wizards could be capable of slaying hell creatures with the right gear. Technology seemed to have its way of advancing exponentially in the Dark World. Yes, with heaven and hell constantly pressuring the people living inside. Abel started to see the difference in geography as he passed by the hundreds of magic towers. He could see that there were a bunch of valleys here and there, and further up, there were even higher mountains. He also realized something else as he was moving with the instantaneous movement. The rocks on the ground were now mostly hematites. He was a Grandmaster Blacksmith himself, so it would be easy for him to see how high their quality was. It was strange, really, seeing how such fine minerals were just laying on the ground like pieces of pebbles. Anyways, he marched forward by teleporting himself. he was starting to discover something again. This was a mining site. There were more and more of these very fine minerals. Wizard Hal was fast to cast instantaneous movement, so it wasn't like they had the time to slow down and take a tour around the area. Wizard Hal faced a valley to teleport towards. Frankenstein followed Abel the whole way, and Abel was just starting to see the castle on the mountain. As he got closer and closer, he realized that the castle was made entirely of steel. It was truly a castle of steel. It would be a lot easier to build castles here with steel rather than rocks, he imagined. As for who built this one here, it was easy to tell since it was done in classic dwarven style. As they went closer towards the steel castle, a scanning wave swept across him. It was like their identities were checked immediately, and a man walked out to wait for them. "Hal, why aren't you coming with the teleportation circle?" A middle-aged law-defying wizard asked and smiled. "And that's Master Bennett, I presume. Welcome to the Lightning Clan's battle fort." Wizard Hal was very polite. "Greetings, Wizard Davy." "Abel, that's one of our veteran law-defying wizards." Abel bowed and responded, "Sorry to intrude, Wizard Davy." As friendly as Wizard Davy's demeanor was, Abel couldn't ignore the blood on him. It was like his entire conscience was focused on killing, and whether this intent was directed towards any specific person, one would have to guess that he's just had a very messy fight no long ago. Wizard Davy made an inviting gesture. "No worries, Master Bennett. Here, let's go inside the castle first." Frankenstein brought Abel through the spell circle barrier and followed the two into the castle hallroom. As they've arrived, 3 law-defying wizards that were waiting for them went up to greet them. Abel was very surprised, of course. He didn't think that there'd be this many law-defying wizards in one place. There were 3 inside the palace and 1 on patrol outside. That was 5 law-defying wizards in just 2 minutes. As they all had their formal greetings with one another, they began to take their seats around a long table. After that, a rank 20 advanced wizard came up to serve drinks to all of them, which was not something Abel would expect a rank 20 advanced wizard would do. Wizard Davy smiled and explained. "So this is where the Lightning Clan marks their post on their front line. Master Bennett, our mission is to guard this battle fort and ensure that the valley and all its surrounding areas was safe." Wizard Hal was quiet. Wizard Davy must be the figure of authority in this place. Abel was very keen. "I've noticed that there were a lot of mines around here, Wizard Davy. How come they are so abundant over here?" "Same question as anyone else, haha." Wizard Davy laughed, then pointed towards the sky. "Before, there would be dimensional cracks around the sky here. The sky demons came to our world through here. At the same time, the same strange dimensional force generated countless mining sites that just came to be." Abel continued to ask, "Are these castles guarding the hematite mines then?" Wizard Davy responded, "No, our castles don't guard the hematites. We guard the magic stone and mithril." Magic stones were a given, one would guess. They were irreplaceable for switching on spell circles and puppet mechanisms. It was pretty much what supported the economy of the central continent, in a sense. The mithril was an even rarer type of ingredient that was widely used for all magic items and spell circles. Abel was quite astonished. "This is a treasure from the heavens, that's what I'd call this place." Wizard Davy shook his head suddenly. "No, Master Bennett, this land is cursed." "How come?" "You've seen it for yourself," Wizard Davy responded. "Only those who are ranked 20 or above are allowed to be deployed here. Every once in a while, the nation of evil unleashes a terrible ripple force that will ruin anyone who's below rank 20. Some of the incidents that happened before, you wouldn't want to hear it." Abel was curious. "I do, the ripples. You mean they come from the sky demons?" "Again, I don't know too much about what goes on here at the front line." Wizard Davy tried to be patient. "Supposedly, the regular ones are fine, and every once in a while, when there's a more major ripple force, even the second row would be harmed if the Doomsday defense wall there. The interval is estimated to be around each century to even a millennium. Every once in a while, an intensive wave would pass through the wall and go straight into our world." As Abel listened to this explanation, he began to think about the food crisis that was happening several years ago on the Holy Continent. Perhaps it was really started by the sky demons. He became very keen to ask something. Wasn't there just an incident back a few days ago? "Wizard Davy." Wizard Davy nodded his head. "Yes, Master Bennett. That wave shock has ruined the food supply chain on the central continent. Things are still not running back to normal even at this moment. Abel sighed and said, not just the central continent. Where I come from, the subcontinent has also been in dire situations because of the wave. Countless wars have been waged because of shortage of resources across different regions. Wizard Davy was more interested in something else. Could you reveal the rankings of the law-defying wizard next to you, Master Bennett? For the upcoming war, we'll need a legitimate way of organizing the men. Abel smiled and spoke, sure. Frankenstein here is a rank 21 freezing elemental wizard. His actual fighting capability is definitely higher than what his ranking shows, I'd like to add. Wizard Davy shook his head. Thanks for telling me that, Master Bennett. I didn't want to cause any misunderstanding by doing a power of the will scan on him. He's rank 21, you say. If he's above that in actuality, where would you say his true strength lies? Abel stuttered for a bit. He's above 21, probably 2 ranks above. Abel's not going to talk about the gears. That would cause chaos if he told the others about gears there that could improve one's rankings. He wasn't going to tell anyone about the runes, either. He would only let his most trusted summoned creatures wear the buff gears, and before he was without any true rivals on this continent, he was not going to give away any of his secrets. The study of runes was not a very thoroughly studied field in this world. The lack of fundamental education and some historical reasons made research stagnant at the very early stage. And can you bring Master Bennett around, Hal? For lunch, apart from the wizards on post, we'll all commence our operation at once. Wizard Davy spoke to Hal, then turned to Abel. Excuse us, Master Bennett. Have a look around this place as we ready ourselves for another operation. Having said that, Wizard Davy and the other law-defying wizards left the hallroom, leaving just Abel and Hal right where they were. Wizard Hal finally had a smile on his face. So, yeah, we have a lot of law-defying wizards in the Lightning Clan, don't we, Master Bennett? Abel wasn't going to say he's one as well. They must be very powerful. Wizard Hal wasn't going to be humble about it. Wizard Davy was a rank 23 wizard. He's about to be promoted to rank 24 now. The other 3 wizards were all rank 22. After becoming real Lightning Clan wizards, that was when people started to realize where the clan's true strength was. The zapping spells were the key, really. Because of the strengthening effect, they've managed to reach a point where it was enough to kill a person. This was already the case when one just became a law-defying wizard. Level 1 Command Lightning could boost all lightning spells by 50%. After that, with every rank, the spell would boost by another 12%. When the spell reached rank 5, one would automatically become a rank 22 law-defying wizard. Abel couldn't help but speak with awe, so this is how powerful the Lightning Clan is. Wizard Hal seemed to like the remark very much, all the more after you join, Master Bennett. Right now, there are a total of 6 lightning law-defying wizards in total, and with you, Dragon Druid and Wizard Frankenstein, and Beeman Giant Beast, there would be a total of 9 law-defying wizards worth of fighting force in total. Abel spoke humbly, but there is a time limit to my dragon transformation. We cannot fight for too long, and every time we perform a transformation, there is a long freezing time. Wizard Hal couldn't help but laugh at that. Coming from someone who beat up 4 fanatic knights in less than a minute, huh? Let's go, Master Bennett. I'll take you over to look at the mining pit. As they left the battle fort, Wizard Hal performed an energy shield and freezing armor on himself. Wizard Hal spoke to Abel. We didn't stop on the way coming here, but we ought to be more careful now we're heading towards the mining pit. Please, Master Bennett, call out all of your forces to protect your own safety. Having heard what Wizard Hal said, Abel activated the spell rune in his hand and generated a storm armor on him. He then called out a gray bear, the Beeman Giant Beast, and 5 undead crows. The undead crows were a bit of an extra, but he thought that it was helpful if they could spot enemies from afar. Having seen the defensive circle on him, Frankenstein began to get to work. Its fighting instinct made it add defensive spells on its body. Again, Wizard Hal was at the front as he was supposed to lead the way. Frankenstein was carrying Abel and the gray bear from behind. Frankenstein's power of the will was wrapped around the undead crows as they teleported together. Doff was the only one that was teleporting himself. However, they all moved together in formation, and it was like they were an army of their own. Wizard Hal didn't say anything, but he was quite jealous of the number of summoned creatures Abel owned in truth. It wasn't like he didn't own a few before, but they just became irrelevant as his ranks got higher. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanua 1 SOM. As brilliant as it sounded to own a creature with the level of a law-defying wizard. Signing that spiritual contract was just not feasible. Not just that, an excessive amount of materials were required to boost its level to be that of a law-defying wizard. It would take more than what was required to boost a wizard to become a law-defying wizard, actually. That being said, Abel had two summoned creatures that were stronger than was just not normal, Wizard Hal thought. There was something he was wrong about, of course, and that was that Abel was actually stronger than the both of his summoned creatures. Abel was a law-defying wizard who possessed two types of elements. Wizard Hal stopped and pointed towards a cavern. That's the magic stone mining pit, Master Bennett. Abel couldn't help but ask, there's no teleportation circle going towards the pit, Wizard Hal. Abel looked towards an empty ground with trees surrounding it. There was a pit that was being dug out. It was about 5 miles from here to the battle fort. If there was a short-distance teleportation circle, that would make things a lot easier. Wizard Hal spoke as he teleported himself to the pit's entrance. The evil knights often start their assault here. We would have set up a teleportation circle if they didn't. Keep destroying it. Here, you'll understand soon enough. After leaving Doff and the Grey Bear at the pit's entrance, Abel got Frankenstein behind to follow Wizard Hal. He could hear digging noises inside the pit. He could see a puppet was busy digging up some ore. That was all the more surprising because he expected to be at least someone doing the job manually. Wizard Hal laughed and introduced, spirits live inside the battle fort, and there'd be a specialized circle to control them for a range up to 10 miles. These puppets are directly controlled by the spirit, responsible for taking charge of the operation system. Abel nodded. This place was, technically, home to many of the materials required to build puppets. All it would take was for the dwarves to do some work to make as many self-automated puppets on their own. By the way, he could see that there was one mana stone fragment on the ground. It was waste material that was dug up during excavation, and he could tell from it that the store contained some diamond ore, since diamonds were very treasured by the sacred knights of the second row. He could see how it would be something to be fought over even more now that they were here. It was no wonder that the Lightning Clan would send their strongest men here. Wizard Hal pointed towards the fragment on the ground. You see it as well, don't you? This might just be the area that the evil knights want the most. Almost all the magic stones excavated here are sent through the teleportation circle inside the fort, then towards the Doomsday defense wall. The whole purpose is to have them serve as an energy reserve against a big assault from the nation of evil. Abel asked for more information, but the pit isn't infinite, right? What happens if the excavation is finished, Wizard Hal? Do they look for another site to base on? Wizard Hal shook his head. That's the strange thing about this area, Master Bennett. The excavation has been going on for several millennia now, but with the speed in which these 20 puppets are going, there just never seems to be a real decrease in the number of ore here. Abel didn't know what he heard. That shouldn't be, Wizard Hal. The central continent would have been out of magic stones. If that was the case, Abel's been observing a lot here on the central continent. From what he could see, the value of magic stones on the central continent was almost the same as the Holy Continent. The prices remained stable, which indicated that there was never a huge influx of magic stones into the market. That just seemed even stranger, then, given how the excavation work here had been ongoing for so long. Wizard Hal explained, nothing excavated on the front line will flow into the central continent. Everything found here only goes to supply the Doomsday defense wall. This is a mandatory rule enforced by the Wizard Union, and there is absolutely no exception to that. The battle for resources had been going on for so long, ever since the Wizard Union had been engaging with the nation of evil here. As the Wizard Union had it, the minerals here existed so they could use them to retaliate against their enemies. The wall existed for the same purpose. Out of the many resources it relied on to function, the magic stones were the ones it required the most. It would drain out many magic stones that were excavated right here, and there just wasn't any spare to be sold for the practitioners on the central continent. Abel thought about Johnson and Jason. Wizard Hal, I've heard that the stone giants could dig up mines at an extremely fast pace. If someone was to do their work here, would that improve overall productivity by any chance? Wizard Hal replied, "I'm surprised you've heard about the stone giants." "Well, yes, Master Bennett, the stone giants are capable of making the mining procedure a lot faster, but the way it's done here hasn't been changed for many, many years. It all has to do with the algorithms that's been calculated. At the current speed in which the 20 puppets are digging up the mines, there's just enough time for the environment to regenerate more for future excavation. Sustainability is very important. Otherwise, we're just going to run out of the stone permanently if we take everything away too quickly." Abel was confused. "Why don't we go all out and end it? We don't want to keep up the fight with the nation of evil, do we?" Wizard Hal laughed bitterly. "But we have to, Master Bennett. If the mine goes empty, a new one will spawn at another location at random. That's just how it worked. Long ago, the Wizard Union did exactly what you proposed and ended up having a mining pit right next to the nation of evil. Basically, we gave away our own pit to our worst enemy without any cost." Abel canceled his ideas of letting Johnson and Jason out. "Oh right, that's not very much what is in your interest." After giving a quick nod, Wizard Hal reached his hand towards the mining puppet. Inside the white light, 20 top-level gemstones appeared in his hands. He was throwing all of them to Abel. Abel didn't know what this meant. "Yes." Wizard Hal responded with a generous laugh. "Your souvenirs, I suppose. It is a custom here that you can always bring some stones." Back after the first time in, Abel was shocked with the amount he's given, 20 pieces. Is that replaceable with the amount that's dug up on a daily basis? Wizard Hal didn't know what that was asked. "What? Of course not. After discovering a new concentrated site over a few days ago, Wizard Davy made a special request to have the puppets made a portion just for you." Abel didn't need all these stones, but he really appreciated how much that Lightning Clan would go just for him. Yes, this would only happen at the front line. It was a shame that most of the top-level magic stones would go towards military defense, then boost the economy, but that was just how things were. Abel took the gift gratefully. "Thank you all so much." He realized the whole point of coming here was so that Wizard Davy and Wizard Hal could give him the gift. After Abel received it, they all went to visit the mithril site. Abel realized how come the wall could produce so many raw ingredients for spell circles and defensive mechanism tools when they did. There were hundreds and thousands of portions of mithril being supplied non-stop. Perhaps that was just how the front line worked. It was only here that there were enough resources to fuel into providing a huge load of raw energy supply for powering up extremely costly devices like the Doomsday Defense Wall. After they finished taking their tour, they went back to have lunch with the wizards waiting inside the dining room. Wizard Davy said in a bit of a frowny voice, "A bit late now, Hal. If the spirit didn't tell us that there's nothing going on, I would have been out to look for you." Abel bowed and apologized. "I was just too curious. The blame is on me, Wizard Davy. I should have come here earlier and not have you all waiting." Wizard Davy quickly responded with his own bow. "You're being too polite, Master Bennett. Don't worry about it. Just take your seat and we'll get your food ready." So the seat that was reserved for Abel was the one at the right. It was the seat for the host, but Abel didn't decline because that was where Wizard Davy was inviting him over. He was the guest, so he chose not to argue about where he wanted to be. After he took his seat, he took a good look around. He was surprised to see that there were about 15 rank 20 advanced wizards sitting here apart from some law-defying wizards. It was a good thing that the dining room was big enough to fit the very long wooden table they were sitting at. Wizard Davy looked around to see Frankenstein. "So Frankenstein isn't taking his seat?" Abel explained. "Well, Wizard Davy, Frankenstein doesn't need to eat." Abel wasn't going into the details, but Frankenstein was a robot with a mechanical body. It used energy and not food to fuel itself up. Of course, ration potion would still do, as it could be used to supply energy directly to the brain. Not for Frankenstein, of course. Having accepted Wizard Malon as its host body, there was not a need to charge up energy as long as there was a sufficient supply of mana inside the body. Basically, he became the ultimate goal of all the law-defying wizards out there who were trying to extend their lifespan. He was an immortal being in a very shrewd sense, if one had to put it. Frankenstein had used the full recovery potion to merge completely with the puppets now. As long as it wasn't destroyed, he would just not die. Wizard Davy didn't know about it, but his eyes twitched the moment he saw him. He could tell that whatever technique Frankenstein, it must have been something that most wouldn't know about. Perhaps it had to do with how he became Master Bennett's servant, but he wasn't going to meddle with something he thought could be extremely personal. No, he didn't know that it was actually the dead wizard Malon that was in front of him. Even the soul essence was transformed to the point that identification was simply not possible. Wizard Malon was gone essentially. Even if Frankenstein was to take off his hoodie now, no one would really know whose body he came from. Wizard Davy raised a wine glass. "We welcome our new friend, Master Bennett. He's here to help us with his summoned creatures." Abel smiled and raised a cup of juice. "Hello, everyone. Wizard Davy, I'm a potion master if anything else, so please protect me on the battlefield. I'm not trying to be humble, but there's only so few I can do on the aggressive side." Just the cup of juice was enough to show how much recognition the Lightning Clan was putting into him. They even jotted his daily habits. All the Lightning Clan wizards were staring at him in a very appreciative manner. They were the ones that benefited from the light healing potions he produced. It was not uncommon to get injured as they were fighting the sacred knights, and the fact that the potions could be distributed to them, that alone had prevented so many deaths for so many people. Well, not everything was good that came out from that, however. Since the Lightning Clan wizards were already a bunch of fighters, the fact that they could be healed just led them to use more fanatic ways of starting conflict on the front line, which actually increased the probability of them getting injured. When they finished their lunch, the 15 ranked 20 advanced wizards and several law-defying wizards came towards the teleportation circle. They only had one left to guard the battle fort. For the time following that, the nation of evil would have no way of attacking. Even if they launched a surprise attack on the fort and the wizards deployed there would still be a quite high chance that the fort could still hold on for a while. Wizard Davy began, "We'll be heading to the concentration site next. Master Bennett, be careful from here on. We are heading to is the frontmost part of the wizard Union." By the way, the teleportation circle beneath them was quite a special one. Apart from the fact that it couldn't be connected to the front line because of the doomsday defensive wall, it sort of just became a system that existed outside the system that spread throughout the entire central continent. This was kind of why Abel became somewhat skeptical after hearing what Wizard Davy was saying. Still, since the teleportation circle was already activated, he just followed the rest of the Lightning Clan out away. As soon as the teleportation ended, he could see that he was inside a castle, unlike anything he had seen before. The castle itself was constructed with all sorts of rare metals and numerous types of spell runes. He was standing on the same platform as the other wizards. It was afternoon now, and the sunlight shone directly on the castle and reflected a light that shone like the diamonds. Abel took a look at his feet. He could see that he was stepping on an alloy metal composed of mithril and fine gold. As they laid on the ground, they were transduced all over the ground across tunnels with the width of a child's arm. He couldn't tell what his thoughts about this structure were. To be honest, this castle was about 100 meters tall, and he couldn't quite fathom how much resources would have been expended for this kind of construction work. Wizard Davy spoke proudly to Abel. "This is the Howling Castle. You won't find any account of it on the central continent, but it is supposed to be the strongest castle in the entire world that's built collaboratively by humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs. It's a magic tower, essentially, one that was built in the same fashion as a castle." Honestly, Abel was more shocked to see something that was in the sky further away. The Howling Castle was spectacular in its one way, but the shadow behind over the distance astounded him even more. Over the distance, a giant pair of white wings hung in the air as though they were protecting something at the bottom. Wizard Davy spoke as he saw where Abel's eyes were. That's where the nation of evil is. The wings are defensive spells that came from the wings of a sky demon. Even now, without all the military technology we possess, we have yet to find a way to break through and go inside. Abel sighed and spoke. "Just what kind of power would you need for that?" The wings were extremely detailed. He could see all the feathers as though they were real. Meanwhile, inside his pineal glands, his crystal angelic statue flashed out a white light. It was like it wanted to break free, but the 3 pieces of the world's stone fragment he possessed were also holding them still. From what Abel could tell, the statue wanted to be as close to the pair of wings as it could, but he was not going to risk having an entire army coming out to chase them away. While he kept the statue still, the Howling Castle started flashing in flaming red light. The energy channel started transduction. A large amount of energy was transferred right towards the tip of the castle. Wizard Davy turned and smiled towards Abel. "Behold, Master Bennett, what you're about to witness next is the most powerful spell in all of the central continent." From what Abel could sense, the Howling Castle was technically a gigantic magical object with internal energy transformed endlessly on the inside. The tip, especially, was nurturing the energy wave that seemed like it could explode at any moment. Perhaps the spell Wizard Davy spoke out was to be immediately activated. On the tip, red light started flashing as a spell rune emerged. Abel could recognize the rune. That was the rune for the fire elemental meteorite spell. Was the structure meant to just release a spell? He wasn't sure, but he could tell that the spell rune was very different from what he'd see normally. The rune was just too big than the normal one. It was about 10 meters in diameter. As a law-defying wizard himself, he understood how easy it was to minimize the size of a spell circle, but to magnify would require energy input of about several times more in magnitude. That was just theory, by the way. Whether it was actually possible to do this was an entirely different story. It was like writing words that were as large as a field. Only the magic towers were capable of stretching the size of the magic circle, and even then, an insurmountable amount of energy and resources would still be left for it to actually happen. Abel was finally starting to understand something. So this was why the energy pathways on the ground were the width of a child's arm, while the ones at a normal tower had the width of someone's hair. Very rapidly, red flaming energy poured towards the rune and unleashed a magic essence from the inside. Following that, the power of the will was passed in to activate the meteor spell rune. The meteor was shot towards the sky and created a broad, large streak of red light. It took about a minute for Abel to realize that a rock the size of a mountain was crashing towards the wing over in the distance. Boom! He could feel the vibrations even from afar. The wing still stood firm against the meteor spell, however. It was still hung in the sky as though nothing happened. There was an invisible light wall blocking it from the look of things. Abel was terrified with what he was looking at. So that was the meteor. He was shocked by both the meteor and the wing. If he had to guess, the meteor would have flattened any one of his summoned creatures in an instant. The sheer amount of energy generated from the rock was enough to decimate an entire area if it landed anywhere else. Wizard Davy spoke. "The Howling Castle, Master Bennett. Just like the name suggests, we of the central continent have just unleashed a howl against the nation of evil." Again, the attack that was launched relied on the sacrifices of multiple occupation holders inhabited in a region just 2 miles away from the nation of evil. So far, the Howling Castle's mission was to transform as much magic stone to expend as much energy out of the wing as possible. No matter what type of spell the wings possessed, some of the veteran wizards figured that there had to be a way to deplete its energy. The way to do that was to simply launch an endless streak of attack. It was pretty much the point of why the Howling Castle was built in the first place. Now that the Howling Castle was here on the front line, the nation of evil was in serious demand to destroy it as soon as possible. No, Abel wasn't going to think that the technology of this world was inferior to the dark world. Any longer, he was just going to think of it as a difference in advantage. The dark world produced better gear and potions, but this world had tropes of its own. Because this was where the dwarves and elves lived, the magic towers produced were actually a lot finer than the ones in the dark world, which sort of just became a bunch of pebbles by the time he's seen them. Abel watched as the castle became quiet. So how long before the castle can charge up again? Wizard Davy didn't seem to know for sure. It's doing the best it can, I think. Usually, minimum of 12 hours would be required for a recovery in preparation of the next attack. So the spell wasn't just going to deplete some energy. Abel was clear now. The attack would also injure the structure of the Howling Castle itself, so time was needed for a second attack to be launched. Having thought that, he thought back to his magic stone cannon. If he hadn't managed to master the 33, he wouldn't have been able to create a cannon that was impossible to be destroyed. Again, without the unique environment, it would certainly be impossible to have enough resource supply to create a castle that could unleash an aggressive spell that would require so much input at once. Wizard Davy looked towards the sky and spoke to Abel. "We should head to the castle now, Master Bennett. The others are waiting for us." Abel nodded. "After you then." and they went inside the castle. No wizards used the instantaneous movement spell to get by. There were short-distance teleportation circles everywhere. The spirits were in charge of them, and unless there was a technical issue, no one was allowed to cast any spells freely. "Wizard Davy, you're finally here." Wizard Clemens laughed and spoke, then bowed at Abel. "We welcome you, Master Bennett." Abel responded with his own bow. He could see the seats inside the Howling Castle Hall. There was not a single person here that was below a law-defying wizard. Yes, the 15 advanced Lightning Clan wizards did not come here. Inside the hall, there were about 80 law-defying wizards and some 50 archpriests, barbarian warriors, and big druids. For all the time Abel spent on the central continent, he had just never seen so many elites in one place. So the front line was where most of them were, he realized. There weren't a lot of big druids here. There were just 16 in total, and they showed their goodwill to Abel as he was one of their kind. Abel could do the same. He could sense that they were all stronger than the 8 big druids he sensed at the royal palace. It was the same for the other occupation holders. They were pretty much all powerful occupation holders that were at least ranked 21 or above. It was almost like there was some sort of rule on the central continent that kept them here. There was something he felt like he had to point out. Apart from the law-defying wizards, the other occupation holders just didn't seem like part of the same team. The 16 big druids looked like they belonged to 4 different grounds, with the law-defying wizards as the main body. While Wizard Davy was discussing matters with the other captains, Wizard Hal was already by Abel's side. Wizard Hal smiled and spoke. "I think you've noticed, Master Bennett. Apart from our team, all the other wizard organizations had the help of other occupation holders. We, the Lightning Clan, are an exception in that sense. We are known for our speed to launch blitz attacks, so we don't really let the other occupation holders join us." Abel seemed to notice as well. There were a total of 11 different squads here. Apart from the Lightning Clan, all the other wizard teams had support from the archpriests, big druids, or the barbarian warriors. Abel spoke straightforwardly. "Am I bringing you guys troubles in that way, Wizard Hal? Don't worry about being blunt. I don't want to ruin your strategies if you happen to need one." Wizard Hal laughed and explained, "This time is different, Master Bennett. The operation this time is for defense. You've been a great support to us above all else. Come to think of it. Really, it's about time for the Lightning Clan to start diversifying its members." Wizard Hal pretty much talked about these to clear about any doubt that Abel might have. It was strange that the Lightning Clan didn't have any other occupation holder. That's when he noticed something. Many of the strong ones here were looking at him, but no one seemed to want to walk up to speak to him. They all seemed very disciplined despite how different everyone was. Wizard Davy was back in the team. "Hal, your mission is to stay with Master Bennett. You must ensure his safety at all times." A wizard named Noah called out, "So what is our objective then, Wizard Davy?" Wizard Davy replied, "We have a very troublesome task we have on our hands. Our target is Area 3. Wizard Har couldn't help but speak up. "What? So the point is to have us stall the enemies there so the others get our rewards." Wizard Davy gave him a cold stare. "Shut your mouth, Hal. We follow the orders that come from the Wizard Union, not question them." Despite saying that, Abel could still see the dismay on Wizard Davy's face. It was quite rare for them to participate in a large-scale conflict like this. They would have wanted a major chance to loot some mines containing precious minerals, since most of the time, the resourceful ones were already guarded by both the central continent and the nation of evil. With reinforcements at those sites, attacking them wasn't worth it. This time was a unique case. The nation of evil's backup forces was influenced by the Wizard Union's deployment of their forces, and there was an opening spared for anyone interested to take advantage of. Not the Lightning Clan, though, so it seemed. The Lightning Clan was forced on the sidelines. Abel didn't seem to understand what's going on. What's so special about Area 3? Wizard Har sighed. "Well, there are 3 mines in Area 3. There's the one for magic stones. There's another one for fine gold. There's also the one for purple crystals. 2,000 evil knights, 5 mad knights, and 1 battle fort are there so that it's impossible to launch a direct assault there. There were crucial resources and enemy forces in one area. It'd be extraordinarily difficult to attack the place. The Sacred Knights had their battle formation here in the front line. The geographical advantage would make it possible for them to neutralize any suppressive force from the law-defying wizards, so that a clean fight was just not possible. It wasn't just that. Their countless years of battle made it so that they could use even the spells they learned from the central continent, which would make a direct assault only be of detrimental loss to the Wizard Union's side. So the Lightning Clan, very unhappy about their role. They were assigned to hold off against an enemy that couldn't be stopped. They were not given the same opportunity as the other teams to gain resources through combat. They weren't allowed the same amount of opportunity to gain. Their points will follow the mission. While the teams was still debating whether the mission was good or not, a voice echoed through the hallroom and made everyone stand on their legs. Everyone spoke, "Yes, Master." Following that, Wizard Davy brought the other law-defying wizards and left with Abel. Even Wizard Har wasn't going to complain anymore. Wizard Davy spoke to Abel as they left. "Could you hide Wizard Frankenstein away, Master Bennett? It'd be very helpful if you can save it as a backup reserve. For now, let's have Hal work with you." While Abel didn't know what this was for, complied and had Frankenstein inside his portal beast ring. After meeting up with the 15 advanced wizards, Wizard Davy made sure of the direction they were going and started teleporting at the same time. After 20 minutes, Wizard Davy became the first one to stop. Following that, everyone stopped behind him. Abel could see the view that was in front of him. There was a mountain full of rocks and a castle on top of it. They were about 5 miles away from the castle. Wizard Davy spoke, "That's our target." The castle was at the very top, and those sacred knights were not out. It only served to further the Lightning Clan's disappointment. They had the vantage point. They could scout inside their building. They would know what the Lightning Clan was capable of, so they wouldn't disperse their forces. Wizard Har grunted quietly, "Sorry to disappoint you, Master Bennett. We expected to show off, but it looks like we aren't getting any today." Abel was curious why. "We're not doing a siege." Wizard Har shook his head. "No, our objective is to just pressure Area 3 so that they don't send any reinforcements." Abel was feeling quite disappointed. He started to doubt that the Wizard Union. Were they trying to look after him by having them come over here? It'd be a reasonable guess. He still had no ideas of how the Mad Knights fought, so perhaps they thought it was helpful to have him watch them over a distance first. Abel tried to pick up a conversation. "Well, I've been meaning to ask, who was the master speaking inside the Howling Castle back then?" Wizard Har said humbly, "You must be talking about Master Hurst. He's a rank 25 wizard that's just one step away from becoming legendary." Abel hadn't heard of this before. Legendary. Wizard Har. You mean there's another rank beyond law-defying wizard? Wizard Har explained, "Legendary is the term for all occupation holders beyond rank 25. Of course, only wizards have managed to reach that rank. We've never heard of any other class who's reached that stage yet." This was probably hidden information. Since Wizard Har was talking to him in his big druid, perhaps that's why he got to hear about it for the first time. Abel asked again, "So how strong are the legendary?" Wizard Har told everything he knew about. The saying is that the legendary is of 10,000 years, which means that legendary occupation holders get to have an extended lifespan of 10,000 years. Spiritual sublimation is what we refer to advanced wizards being promoted to a law-defying wizard. The next stage is technically a sublimation that's repeated. Basically, one has the opportunity to reshape his soul and flesh. It wouldn't matter what kind of alterations they've made to themselves prior. Becoming a legendary figure means that their body would no longer be under the influence of mana erosion. Abel thought back to Wizard Malon. This was probably what he was trying to achieve. He turned himself into a humanoid in the hope of returning to his human form. That didn't seem like a plausible plan at all, though. He could extend his lifespan like that, but the side effects would just make it impossible for him to make progress enough to become a legendary occupation holder. Wizard Davy had this dead stare in his eyes. "Don't lose focus, Hal. The evil knights could ambush us at any time." Wizard Davy turned and commanded, "Prepare your circle plate and circle board. We'll surround the fort and try to force the evil knights out." Just like that, the 15 advanced wizards activated their instantaneous movement. Abel could see that they were all moving constantly with their instantaneous movement. He then took the time to observe his surroundings. He found it strange that they were trying to shut the valley down when it was so big. Wizard Davy suddenly spoke to him. "What we're trying to use is the special large-sized enclosing circle made from the elves. Since its effect is limited to just that of a teleportation circle, the range is much wider than most circles you must have seen. Abel nodded, but he didn't respond. He was keeping his focus on the fort with his power of the will. Wizard Davy continued to speak. If I gave the evil knights just a bit of time, they would have had the chance to call for reinforcements. Right now, as I'm using the spell circle to trap the teleportation circles, they have essentially lost their ways of connecting with the outside. Still, if their reinforcements did come, you would hide and win us an ideal chance to bring your two summoned creatures out. Abel was finally starting to catch on. Wizard Davy wasn't planning to wait at the start. He's been thinking of all the ways he could to try to force an assault. So this was the Lightning Clan that he was so familiar with. The 15 Lightning Wizards acted fast. In not so long, a large-sized enclosing circle consisting of 180 plates was spread across the valley. Following that, a law-defying wizard took out a plate and placed 5 top-level stones inside. He then activated the circle with his power of will. Abel could feel strange energy dispersing in all directions. It seemed to have some sort of effect on the dimension, but it's not like it could stop them from casting their instantaneous movement. From what it looked like, the teleportation force had just started a shutdown effect. Wizard Davy had kept himself busy the whole time. He took out more circle plates from his hands and laid them all out on his own. Abel could see that they were all made of precious ingredients. He wouldn't expect to see them much on the central continent, but here he could see 2 portions right in front of them. When he looked at the circle that Wizard Davy was trying to make, he could see that he was trying to make a scanning circle that he remembered was there. Wizard Davy spoke as he did his work. This is a long-distance scanning circle I've borrowed from the W-Izzard Union. Impressive, isn't it? Master Bennett, so long as our foes don't have any divine items, I'll get to know all there is inside that castle up there. Wizard Davy actually seemed more prepared than he thought. Actually, they could have probably taken down the whole place already if this wasn't Area 3. The timing was what these Lightning Clan wizards were thinking about. As it turned out, their whole plan was to bring him over here in the 5-mile range, have the castle discover them, then wait so their enemies could try calling their comrades. That was when he would cut off the contacts. Once the reinforcements were also at their resource point, the siren would then trick them into thinking that another team was out there to get them, forcing them to suddenly change course without having the means to confirm the whereabouts of the wizards. Inside the castle, one Mad Knight looked towards 5 law-defying wizards, the 15 advanced wizards. One of what appeared to be like an occupation holder that was brought with the instantaneous movement. Their eyes were flashing with zealous ambition. 3 more of their kind walked out. These were the 3 that came out as soon as the large-sized enclosing circle was activated. There were a total of 8 Mad Knights. It was enough to sweep the entire squad that was below. As for the castle's safety, it was not easy to break through the protection of 2,000 sacred knights and 1 large defensive circle. Time-wise, they had enough of it to go about before deciding what sort of approach they were going to take. No, they didn't think that 5 law-defying wizards, even those that belonged to the Lightning Clan, were capable of doing any harm to the castle. As for the remaining wizards, honestly, they weren't even considered to be a threat to the castle's defense. On the other hand, Wizard Davy was confident that the opposite was going to happen. He believed that it was possible to launch an offense because he just found out about the 3 Mad Knights as he scanned with the long-range scanning circle. It appeared that the reinforcement just arrived. The number was just enough for them to deal with. If he could just draw those Mad Knights out all at once, he believed it would be possible to deal any real harm to the castle. Now that he had created that opportunity, the next step was to just watch how the 2 sides were going to interact with each other. He was the one who initiated this conflict. As for what was going to happen next, he would leave that to the rest of his men. Wizard Davy smiled towards Abel. Looks like it wasn't for nothing, Master Bennett. Wizard Davy seemed to really care about what Abel might be going next. As far as he saw, Abel was the deciding factor to determine whether they were going to actually gain the upper hand. This fight, while Abel alone had the ability to handle 2 to 3 Mad Knights at once, they would then have the ability to deal with a total of 8 Mad Knights. As they were still talking, the door to the Valley Castle opened. That was when the 8 Mad Knights walked out in a formation. The leading knight laughed out loudly. Wizard Davy, good day to you. We've been good friends for years, haven't we? We know so much about each other, and what's this? That's all the people you're bringing to fight me. You're disrespecting me." While his voice was still very far away, the wizards could still be heard below the mountain. Wizard Davy's laughter cracked through the sky. "You should be the one that needs to be careful, Knight Tanton. What if you can't return to that evil god of yours today? Have a think about that." Knight Tanton changed his expression immediately. "Who are you to talk about our god like that?" He swung his arms and unleashed 8 mad knights to rush down towards the mountain without saying more. Wizard Davy commanded softly, "All advanced wizards out." "Master Bennett, watch for the right timing to call out Frankenstein and the Beeman giant beast." The 15 advanced wizards didn't say anything regarding that. They knew that they weren't supposed to be interfering in a battle of this scale. So far, their sole purpose was to target sacred knights of intermediate to advanced rank. Since it was up to the law-defying wizards to deal with the mad knights, they immediately tried to draw their distance after activating the instantaneous movement. Yes, they had a lot of experience in combat. They knew what the right distance was to dodge the attacks and counterattack. It was the whole reason Wizard Davy brought them here. Actually, this was just what all the law-defying wizards would do. Having their comrade, advanced wizards participating in missions on the front line would increase their overall chance of promoting themselves. It wasn't very often on the front line that they'd see a major conflict between the law-defying wizards and the Mad Knights. There was not a single advanced wizard that wanted going to miss out on this. The chance of getting involved in a dirty fight just wasn't that high. Abel watched as the 8 Mad Knights charged right over. The law-defying wizards didn't seem to want to close in on the Valley Castle as well. So they all waited right where they were to prepare for the Mad Knights to come to them. There was a distance of 5 miles. As the 8 shadows rushed downward with their charge, it didn't take much time at all for them to be closing into melee range. So the distance between the two sides was just 1 charge apart. That's when Abel started generating a black hole out of nowhere. Frankenstein just appeared beside him with the Beeman giant beast. They were already notified about what was going on outside, and as soon as they knew it was time for a fight, they immediately got themselves ready. Frankenstein was already finished casting the defensive spell this. Of course, from Abel's understanding, not having any might even still be enough to break through its thick metallic body for defense. He knew that very clearly. All these methods he tried on Wizard Malon didn't do anything to him, so he knew how tough it'd be to try dealing any direct damage to Frankenstein. Doff readied itself quite quickly. It lifted its giant pole and teleported upward straight towards the sky. After letting out a scream, they disappeared in the air and landed right on top of the heads of the 8 Mad Knights. One attack hit the heads of 3 of them. It kind of just showed how wide Doff's attack range was. Oh, that was 8 Mad Knights in total. None of them could imagine what creatures would want to engage directly against them. They had already formed a small-sized battle formation by this time. While it wasn't as strong as one produced by several thousand sacred knights, it was still possible to hold things in place with a simple power pile-up. The 3 Mad Knights already had shields on top of their hands. They weren't going to take their swords to match the giant sticks because they knew that they'd be without any weapon if they did that. It was just that obvious. Whatever Doff's giant stick was made out of, they all knew that it was not made with ordinary methods. These Mad Knights had no choice but to block with their shields, but even that was not enough. Basically, apart from the devastating physical damage, it could deal with its arm swing. The Beeman giant beast also possessed the special ability to repel any attack against the opponent. Clang! After pausing in the air for a while, Doff was repelled in the opposite direction. 3 out of the 8 Mad Knights had their shins decimated. On the spot, their bodies were planted right into the ground as Doff got them in immediately. Meanwhile, without sending a command to attack, Wizard Davy prepared for the Mad Knight to close in a bit more. There was something he didn't realize, however. Abel started the fight right after he called the Beeman giant beast out. He was the only one who's too slow to follow, because Doff and the Mad Knights already had themselves ready before he did anything for support. Not Frankenstein, though, as the third creature Abel called out was the Gray Bear. As soon as it appeared, Frankenstein disappeared and appeared right on Doff's shoulder. Hood and wide robe covered his body, and there were obviously other gears inside. As soon as Frankenstein landed on Doff's shoulder, a sword and 1 shield would appeared in his hands. This was when Frankenstein went all out. With Blizzard in one hand and the Ice Seal Sphere in another, he started unleashing an endless streak of offense against the 8 Mad Knights that were below. The whole reason why law-defying wizards were so powerful was because of their understanding of the elements. Their knowledge made them have better increased power-ups of spells. Take Frankenstein. Despite just being at rank 21, the gear buffs provided a total of 7 ranks promotion of command freezing. That, combined with the command freezing that belonged to himself, the spell was elevated to a total of rank 11. Together, these add-ons provided a total of 70% resistance to elements. Not just that, the Blizzard and Ice Freezing Ball he cast would be around rank 27 in total. That was considered remarkable in any case, mainly because for rank 23, they could no longer go past rank 20 after they've matched a certain level. Anyways, now that Frankenstein had spells that could match the prowess of law-defying wizards' range. Between rank 24 to 25, there were just not that many people who could match it on the front line. That was not to say that the 8 Mad Knights gave too much attention to it, however. Their scan told them that the man in front of them was rank 21, and they weren't going to respond to someone who was not an immediate threat. It was a big mistake on their part, needless to say. By this time, the ice freezing ball had already flown between the 8 Mad Knights, creating a giant explosion of ice within an instant. The Mad Knight's face changed immediately after being hit by one. The ball's attacking ability had obviously exceeded their imagination. Their formation was gone by this point, so it was up to the individual member to withstand the hits. Worse yet, because they underestimated the opponent's strength, they didn't use the rescue spiritual Kai to increase their elemental resistance. Rather, they continued to persist with their mad, attacking spiritual Kai and the vitality spiritual light ring, which was meant to increase overall speed and endurance. Knight Tanton called out very loudly, "Retreat. Something's wrong with this spell." Meanwhile, he backed away while he switched the rescue spiritual Kai light ring on. Doff and Frankenstein had disappeared by this point. They've already done all that they could to disrupt the Mad Knight's small-sized formation. They achieved what they were after. This was when Wizard Davy had responded quite quickly. With a scream, he and the other law-defying wizards teleported and went straight towards the Mad Knights. They formed a simple quadrilateral formation as they were doing this. Meanwhile, all of their hands generated a Thunder Lightning Blizzard spell, which had the ability to automatically attack all enemies for a persisting period of time. The 8 Mad Knights were now separated into 2 groups. On one side, 3 Mad Knights were hit by 2 freezing element spells. The frost speed slowing already slowed down their movements, and they've already sustained a certain amount of damage at the same time. The other Mad Knights only received damage from the ice freezing ball. The subsequent blizzard was flow enough to be avoided. "Honor to our Lord!" The 5 of them screamed. Several types of spiritual Kai were activated on each of them, and freezing energy continued to be channeled in the air around them. A sacred freezing had a very wide range, enough for Wizard Davy and the other 4 law-defying wizards to enter immediately. They teleported right to the side to block against the wave. Followed by that, they teleported themselves back to their original position. 8 spell runes appeared in their hands at the same time. The spell runes consisted of patterns for 8 lightning chains. The 5 Mad Knights had their shields in front of them. They needed to rush to the side of the 3 Mad Knights. And while they only sustained a light injury, the injury seemed like it was probably going to worsen. The sky was filled with white lightning. 8 lightning chains were launched simultaneously. The sacred freezing seemed like it was about to be unleashed again after the next wave. Again, the 4 law-defying wizards disappeared from their original position and dodged the wave. The 5 Mad Knights formed a small squad to guard, and since the charge could only protect 2 of them, the lightning chains started dancing on the 8 of them instantly. Luckily, as the damage was dispersed equally, none of them sustained any severe harm because of it. Not for the Mad Knight that was left alone, however. Even under the protection of the rescue spiritual Kai ring, he was still in the state of being immobilized for a long period of time. At the same time, charcoal black appeared after their body was hit by lightning. Perhaps Wizard Davy wanted Wizard Hal to protect Abel, so he ordered him to stay by Abel's side and did not fight alongside the others. Abel could see the lightning's tactic. They utilized their fast flashing ability on top of their coordination to their biggest advantage and perfectly avoided those powerful Holy Freeze and Holy Impact aura. However, Abel also saw the weakness of that Blizzard spell. It could only attack once a second, which could not work with the fighting style of law-defying wizards at all. As the 4 law-defying wizards dodged the Holy Freeze, Doph charged into it. Its powerful body withstood it almost like it was nothing. With its giant force, the Holy Freeze could only slow down its rod for a moment. Just like that, Doph appeared from the sky and struck down towards the injured Holy Mad Knight. However, those knights were experienced. As Doph charged into the Holy Freeze, the other 7 Mad Knights already got into their formation and ignited a charge. Since Doph was slowed down and could not increase its speed in mid-air, those knights did the unexpected. They did not protect their teammates. Instead, they attacked. After seeing the knights assembling their attack, Doph knew it could not dodge, so it doubled down on its strength towards that injured Mad Knight. There was a big bang. The ancient rod slammed onto that injured knight's shield. Immediately, half of his body was numbed and blood gushed out from his mouth. Afterward, there was a blast. The 7 Mad Knights arrived in front of Doph. At the very front, Mad Knight Dan ignited the flame aura and unleashed a sacrifice slash with his sword on Doph's leg. Doph's thick skin could not withstand it. It slashed, opened its muscles, and stopped by its bone. Doph let out a big roar. It couldn't bother to flash away anymore. Instead, it swung its rod towards the 7 knights. Wizard Davy frowned in the 4-star magic circle. Doph's fighting style couldn't work well with them, and its insanity made them afraid to even go into the battlefield with it. Doph's main power was physical attacks, not spells. It could not tell the difference between enemy and friends, and they would be in big trouble if Doph made a mistake. Still struggling on the face of death, Mad Knight Dan let out a cold laugh. 6 other Mad Knights supported his attack, so it would be tough for anyone in this world to take it head-on. He wanted Doph to go insane from the pain, so he quickly unleashed another strike aiming at its other leg. Doph landed with full force on its uninjured leg, so all he needed was to take out its other one, and Doph would fall to the ground like a toothless tiger. No matter how strong that rod was, it would be useless. It was a perfect idea, so he doubled down on his attack, and the defense of those knights became paper-thin. Suddenly, a purple light flashed on Doph's leg, and the strangest thing happened. As Mad Knight Dan slashed his sword, he felt like he was almost slashing through the water. Doph's recovery speed was almost faster than his sword. By the time his sword returned, Doph was already fully healed. Not only was the one he slashed, but both of them. Since Doph was back in its top condition, those knights were hopeless against the rod. Doph got their confidence from his master. As long as Abel was around, those little injuries meant nothing. Every time it used the full recovery potion, it felt like it was revived. At first it still had some minor injuries, but all it took was a few more bottles. As Doph swung its rod, Frankenstein also flashed into the battlefield again. His coordination with Doph was perfect, not only because of their natural bond through the soul contract, but because both of them had maintained their fighting instinct through the resurrection spell. Other professions might have other thoughts and worries besides fighting, but for Doph and Frankenstein, the only thing in their newborn soul was fighting instinct. They were war machines without feelings, which made them perfect partners, almost like the same being. On top of that, the full recovery potion was almost like a cheat in the gaming system. They could perfectly maintain their top power with every strike. On the other hand, the injured Mad Knight, who was using the preaching spell to recover, was drastically limited in his fighting ability. At that moment, Frankenstein appeared beside him and unleashed a Nova Blast, the fastest ice spell of all ice spells. A shock wave of ice blasted out from Frankenstein's body towards all directions. The injured knight quickly lifted his shield and got into a revenge position. Another beam of Holy Freeze aura roared towards Frankenstein, but he did not flash away like the lightning wizards. He was an ice wizard. Ice attacks couldn't do much to him, especially since his ice support had reached level 11. A frozen orb spell appeared in his hand. He was only 2 meters from that injured knight. All he needed was to reach his sword. He would be able to smash the frozen orb on that knight. However, at the same time, he was also in the attack range of that injured Mad Knight. Even though he was slowed down, a smile still managed to come through his face. If a law-defying wizard was getting close to a mad knight, the wizard probably had no battle experience. The revenge technique had 3 close body moves, each of them incorporated ice, fire, and lightning elements. This way, all 3 elements would be able to land on the knight's enemy. No matter how resistant a wizard was to elements, it was not likely that they could withstand 3 elements at once. Maybe Frankenstein was a little desperate, so he got so close to him, so he immediately unleashed this attack. However, Frankenstein held up his spirit shield as the frozen ball blasted out from his sword. The injured knight couldn't dodge at this range, and he was not planning to. He had to go all out with this wizard. Retreating would be a huge joke for a knight. As both sides made contact, ice balls blasted out from the frozen orb. Each of them landed on the Mad Knight with a blue glow. The Mad Knight's revenge technique also landed on Frankenstein, but before it made contact with his shield, a blue light flashed. It was the frozen armor doing its trick. However, his frozen armor was soon shattered. After all, the reason why ice wizards loved the frozen armor was for its reflected ability. Frankenstein's frozen armor was not level 27 on top of his 11 ice support. It might not even be able to stop the knight's attack. The second strike of the knight landed on Frankenstein's shield. Since it was an ice attack, it didn't do much. Still, the scary thing about Mad Knights was their vicious physical strength. If a wizard could counteract it by holding up a shield, then knight training would be useless. However, another strange thing happened. The spirit shield on Frankenstein's hand was almost as sturdy as a mountain, and the knight's strike was like a little wave hopelessly slamming onto it. Frankenstein's body was a puppet. Even though he could not unleash its close body attack ability as a law-defying wizard, the puppet's strength remained. The Mad Knight no longer had time to think. The 3 moves were basically instinctive to him. Even after being attacked by ice balls so many times, he still had to complete the moves. Lightning energy filled his sword as it heavily struck on the spell-less spirit shield. The 35% lightning resistance of the shield diffused a part of the damage, and the strike was further absorbed by the 8-point mana increase of the shield and sword. The final lightning strike of the revenge moves did not do much damage to Frankenstein, but still, he was numbed for a moment. The Mad Knight was already badly injured, and he could use this time to escape, but he didn't. A numbed wizard up for grab was an opportunity too good to miss. Instead, he ignited a charge and heavily slammed between Frankenstein's sword and shield. Since Frankenstein was numbed, he had his defense wide open. Murderous gaze flashed in the knight's eyes. A law-defying wizard would die in his hand. Things like this don't often happen in history. Everything happened too fast. At that moment, Doff was still swinging his rod towards the 7 Mad Knights after they stepped away from that injured Mad Knight. Wizard Davy saw Frankenstein in danger, but there was also nothing he could do. If he made a move, his 4-star magic circle might break, and he might get in the way of Doff's rod. His heart began to race. Was he really going to watch his teammate get killed? Frankenstein, careful, he yelled. It was all he could do. The injured Mad Knight was inches away from Frankenstein, and in his mind, Frankenstein's fate was basically decided. Although another revenge move might deepen his injuries, he no longer cared. Everything was worth it if he could kill a law-defying wizard. Die! The knight's sword landed swiftly on Frankenstein. Through the shiny blade, it reflected the cold smile on the Mad Knight's pale face. Dong! The sword sliced through Frankenstein's long cloak, but was blocked by his rune-wood armor. However, the smile stayed on the Mad Knight's face. With such distance, even the strongest armor would be hopeless. Just its momentum alone would be able to blast a wizard to pieces. Frankenstein was knocked back for a step, and he regained himself from the numbness. At that moment, he plunged his sword in that knight's mouth. That scary strike from the knight should be more than enough to take a normal law-defying wizard's life, but not Frankenstein's puppet body. All it did was give him a little painless scratch. Breaking it with any brutal force would be very hard. The numb only lasted for a moment. As he plunged his sword forward, he cast another frozen orb. But unlike last time, he was unleashing the spell right in the knight's mouth. Since the knight was focusing on his moves, the knight couldn't dodge. The frozen orb blasted out in the knight's mouth, sending ice balls flying in all directions. The mouth was the most sensitive area. A few ice balls even struck upon his throat. His face changed from pale to blue. A top-level spell had blasted open right in his mouth, and his head was immediately covered in frost. If his life force was not crazily strong, he would have died on the spot. However, Frankenstein would not give him a chance. His battle instincts knew it was unnecessary to cast another spell, so he merely plunged his sword a little forward into the frozen skull of that knight. With a clean crack, the head of that knight fell into pieces. The headless body dropped heavily on the ground, and a light gem began to shine from within. That light gem was unlike anything Abel had ever seen. It looked just like that mad knight. Afterward, a thick soul beam shot up towards the evil kingdom. Seems like an immense force attracted it. Suddenly, a pure white rainbow was formed in the sky, like a giant pair of wings to the evil kingdom. Abel got a feeling. The soul of that knight must be taken back by the demons from beyond. "You've killed my lord's mad knight. I will make your soul rot in hell." Mad Knight Dan roared. His face began to twitch. The knight who died was not only his men, but a brother, who fought within him for countless years. However, his roar did not do much to Frankenstein. Instead, he put away the light gem and all the gears on that dead knight into his portal object. When Mad Knight Dan pushed away Doff and charged towards him, he calmly flashed away. At the same time, Doff also flashed away from the battlefield. Wizard Davy's face was filled with excitement. A powerful Mad Knight guarding a resource territory was killed. This result was almost as good as taking over a territory. As you know, killing a holy knight was a big hassle. Let alone a loyal Mad Knight. If those knights were not so fixed that they were lightning wizards and used the Holy Freeze aura instead of the Holy Charge aura, Frankenstein wouldn't have been able to get him so easily. The Holy Freeze aura was a continuous attack utilizing ice elements to cover a big area, and the Holy Charge aura utilized lightning elements. But of course, it was also because they didn't know they were fighting at close range with an ancient puppet. Those things were not easy to take advantage of after all. Seeing Frankenstein and Doff flashed away, Mad Knight Dan calmed himself down. As the guardian and the leader of this castle, he knew it was not a bright move to attack. Those wizards were clearly hiding something to wait for their attack after they lost a knight. With Beeman and Frankenstein as support, those lightning wizards' power was not on par with them. He was faced with two choices. One, go back to the castle. With 2,000 holy knights in the castle and 7 of them mad knights on guard, going against those wizards shouldn't be a problem. The only thing was that it would drastically impact his status in the evil kingdom. The second choice was to attack the summoner who summoned the Beeman and Frankenstein. He could see clearly that he was a big druid with a gray bear standing beside him. Soon the decision was clear: attack that druid. "Glory to my lord," Mad Knight Dan yelled as he waved his hand. The 7 mad knights gathered in a charging formation. They disregarded the wizard's 4-star magic circle and began their attack. As long as they stuck together, spells wouldn't do much to them in a short period of time. Abel sensed that he was fixed by many power of the will, and saw the knights charging towards him, and Wizard Hal with countless chains of lightning. "Master Bennett, let me get you out of here," Wizard Hal said as he reached his hand forward to do a move in a flash. "Wizard Hal, you go first, don't worry about me," Abel said gently as he twisted and dodged his hand. Wizard Hal did not insist. He knew Abel was a dragon druid. Even if he could not directly transform into a giant dragon, he would definitely have countless lifesavers on him as a master potion maker. Therefore, he flashed away and cast a chain of lightning towards the knight as he went. Although that strike didn't so much, it still gave the knight some pressure. After all, knight formation could only distribute the damage amongst the knights. But with their preaching aura as support, they would be able to sustain spell attacks at least for a short moment. The attack of those mad knights was scary as well. They unleashed Holy Freeze aura from time to time, so those lightning wizards couldn't just keep attacking. They had to dodge as well. "Wizard Davy, hold them down," Abel yelled. His voice stuck out like a sore thumb on the battlefield. Those knights knew he was a big druid, but what could give a big druid this kind of confidence? However, Wizard Davy knew Abel was a dragon druid. His explosiveness was scary. Although he never saw it with his own eyes, he saw the news that Abel had destroyed 4 mad knights with his power. Wizard Hal reappeared beside Wizard Davy, and the 4-star magic circle changed into a 5-star magic circle. Mad Knight Dan on the charge felt a little unease. He didn't know where that feeling was coming from. Could it be this druid in front of him? They were about to make contact with Abel. It was too late to change a target. With their scary force of 7 Mad Knights, almost no one could stop them, but the keyword was almost. As they were meters away, the Grey Bear stepped forward. Mad Knight Dan's sword slashed towards the Grey Bear. With their charge, sacrifice technique, as well as the flaming aura as support, the giant palm of that Grey Bear was immediately slashed open and stopped by its bone. The Grey Bear was not looking good. It had brutally taken in all the force of those knights. If it was not a Grey Bear King, it would have returned to its monster ring already. However, as Abel's summon, as long as you didn't get killed instantly, you would be able to recover quickly. The druid's soul automatically emptied a full recovery potion on the Grey Bear. In a flash of purple light, the internals, as well as the sliced open palm of that Grey Bear, was recovered. After going through such an impact, the Grey Bear King was furious. Its giant palm struck down, but the reality was that it was still facing 7 Mad Knights. Mad Knight Dan quickly lifted his shield and did a shield strike. Immediately the Grey Bear was knocked out. During this time, Abel reached his will and the skill tree and ignited the dragon transformation. But before that, a full set of gear appeared on him and brought his power to a whole other level. Originally, his dragon transformation was only level 1, and he could not level it up since it depended on the dragon blood concentration of his body. However, the Dark World's gear could level up an ability through the law. Although Abel's lighting support did not affect the soul, it had leveled up the law of the skill tree. Under this condition, his dragon transformation directly shot up to level 10. However, he wouldn't look any different. Each level equal to 100 years of dragon strength. Abel's original form as a young dragon could only do 2 spells, Dragon Spill and Sharp Claw. But as a 1,000-year-old dragon, he would have many more options. Abel drew the dragon transformation pattern, and his druid soul quickly transferred the natural force into it. It was not the first time he transformed, so it no longer needed as much natural force. All it took was 1/3 of his druid energy, and the transformation was complete. Abel sensed the ice elements began to dance around him. They were excited as they welcomed their master. It was the power of a 1,000-years-old blue dragon. His bond with ice elements was at an unimaginable level. Compared to his original form as a 100-year-old young dragon, his bond with the ice elements was at least a few times stronger. His body stretched to 10 meters long, and wings poked out from his back as he floated in mid-air. He looked even more intimidating than the last time he transformed. The gears sank into his dragon body and became a part of his internal power. Abel caught a familiar god, like feeling he had in the rogue encampment. A dragon was not a god, but a 1,000-years-old dragon was close. As he floated, he gazed at the 7 Mad Knights. They were stunned as Abel unleashed a dragon roar. Although a dragon roar by itself could not stop the knights, Abel's sudden transformation made them pause a little, and his roar fully brought their movement to a halt. "You are a dragon druid, you are Master Bennett." Mad Knight Dan finally recognized who he was facing. However, he just couldn't understand why such an important master potion maker would appear on the front line of the battlefield. Abel kept his mouth shut. The spells of a 1,000-year-old dragon appeared in his mind naturally without the skill tree. They were instinctual to him. There was no need for spells or spell patterns. He could just cast it any time he wanted. "Ice armor," he mumbled, and a thick layer of ice armor appeared on him. It looked thick and sturdy on the surface, but it was as flexible as his body. "Ice cloud spell," he thought to himself, and a thin layer of ice cloud appeared beside him. Of course, he would be in big trouble if it was an actual thin layer of ice. This ice cloud worked very similarly to the Knight's Holy Freeze, but anyone would be affected as long as they entered a range. His power of will dictated the range, and every enemy within it would be slowed down. They might even get frozen on the spot. Sharp Claw, finally. He added a golden layer to his claw. His claw was already extremely sharp and indestructible. With this spell, it could cut through armor and break spells. It only took him a second to cast all these spells, and he immediately speeded towards the knights on the ground. "Go back!" Mad Knight Dan no longer wanted to attack. It might be worth a try if they were only fighting a dragon, but those lightning law-defying wizards that beam that ice law-defying wizard was still around. All of them together was not something they could kill. The knights charged in chaos. Even with their defense and recovery, they didn't have much of an advantage against a 1,000-year-old dragon. Nothing was more bold-handed than a dragon. They were the reason why the continents never got attacked by those powerful spiritual beasts in the ocean. If dragons were more battle-thirsty, the evil kingdom would have been attacked by them long ago. Mad Knight Dan knew the power of dragons from rumors and documents. They followed closely behind the gods, above the existence of all beings. Mad Knight Dan was still 5 miles from the castle. It would be a challenge to get back, but the protection circle and the night attack amplifier were their only option. After long years of battle, the knights and wizards knew each other very well, but Abel's appearance caught their strategies by surprise. Take that beeman with his ancient rod, for example. Its rebound effect was a nightmare to close fighters such as knights. It could block the attack of 8 mad knights and break their formation. As long as the knights stayed in their formation, taking them down would be much harder. At that moment, Doff moved again. It flashed above the 7 mad knights with its rod. Frankenstein also moved. He appeared behind Doff in front of the knights. With a blizzard storm pattern on his hand, gray clouds swirled above them. Mad Knight Dan knew they would be fighting against a 1,000-year-old dragon if they stopped. According to Mad Knight Mead, who attacked the elves, this dragon's close-body fighting skills were almost invincible. Therefore, he would not test it until the last moment. He stepped on the left, and his body lifted off the ground. A white light flashed from the shield on his left, and the 6 other knights followed. Just like that, their entire formation leaped up. A shield strike could send their target unconscious, and they were about to make contact with Doff's rod. As they collided, Mad Knight Dan suddenly shifted his shield at a slight angle and diffused most of the impact. Afterward, a magic pattern flew forward into Doff's chest. Doff was immediately knocked out. Its body heavily landed on the ground like a brick. However, Mad Knight Dan no longer had time to finish Doff. What he did relied on the Doff's momentum, and his charging formulation was soon carried to a side in mid-air. This also perfectly avoided the blizzard storm. It was a spectacular move. Of course, it was also because of Doff's lack of official training as a beeman. Even though it would sometimes use tree trunks to attack before it got its rod, it mostly just fought with his bare hands. Mad Knight Dan knew this, and he took advantage of it. Abel couldn't help but think about Johnson as he watched from the sky. Johnson's fighting ability grew tremendously ever since he taught it the 11th Rider Spear technique, but he didn't know any rod fighting techniques. He needed to search for some and teach Doff. He was not worried about the knight's escape, and those 5 lightning wizards also started their attack on their 5-star magic circle. Although they could directly stop the knights, their chain of lightning with its numbing effect could still slow the knights down in their formation if the knights gave up their attacks. The numb could be distributed in a formation, and speed would be the most affected factor, especially since the chain of lightning's power could accumulate. But suddenly, Mad Knight Dan took out a scroll and ignited it. It was a move in a flash scroll, and their formation was immediately flashed forward for 100 meters. It was not that he didn't want to go further, but he only had 1 scroll, and he had a team of 6 mad knights behind him. 100 meters was its limit. Bastards, Wizard Davy roared in fury. There was no need to explain. The only way those knights could get their hands on a move in the flash scroll was from a dead wizard. It disgusted him just thinking about those knights using the work of his men to escape his attacks. Move in a flash scroll were lifesavers, and normally they would be used up before a wizard was killed. Wizard Davy flashed as well in his 5-star magic circle. They could only do hit and run with the knights. If they got too close, they would still be affected by the Holy Freeze aura. Doff regained itself after a few seconds, but the knights and wizards were already a few kilometers away. Abel did not attack as he flew, looking at the rate those knights were flashing. 4 scrolls were used up almost instantly. No matter how fast he flew, it was no match to a move in a flash. Of course, he might be able to catch up if he exposed his wizard identity. But it was no longer needed. Frankenstein appeared beside his giant dragon body with a move and a flash spell pattern, and immediately he was teleported forward. As Mad Knight Dan was igniting another scroll, he suddenly sensed the energy around him tense up. It was like he had fallen into a pool of glue. He looked above, and there was a giant dragon with Frankenstein by its side. "Slay the dragon," he roared. He was not afraid. After all, he was a Mad Knight. His blood was burning, as though a dragon was nothing to fear. He quickly changed his formation, and the 7 of them struck forward with their sword. Abel ignited his world stone ability, and everything began to slow down. From the sword of those knights, he saw an opening. He gently twisted his dragon body and perfectly dodged the swords. As Mad Knight, Dan's sword struck empty. The just ignited burning thirst for battle within him has washed away like the tides. He never saw anything like it, a being escaping the sword of 7 Mad Knights at this range, especially since his target was this enormous. It would be nowhere as much of a shock if the dragon just counteracted their attacks with its defense. But dodging their swords was enough to make him question reality. Abel couldn't care less about what he thought. His sharp claw quickly slashed open the defense of a Mad Knight, and the holy shield immediately faded into sparkles. The knight's armor was like a thin piece of paper against his golden claw, and it plunged into his skin and bones, cutting through his organs. "My lord, rake back my soul." A look of insanity flashed in that Mad Knight's eyes as he let out his last roar and ignited the last bit of holy energy within him. His holy energy was like fire and oil, and it began to fuse with the element around. Self-destruct. Abel immediately knew what the knight was about to do. He quickly retracted his claw and fixed his power of the will on that self-destructing knight. Through his calculations, a Mad Knight self-destructing at this range would be a threat to him even with his powerful dragon defense. Although self-destruct was an extremely fast process, it was not much for Abel with his world stone ability. He quickly found the knight's core and gently pressed his claw onto it. Just like a deflated balloon, holy energy began to sift out, and the self-destruct failed. Meanwhile, Mad Knight Dan kept flashing with the scrolls. As Abel was occupied with the self-destructing Mad Knight, they were already thousands of meters away. Abel was about to chase after them with Frankenstein, but he was quickly stopped by something. After the knight stopped breathing, its pure white soul beam did not fly towards the sky or the evil kingdom. Instead, it flew towards his dragon body and entered the crystal angel statue between his eyes. He didn't know what was happening, but he didn't feel any danger, so he paused on the spot. Wizard Davy and the wizards were busy chasing after the 6 Mad Knights. The battle was tense, so no one was aware of the soul beam behind them. Especially Mad Knight Dan on the lead. They had run out of scrolls, so they could only use potions to hold down their injuries. They did not have time to wonder why the dragon didn't chase after them, but they were glad it didn't. If anyone looked back at that moment, they would be faced with a bizarre scene. The soul beam of that dead Mad Knight rushed into Abel's dragon skull. Abel realized a problem. Not only that, he could not move, but all of his energy was also fixed in his forehead. If he couldn't float as a dragon, he would have dropped on the ground already. He sensed a vicious, unwilling scream from that soul beam as it was dragged into his crystal angel statue. Normal soul beam could stay burning for a few hours, but the immense force created by his crystal angel statue was absorbed in a scary rate. Just like that, the knight's last bit of glory was demolished by Abel, instead of returning to its lord in the evil kingdom. The silhouette of a Mad Knight emerged in the crystal angel statue. He was no longer struggling. Instead, it was bowing down on one knee towards the statue with a strange, peaceful look on his face, almost like he had returned to the arms of his god. Abel couldn't make sense of what was happening. This did not happen to the knight killed by Frankenstein. Maybe he was too far away, or his body was not powerful enough to ignite the crystal angel statue. Although being a big druid and a law-defying wizard was already considered a great power, it was still far behind a crystal angel statue. However, as a giant dragon, the condition was satisfied even though he was not as powerful as his godly form in the dark world. As the dead Mad Knight bowed, Abel sensed that his crystal angel statue gained some extra ability, but he did not have time to check. The soul beam of the knight in front of him had vanished, but the soul beam of the Mad Knight killed by Frankenstein moments ago was still burning. Abel checked again and realized he had regained his movements. was almost like time had frozen a moment ago. As the soul beam entered him, it felt like an eternity, but it also felt like a flash. He looked at the dead body, put away its special light gem, and threw the dead body in his personal storage box. To others, dead bodies were an achievement at most, but for Abel, they were the best resurrection material. He could use the resurrection spell again in half a year of Central Continent time. If he couldn't find anything better, a mad knight would be good enough. But of course, he would only be able to take a mad knight out in the dark world, not in the Central Continent. A dead body of this rank was too rare. If he didn't join the Wizard Union on this big mission, no way he would be able to run into something like this. Even in the Wizard Union, the dead body of every passed-away law-defying wizard, archpriest, big druid, and barbarian fighter would never land in Abel's hands. He also couldn't just take any dead body. For example, the 2 mad knights killed by the goddess in the Tree of Life Valley would be useless since all of their energy was absorbed by the goddess. The mad knight killed by Frankenstein was also useless since its head was blasted into pieces. Even if Abel could resurrect it, it could not get a new soul without a head. After the crystal angel statue absorbed the mad knight's soul, the crystal angel statue's energy began to sift out. Although it only lasted for a moment, it caused a reaction. A pure white light flashed on the giant wings of the evil kingdom in the sky. Soon, an old man in a large, roomy robe viciously opened his eyes within a pure white holy temple of the evil kingdom. Strange golden ancient runes flashed and sifted within his eyes. After 10 seconds, the golden runes vanished, and he lowered his voice as he lifted his head. Godspeed. His voice was soft, but it was almost like a shockwave gushing out of the temple white, a pure white holy light. His voice filled the temple, and 2 armored knights quickly appeared in the temple like a flash of lightning. Their charge was faster than any mad knight. It was almost neck to neck with a normal wizard's move in a flash. The prestigious enlightened one, Guardian Knight Ando, is here to hear the Godspeed. The prestigious enlightened one, Guardian Knight Bobby, is here to hear the Godspeed. The 2 knights got on their knees and said with respect, Godspeed. The guardian wings allowed me to sense a holy object connected to my lord. Retrieve it so my lord can return from his slumber. The old man lowered his voice. The god of the evil kingdom entered a slumber after using the guardian wings, but his consciousness remained in power. To wake him up again, they would need a holy treasure with the ability to affect gods. Or maybe the body of another god or god-level being such as the Tree of Life. This was why the evil kingdom had sent out so many knights to destroy the Tree of Life and retrieve its remains. However, they failed. With such a big reaction from the guardian wings, this treasure they were about to encounter must be extremely important. Even more important than the Tree of Life. The guardian knights will die to retrieve the Lord's holy object. The 2 knights bowed and said, Knight Ando, you go first. The Wizard Union might have a big reaction if the 2 of you entered the front line together. I will use the holy energy to hide your energy, so don't let the Wizard Union know about your presence before you make a move. The enlightened gazed at the knights and focused on Knight Ando. Knight Ando will not disappoint you. Knight Ando's face sank, but he was very happy to be chosen. Knight Bobby was happy for him as well. Even though he didn't get chosen himself, his life was still at the service of his lord. Knight Ando, this is the scent of the person who has the holy object. Find him. The enlightened one let out a strand of golden light with a scent. It was Abel's scent. The scent of a young druid with a vicious giant dragon. Knight Ando mumbled. A dragon druid. The enlightened lowered his voice. Although he had the most say in the evil kingdom, he was not the most powerful. He was only the spokesman of the guardian wings. The chosen one. His status was similar to Lorraine in the elves. He had the authoritative status of a god, but that had nothing to do with his own ability. Enlightened one, I think I know who he is. Knight Ando's face began to move, and a strand of excitement sifted from his voice. Oh, you've seen him. The enlightened was also excited. He was not expecting things to progress this quickly. According to the guardian wing, this holy object could be an opportunity to bring their god back. So, of course, the enlightened one was excited. A young dragon druid. The most powerful potion maker in the Central Continent. The beloved elf of the goddess of the moon, the guardian of the goddess temple, Master Bennett. Knight Ando said with certainty. He formed a fist in mid-air as though he was grabbing Master Bennett. He was confident that there was no escape. Amazing, now I will use the holy energy to hide your scent. The enlightened one smiled. He reached his hand towards the sky, and a golden beam lowered from the guardian wings. The beam began to shape into a long robe. He then threw robe towards Knight-Ando. Its golden sparkled, wrapped around Knight-Ando in mid-air. Knight Bobby could clearly sense Knight-Ando's scent fading away from the side, as he was never there. Knight-Ando was a truly legendary knight. If he stepped out the guardian wings for even half a step without something to hide his scent, at least a few legendary wizards would notice. At that point, he might not even be able to buy any time, let alone find someone. The evil kingdom needed development and the central continent, which was why the front line, second line, and third line battlefield were established. Those battlefields were like a child's game for the legendaries. They were the final card of a force. Once a battle between them broke out, it would cost a big loss for both sides. Still, both sides had their backups. The evil kingdom had the guardian wings, and the central continent had built two crazy lines of defense. First was 100 law-defying wizards who faked their death. Even if a legendary knight wanted to pass through, they would not be able to without sacrifice. As you know, law-defying wizards were already the masters of law. Although they were not as powerful as the legendaries, they would unleash legendary power by sacrificing their life, and an extremely valuable magic tower. The second line of defense was the Wall of Doomsday. It was the pinnacle of achievements from elf and dwarf magic circle makers through countless valuable resources. It was the final card in the hearts of the Central Continent elite. The Wizard Union didn't want to go all out with the evil kingdom, but it was only in the front line that the strongest law-defying wizard would turn them into legendary wizards before they found a way to break the wings of Guardian. The evil kingdom also didn't want to go all out, because once the front-line battlefield was wiped out, they would lose another layer of defense. The attack of the Howling Castle these past 2 days had drained a lot of energy from the Guardian wings, but if they really lost the front-line battle, the Wizard Union would be able to unleash a full attack on the Guardian wings. That would only further drain their energy to the point where the Guardian wing could no longer protect the evil kingdom as well as their slumbering god. They didn't have an unlimited amount of energy, since most of it came from the sacrifice of life. It was only through sacrifice the Guardian wings would be able to transfer those energies into holy energy. Holy energy supported all the most powerful achievements of the evil kingdom. Breaking the Wall of Doomsday, keeping the Guardian wings occupied, and creating new holy knights. The holy energy was crucial to all those things. Once this balance was broken, the front-line battlefield would be immediately taken out, and no one wanted to see that. Therefore, Guardian Knight-Ando had to hide his identity from the legendary wizards the moment he walked out of the Guardian wings. But even if they had an unlimited amount of holy energy, the effect would only last for a day at most, and if Knight-Ando started his attack, the holy energy would fade away. Just like that, Knight-Ando teleported out of the evil kingdom like a ghost, but he did not enter the front-line battlefield with a teleportation circle. That would affect the holy energy, and he didn't want to take the risk. Frankenstein flashed forward with Abel's giant body towards the castle on the peak, while the 6 mad knights were still battling with the wizards. They were only 2 kilometers from the castle. With another kilometer, they would enter the attack range of the 2,000 holy knights. The castle utilized the same technology as magic towers. After long years of battle, many low-rank professions and followers of God were taken in by the evil kingdom. Luckily, this magic tower technology was made for wizards, and only wizards could fully unleash its potential. Knights had an attack range of 1 kilometer, but wizards would at least be able to 10 times that range. This was also why the Lightning Clan only assigned 1 law-defying wizard to guard their castle. With a spirit as an assistant, invaders would be spotted from afar, so all the wizards needed was to protect the magic circles. Although the castle sacrificed a lot in this battle, it was worth it, considering it was the front-line battlefield. As Abel was flashing, he connected to Doph through the soul chain and sent it a command. Its attacks dramatically slowed down the knights, but it suddenly vanished and began flashing towards the castle on the peak. 1 kilometer was only a few seconds for the charging knights, so stopping them was not really possible. was also because Abel was dragged down by the soul beam earlier and did not chase after the knights. Although Frankenstein tried his best to catch up with Abel, stopping them from kilometers was still unlikely. Frankenstein might be able to do it by himself, but he was also carrying Abel's 10 meters dragon form, which limited his spell casting speed. As Doph entered the kilometer range of the castle, golden mana hammers suddenly emerged from the ground. They began to swirl crazy in that kilometer range and formed a golden chain of the hammer in mid-air. Preaching Hammer was one of those rare automatic elite Holy Knight attack spells. With the help of the magic circle, this spell was amplified to a range of 1 kilometer. 1,000 elite Holy Knights lined their Preaching Hammer up in a chain around the cast, as they engulfed themselves in focus and meditation aura. The attack of the Preaching Hammer was scary. It could almost disregard any elemental defense. It was one of the most powerful moves of the Holy Knights, but it was rarely used in normal battles. The reason was simple. Its unpredictable swirling motion in mid-air made it hard to target an enemy. On the other hand, the intermediate Holy Knights in the castle were ruthlessly casting holy bolts towards Doph. Countless pure white holy beams flew out with holy energy. Even Doph could dodge them easily. The holy energy was helping the 6 mad knights recover. The lightning wizards did want to approach the castle. Once the knights started healing, there was nothing they could do. However, at that moment, Doph's power in defense was on display. The Preaching Hammer kept landing on its body, but they were all blasted away by its fur. Those attacks couldn't even stop it from flashing. And he was in front of the castle with 3 flashes. Doph was an impulsive animal. It jumped up and heavily struck down on the castle wall with its giant rod. An energy shield flashed on the castle wall, and it was more powerful than any large protection circle Abel saw in the central continent. It was at least a city-level protection circle, and a thing like that was installed onto a castle. You could imagine its power. Doph's first strike sent a shockwave through the energy shield, but it did not break it. But it was because of that. Countless Preaching Hammers attacked him at once. With such a big target, those Preaching Hammers would not miss even if they were hard to control. Doph was knocked back. It was furious, but it soon got a command from its master. Abel had no choice. Even with the fighting instinct of a beeman, Doph would go insane once it was angry. Abel knew it was not a good strategy, so he quickly made a command. Doph immediately flashed away and reappeared on the other side of the castle after a second. It struck down heavily with its rod and sent a shockwave throughout the castle once again. Just like that, the process began to repeat itself. All the others could see was a giant beeman appearing and disappearing. After 10 strikes, a clean cracking sound emerged, and the protection circle vanished into sparkles. This circle was not only protected by a city circle, but it was also made out of the best material. Luxury items like this would only be seen on the front-line battlefield. Doph continued. It disappeared again after the protection circle was broken and started its invasion. Each strike it made came with a bang, and big holes were opened up on the city wall. However, it was not enough for Doph to enter. A normal castle wall would fall immediately with an attack like that. But this castle was entirely made out of iron and heavy metals. It was one of the strongest things out there. Dong dong, all of a sudden Doph was looking like a blacksmith. The knights within the castle wanted to attack, but they could not follow Doph's movements. Even if they did, it didn't do much to Doph. At that moment, the 6 mad knights returned, and they began to charge towards Doph. At the same time, Abel, Frankenstein, and the 5 law-defying wizards with their 5-star magic circle also entered. Those 2,000 knights were trapped without a protection circle. It was not that they didn't want to come out, but Doph's metal rod had already merged the city gate and city wall into one. It was a special character of metals to not break into pieces, so Doph's momentarily roll as blacksmith perfectly locked the knights up. A metal castle was molded, not built, to increase its defense and stop the invasion. Metal strips also bound all the windows. The only entrance and exit was the city gate. Although there were countless teleportation circles as well, they were all useless when the gate was shut. Doph was having its moment. It didn't even want to fight the 6 mad knights anymore. Instead, it kept flashing away and reappeared to attack. The 5 law-defying wizards turned their 5-star teleportation circle towards the metal castle. Without a protection circle, and many amplifying circles beginning to be damaged, it was no longer an impenetrable target. They perfectly aimed at the window of the castle and cast 10 chains of lightning. There were 2,000 knights in the castle. Their attack would be able to land on one even if they didn't focus. The special thing about the chain of lightning was that it would automatically shift to another 8 targets once it was unleashed. Screams of agony began to emerge from the castle as soul beams shot up. However, the strange thing was that it was flying towards the giant dragon in the sky. When the first soul beam entered Abel, he sensed calmness filled his body. Thief Mad Knight Dan's eyes were blood red. He no longer cared about the knights in the castle as he saw the soul beams being sucked into the dragon. All souls would return to their god on the frontline battlefield once they died. This was why they were all willing to be so ruthless. The soul of a holy knight belonged to their god. So what Abel was doing was stealing from their god. After all, the soul of a holy knight was their only peace of mind. So of course, Mad Knight Dan and the other 5 Mad Knights were furious. They quickly turned their battle formation towards the dragon in the sky. The 5 other Mad Knights gathered their holy energy on to Mad Knight Dan. With a roar, Mad Knight Dan's sword turned into a beam of light and shot up for a few hundred meters. Abel was caught off guard, but there was nothing he could do. His body was bound by the soul beams crazily rushing into him. He noticed the silhouette of knights appearing in his relaxed body. They all struggled at first, but they quickly fell to their knees and prayed like the most loyal disciples once they entered the crystal angel statue. Wizard Davy, on the other hand, did not pay too much attention to Abel. He knew Abel would be fine. He was recognized by the goddess of the moon and was the recognized husband of Elf Saint. Anyone could have a connection with the evil kingdom, but not Abel. After all, the goddess of the moon was at constant war with the demons from beyond. Although the elves did not contribute much in the front line battlefield, the goddess of the moon would definitely show herself and fight alongside the wizard union if the demons from beyond invaded. It was none of his business that Abel was absorbing soul beams. Considering Abel's connection with the goddess and the tree of life, anything could happen to him. Therefore, Wizard Davy gathered the attention of the 4 other law-defying wizards again and began their massacre in the castle. Yes, it was a massacre. A law-defying wizard could already dominate a group of elite and intermediate knights easily. Those knights were trapped in a damaged castle without the ability to get into their formation. The 5 law-defying wizards expanded their power of the will and began to cast chains of lightning into the castle again. Their speed of killing was scary, and 2,000 knights were mowed down like grass. Just like that, this castle built to protect the knights became their grave. Abel was in a really awkward position. Wizard Davy merely stopped for a moment, and those soul beams kept rushing into him crazily. Although it was a thrill, he really couldn't move his dragon body. The sword made up of holy energy shot up by the knights was about to make contact with him. It was no ordinary attack considering the knight's lack of long-range attack. The holy bolt was an exception, but its power could barely do a scratch on a dragon. Therefore, the 6 Mad Knights gathered their holy energy and used the most surefire method, expending their sword through the holy energy to slay the dragon. Abel wanted Frankenstein to help him take the hit. But at that moment, he couldn't even connect to his soul chain. He could not move, so he could only take the hit head-on. However, the unexpected happened. As this sword of holy energy made contact with Abel, it rushed into Abel's forehead as though it was returning home. The energy of a Mad Knight originated from the demons from beyond. Their holy aura and battle skills were a great force of attack with the assistance of holy energy. For a wizard, even a law-defying wizard, this strike would be unbearable, but the crystal angel statue in Abel's forehead had the same origin as the knight's loyalty. Therefore, those holy energies were happily returned home as they made contact with Abel. Abel immediately sensed powerful holy energy rushing into the crystal angel statue. Its rank was extremely high, much more than the energy he got from preaching. The energy in the crystal angel statue slowly turned dim gold. According to his experience, the statue had leveled up. Mad Knight Dan felt his blood burn. He didn't know why the dragon wasn't avoiding their attack, but he would not miss this opportunity. Immediately, he unleashed another holy energy for the attack. Frankenstein was a little hesitant. His master was being attacked, and he should be helping him. But he sensed that Abel wasn't getting hurt through their soul chain. Instead, Abel was enjoying the process. Daph also sensed it as it was on its way to help, so it quickly stopped as well. Abel didn't know how to explain his condition. On the one hand, soul beams from elite holy knights kept rushing into his dragon body, and the souls of intermediate holy knights turned into invincible shadows and flew towards the crystal angel statue. After Mad Knight Dan attacked, he realized something was wrong. Their attacks not only did not leave a single mark. On the dragon's scale, it barely even moved. This defense was different from everything they knew. If a dragon was really this strong, there must be a huge problem with the legends. Or maybe these dragons were the problem. Of course, this dragon was the problem. It had now taken 23 seconds for the 5 law-defying wizards to kill off those 2,000 defenseless holy knights. Law-defying wizards were already much more powerful than intermediate and elite holy knights. Since those knights could not even get into their formation, they could only get beat up helplessly. After rounds of lightning strikes, there was no longer any life on the hill. And Abel's dragon body was like a god taking in the countless souls. "Protect Master Bennett." Wizard Davy didn't know what was happening, and he yelled. Their 5-star magic circle approached the Mad Knights and unleashed the chain of lightning again. Although the knights were at an advantage with 6 of them, they would be surrounded as soon as Abel's dragon body regained consciousness. "Retreat, we need to report this to the temple." Mad Knight Dan also knew his condition, so he abruptly made a quick decision and yelled. The 6 Mad Knights quickly ignited their charge again. Back to the evil kingdom, but Wizard Davy would not miss this opportunity. This perfect opportunity to kill Mad Knights. So far, all the Mad Knights were killed by Abel. Although they were in a team, Abel would still take all the glory. However, as Wizard Davy began to flash, the giant dragon in the sky began to move again. Absorbing the soul of a knight would not take long even for a Mad Knight, let alone those intermediate and elite ones. Abel felt his heart lifted when he regained his motion. With so many soul beams rushing into the crystal angel statue, even his soul was working very hard. After all, he had taken in the soul of 2,000 holy knights. Luckily, he had 2 souls. His druid soul could take the burden from his main soul when those soul beams were rushing in. Therefore, even though he could not control his summons through his souls were not hurt. He scanned the crystal angel statue. 2,000 souls were kneeling on the ground and mumbling prayers. Slowly, the energy within the crystal angel statue began to increase. Its original dim gold energy turned dark gold. As Abel was examining these changes, he suddenly felt his heart drop. His head commander intuition sent him an immensely threatening signal. "Wizard Davy, I sense danger. Get out of here now," Abel roared through his dragon mouth. Wizard Davy was about to move in a flash, and he quickly stopped. He knew how mysterious Abel was, so he could not doubt the words coming from such power. "Retreat," Wizard Davy lowered his voice. The souls of the wizards were united under the 5-star magic circle, which was why they could move in a flash and cast spells in unison. As the center of the circle, Wizard Davy's command held the most authority. Although the 4 other law-defying wizards were sad to see such a great opportunity slip by, they still changed their direction and began flashing towards the Howling Castle. Meanwhile, the body of a man appeared from the sky like a strike of lightning. Wizard Davy turned, and his face was filled with horror. He could sense a slight pressure even from afar. He couldn't understand how a legendary knight could appear without attracting legendary wizards. According to legends, as soon as a legendary profession appeared on the frontline battlefield, their opposition would immediately send out a legendary profession as well to balance the power. Legendary professions normally wouldn't move on other professions even if they encountered each other in the frontline battlefield, but that legendary knight was clearly charging towards them. If not, he would not have let out his suppression energy. "Master Bennett, that's a legendary knight," Wizard Davy yelled, and he speeded up his flash. All he wanted was to bring his law-defying wizards back safely. Abel was flying, and he thought he would be fine with his speed as a dragon. But hearing the words of Wizard Davy and seeing that speeding body, he realized legendary knights could fly as well. He had only been on the frontline battlefield for a moment, and the information he got was only at a surface level. Although the lightning wizards had briefly explained to him, there were still many things being left out. After all, no one was expecting to see a legendary profession on the front lines. They had only shown themselves a few times in the past 100 years. "Frankenstein, Doff, get me out of here," Abel commanded through the soul chain. Since they were connected through the soul chain, Frankenstein and Doff began to take turns and teleported Abel away with their own flashing ability. Abel felt his soul being fixed by that legendary knight as he was teleporting. He could not return to his human form. If he did, he would be suppressed, and then he would be hopeless. The only reason he was not affected by this legendary knight's suppression, even after being focused on, was because of his 1,000 years old blue dragon body. Since Doff and Frankenstein's soul was connected to him, they too were unaffected. Go that way. Abel knew he was the target of this legendary knight, and he didn't want to drag the 5 law-defying wizards and the 15 elite wizards from the Lightning Clan into it, so he commanded his summons to change their direction. He was not familiar with this area, but he knew he was not heading towards the evil kingdom. Those giant wings in the sky were too eye-catching. As Mad Knight Dan was retreating, he realized the wizards stopped attacking and began to retreat as well. He turned towards the sky and saw a body flying. From the evil kingdom. A crazy smile emerged on his face, but he was not planning to help the legendary knight. In fact, they had no right to get involved with the mission of a legendary knight. However, when he turned towards the castle on the peak which had become the grave of 2,000 holy knights, his face sank again. Those knights were all dead because of his failed leadership. All he could think about was the punishment he would receive once he got back. But of course, the punishment was not the most torturous. It was the fact that he had disappointed his god. Wizard Davy saw Abel changing direction, and the legendary knight followed. He immediately understood Abel's intention, and he felt deeply touched. Normally people would scramble for backup in the face of danger, but Abel quickly made a decision not to drag them into danger as well, even if they were in the same team. Knight Ando was a little irritated. The holy energy hid him, and he already spotted his target from far, but his target suddenly began running as soon as he showed a slight bit of murderous desire. He didn't know, but it was Abel's crystal angel statue at play. It gave Abel energy similar to the demons from beyond. So Knight Ando's protection shield created by the Guardian Wing's energy was almost useless to him. On top of that, Abel had been developing his head commander intuition for a long time. Although his head commander ability had plateaued, his senses never stopped growing. Abel was in big trouble. He couldn't escape that legendary knight, no matter how smooth Doff and Frankenstein were flashing. With such a giant dragon body, his teleportation range was not ideal. It was not that he still wanted to keep his wizard identity a secret in this circumstance, but he couldn't do wizard spells in his dragon form. If he continued, the legendary knight might catch up to him soon. It was a problem all around. He could go faster as a human, but he would be suppressed by the legendary knight's energy at this range if he did. Then, he might not even move. He began to wonder how he could attack. But he was too weak. His brain couldn't come up with anything. Knight Ando was also growing desperate. If Abel hadn't spotted him and started running away, he wouldn't find himself in a situation like this. He did not expect that Abe's giant dragon form could be within his suppression. As you know, all big druids would be helpless against a legendary knight. All he wanted was to catch up with Abel and bring back the holy object before the legendary wizards found out. There was still some distance between them, and he only had one opportunity to attack. After that, the legendary wizards in the Wizard Union would be able to notice him. He needed to achieve his goal with one strike, and with this range, he would only be able to injure Abel at most. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to keep increasing his speed. Abel saw Knight Ando catching up, and the suppression energy began to intensify even in his dragon form. He knew he couldn't continue like this. He didn't have much time left. At that moment, it was clear to him why this knight was after him. Maybe it was because of the crystal angel statue. In many ways, he was actually expecting this day when he realized the crystal angel statue could steal, preaching power from the gods. However, he didn't expect the god to find out with the world stone as cover. Today was a big surprise. His 1,000 years old dragon form had automatically ignited the crystal angel statue, and at the same time, a mad knight had died in front of him. On top of that, the frontline battlefield was too close to the evil kingdom. The legendary knights would be able to sense it even if the slightest energy was leaked out. Another minute. Abel scanned his distance with the legendary knight and calculated a number. Suddenly, he noticed an average-sized lake in the valley up front. His eyes began to sparkle. He was a blue dragon. He had the super ability to control water. Therefore, he commanded Frankenstein and Doph to head towards the lake through the soul chain. In one flash, Abel, Frankenstein, and Doph appeared on the lake. Immediately, Abel put Doph and Frankenstein back in the monster ring. He no longer needed them, and they could not take a hit from a legendary knight anyway. Abel dived into the water and felt a strange feeling. It was almost like he was in one with the water. He was a 10 meters long dragon. Water should have a lot of drag on his body, but no. Instead, he felt like he was flying. The reason dragons could fly so fast because they had the ability to manipulate air, limiting the drag. For Abel, water was just the same as he speeded down. It was not a big lake, but lakes in valleys were extremely deep. It could often go up to hundreds of meters. At that moment, he also sensed that Knight-Mage had landed on the water like it was the ground. His power of the will was locked on Abel. He knew he was hundreds of meters below. Want to escape? He lowered his voice and heavily stumped on the water. An aura emerged. It was the holy freeze, and immediately the water began to freeze up. The scary thing about legendary knights was that they could drastically spread out the range of aura attacks. But of course, if they were facing a profession of the same rank, its power would be drastically reduced. But even if he spread out his attack range, it was still not something an impersonated dragon like Abel could withstand. The holy freeze aura continued to reach. Knight-Mage knew he could not go as fast as a dragon, with the ability to control water underwater. So he could only freeze the entire lake and force the dragon out. Although he knew the dragon had ice attributes, he believed his legendary ice attribute was far superior to this dragon. When Abel sensed the frozen energy approaching, he quickly tried to control it with his dragon body, but he couldn't, almost like the frozen energy was supported by something unknown. It was the holy energy, the force that ignited aura attacks. It was what gave Knight-Mage his confidence. It was what made Abel hopeless when it came to controlling it. All Abel could do was to keep diving deeper. When he reached 200 meters, he was at the bottom. Even though the lake was not big, it was still a few miles in diameter, and Knight-Mage was trying to freeze the entire thing. In 5 more meters, Abel would be frozen as well. Abel knew once he was frozen, he would be dead on this night. He turned towards the bottom. Although he couldn't control the frozen force above him, he could monitor the condition below him. This lake was located between the mountain peaks. Its water was so clear he saw some fishes swimming earlier, which meant the water was flowing in and out. As long as the water was flowing, there must be a way out down the bottom. Just as expected, he saw a little crack with water flowing out between the rocks. Sharp claw, he plunged his golden dragon claw into it. Since his claw could easily break through the armor of a mad knight, those rocks stood no chance. He continued to speed down. Maybe it was a suicidal move. Once the water ran out, he would be out of oxygen. Then he wouldn't last for long, even as a giant dragon. Bastard! Knight-Mage was not expecting Abel to make a suicidal move like this. He knew Abel had the holy object, so he madly stumped on the ice. The lake broke into two, and a crack was opened up towards where Abel was heading. He immediately speeded down. He didn't want the dragon to die just yet. If the holy object was not on this dragon's body, he would force him to say where it was. Abel's heart was racing. He found his hidden stream and thought he could escape, but Knight-Mage began his attack again before he made his way out. He kept digging with his claw as he turned, and unleashed a dragon spill towards Knight-Mage. However, this time he added something special. A dimensional force. When Knight-Mage reached the bottom of the lake, he sensed a dragon spill gushing out from below. He casually waved his shield. The spill was immediately blasted away, but not the dimensional force. The dimensional force in Abel's soul was his final backup. Ever since he stopped using his head commander ability, he also stopped using this scarily sharp cutting force. At first, this dimensional force could only be used along with combat Kai. Still, Abel realized it could also be used alongside a dragon's energy, so he hid the only dimensional force from his soul into his dragon spill. With this cover, Knight-Mage was fooled. The dimensional force was already right in front of him when he noticed it. So he immediately ignited a charge and vanished. Still, half of a finger and a few drops of golden blood were left behind, and it fell towards the hole Abel was digging. Abel was suddenly attracted by that half a finger and drops of golden blood. It was almost like they were treasures. He scanned with his power of the will, and that half a finger was put to his personal storage box along with the drops of blood. It was a casual move to him anyway. A scar was quickly formed on Knight-Mage's hand. With half a finger chopped off, it was not easy to heal for a profession of his rank. He either needed the blessing from God or holy objects. To get a blessing from God, he would need to use holy energy. Since holy energy was scarce, he would need to be very careful each time he used it. As for holy objects, they were for the gods. He would never be able to get his turn. Capturing Abel was his only chance of getting blessings from the gods, but suddenly, Abel began to accelerate underground. Since he needed to hide his identity on the front-line battlefield, he wouldn't dare to keep using his power of will. Just tracking down his target was enough. He knew something was wrong, so he could no longer care about his injuries. In a flash, he arrived at the hole Abel had just dug up. The hole was filled with water, and he expanded his power of the will. There was a huge open space underground with 4 to 8 water passages. If he wanted to catch Abel, he would need to go underground, but that would make him lose all advantage and race against a blue dragon in water. He also could not afford to make the wrong turn. A dragon could breathe underwater, but he couldn't. He could only hold his breath for an hour at most. Before all, his energy was drained. Knight-Mage felt frustrated. Why couldn't such a powerful legendary knight like himself catch a big druid? He thought this as he jumped into the hole. He couldn't let Abel escape. It was the mission his god gave him. Although legendary knights were not the fastest underwater, he still had his power of the will locked on Abel. The water around him was immediately propelled a meter away from him, so he could move underwater without getting wet. At that moment, Abel had traveled a kilometer in this underground stream. He sensed the legendary knight still after him. He could still feel that scary suppression force even in his giant dragon form. The underground stream was his last resort. He could only stay in his dragon form for 30 minutes, and 15 minutes had passed. Once he returned to his human form, he would be suppressed, and the legendary knight would be able to capture him. By that point, he could no longer have any control over his destiny. After sensing the great danger, he ignited his world stone and allowed his druid soul to take over his main soul. He had no choice. Letting the robotic druid soul take care of things was risky, but it was the right choice. Emotions such as fear and anxiety faded from his blue dragon eyes, and he was in total peace. The world stone with the druid soul turned him into an emotional-less creature, and in this calm state, he immediately thought of a crazy solution. Without hesitation, his druid soul reached a strand of power of the will in his portal bag and took out a super-exploding ball. He then used his blue dragon ability to control water and carried the ball behind. His druid soul began to count down 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Knight-Mage saw something flowing towards him, with vicious elemental energy flashing within. He wrapped his power of the will and tried to control it. But a perfect red gem ignited that thing. It wouldn't be easy. If the super-exploding ball was ignited by a magic circle to a magic pattern, Knight-Mage would be able to stop it with no hassle. But the super-exploding ball worked by the time-freezing ability of Abel's personal storage box. It was ignited long ago, and once it was taken out, all the elements within it would go crazy. Bastard, he is insane. Knight-Mage roared furiously. A shield appeared on his left and a white light flashed. It was the holy shield, and he ignited it with his power of the will. Afterward, he added an extra layer of pure white armor made out of holy energy on his body. Although the super-exploding ball was vicious, it was not much to a legendary knight. If he was not in water, charging through it shouldn't be a problem. He had enough defense on him, so he was confident that thing couldn't hurt him. Time's up. At that moment, the water around Abel was frozen, and in that last second his body was locked down by a block of ice. Bang! A thunderous bang set off underground. The energy of a perfect red gem was blasted out at an instant between Abel and Knight-Ando. The explosion set off around 500 meters from both of them, and a shockwave roared towards them. The shockwave slammed into Abel, who was in a ball of ice, but before it was broken, he was propelled forward even faster. On the other hand, Knight-Ando had a much easier time at the back with his holy energy armor. At first, he thought it would be something with a concentrated blast such as the mana cannon, but the explosion had spread out through all directions, which barely even made him budge. At the end of the day, this was just something Abel had been toying with when he was weak. Its power was inferior compared to ancient war machines. If his personal storage box couldn't freeze time, he wouldn't even keep those things on him. That thing was only made with a perfect gem and a failed rune after all. Just when Knight-Ando was laughing at the power of that blast, he realized his body was going off balance. He was not at his greatest underwater, so he was soon carried back by the current of the shockwave. He sensed with his power of the will, the dragon was getting away. His heart began to race, but an even more surprising thing happened. Since the explosion set off in an airtight underground space, the energy of the blast could only travel outward from both ends. The hole Abel dug up was the easiest at out, and the water was gushing towards it. The hole immediately expanded. Since Knight-Ando was not far from it, it was pushed out of the stream by this immense force. He was extremely irritated. His skills were helpless under this circumstance. Things did not stop there. After the immense energy was blasted out of the stream, the unstable structure of the valley began to fall. If Knight-Ando still wanted to chase after Abel, he would need to dig another hole himself, but at that moment, he realized he could no longer locate Abel with his power of the will. Maybe Abel had already used his holy transformation necklace to hide his scent, which was very similar to Knight-Ando's method. Knight-Ando's god came to this world after losing a war, so he did not have many holy objects on him in the first place. Especially after battling with the great power of this world and used a forbidden spell, he had entered a deep sleep. This god didn't even have enough holy objects for himself, let alone for Knight-Ando. This was not the case with the elves' goddess of moon. She was the god of the land. Although she never fought in great battles, she had the stable loyalty of the elves. Therefore, she had enough resources to make holy objects. She had granted some of her works to elves with great contributions. Abel's transformation necklace was one of them. That thing was almost like the helping hand of the goddess. As Knight-Ando was going off balance, Abel's druid soul immediately caught this opportunity and ignited his transformation necklace. From then on, Knight-Ando had lost his target. Without his power of the will to locate him, finding Abel in this underground stream would be a big challenge. The legendaries were not gods at the end of the day. If a dragon didn't want to fight him, he would not be able to show his power, especially if he was not able to suppress him. "I'll kill you," Knight-Ando roared, and a knight's sword flashed out from his hand. He was furious. He heavily struck down onto the lake, and vicious fire elements began to gather. Bang, a big hole was opened up, and water gushed out. Just when he was about to jump down, his face twitched, and he looked forward. Two bodies with powerful energy flashed in the sky, and their target was Knight-Ando. "I've failed." Knight-Ando's heart immediately slowed down. He knew he had failed. He couldn't chase after a big druid anymore in the face of two legendary wizards. "Mr. Ando, what are you doing in the lake? Do you want us to play along?" A legendary wizard floated in mid-air with a smile. The other legendary wizard was also looking at this lake with a weird look on his face. All the water on the surface of this lake was frozen, and a big hole was opened up in the exposed bottom with murky water gushing out. Knight-Ando was clearly chasing after a target, but it seemed like that target had escaped a legendary knight. Knight-Ando must be deeply humiliated for him to get this angry as a legendary knight. "Mr. Larkin, I'll be on my way out of the front-line battlefield." Knight-Ando was angry, but he knew it wouldn't be wise to have a war between the legendaries. Legendary wizard Larkin was only joking. Once a battle broke out between them, this entire place would be wiped out. They were in the front-line battlefield, an important territory of resources. The front line was only for forces below the legendaries to battle. After countless years, both sides had an agreement. The legendaries would not get involved. Therefore, most legendaries would not step foot in the frontline battlefield. Every time they did, they would run the risk of triggering a war between the legendaries. "Mr. Ando, who are you looking for? Maybe I can help you." Legendary Wizard Luke smiled. Of course, he was saying in a mocking tone. After all, you wouldn't have the opportunity to mess with a legendary knight every day. "One day I will destroy you." Knight Ando lowered his voice. He was looking very bad. After those words, he didn't even bat an eye towards the wizards and headed back to the evil kingdom. Once his scent stayed in the frontline battlefield, along with those two legendary wizards for too long, the evil kingdom must send out another legendary knight to match their power. Then, the Wizard Union might send out even more support and cause a war. Everyone knew this, so Knight Ando headed back as soon as possible. The legendary wizards exchanged gaze helplessly. They, too, didn't want a war between the legendaries. The front line was the best training ground for new powers for both sides, with enough resources and battle opportunities. It was best not to break this balance just yet. On the one hand, the evil kingdom needed to keep strengthening their power to avoid invasion, as their god was still in slumber. On the other hand, the central continent would also gain some great power from time to time. As you know, the central continent had a big advantage when it came to their population. Geniuses would appear. All they needed was time. It was only through this they would stand a chance against the evil kingdom. Abel didn't know about this intricate balance of the frontline battlefield, and he didn't know the legendary knight after he was scared off by the legendary wizards. After some more swimming under the stream, he returned to his elf form. His main soul took back control. His main soul was keeping close attention on what happened, but it couldn't intervene, even when he thought it was crazy when he saw himself throwing out the super exploding ball. After all, his druid soul had no emotions, but in a crisis like this, it could remain rational. Although what he did was very dangerous, the shockwave was blocked by a giant ball of ice. With the strength of his blue dragon body, he did not get himself injured. He looked around. He was in a pitch-dark water hole. But even in his elf form, he could breathe underwater. He was a young dragon, after all. Abel expanded his power of the will once again and swam towards the top of the underground stream. When he reached the top, his power of will still couldn't scan the ground. This just explained how far down he was underground. If his power of the will could not scan the ground, he could teleport towards the ground. He reached his power of the will into the Varia's ring, and the invisible cape appeared on him. He put on the hood, and its mysterious crown was connected. Suddenly, his power of the will be doubled, and everything at the range of 1,600 meters was displayed in front of him. He was 1,300 meters underground. Without the cape, he would need to slowly find a soft spot in this underground stream to dig his way out. But that would take forever. The elves or lightning clan would have thought he was dead by that point. A move in a flash spell pattern appeared on his hand, and he vanished from the stream. In a flash of white light, he appeared on the ground. Although he could breathe underwater, it was still nothing compared to taking a breath of fresh air, so he gasped for it. "It's great to be alive," Abel yelled towards the sky. It was hard to imagine that he had escaped from a legendary knight with the ability to fly. He knew their power was incomparable. He was so lucky that he had transformed into a dragon beforehand. If not, that legendary knight might have captured him before he even got the chance to react. He let Frankenstein out of the monster ring. He could no longer move in a flash with his own wizard ability. His identity was a druid after all. He traveled so long in the underground stream. He didn't even know where he was. He could only look at those giant wings in the sky and make a rough prediction of where he was. Afterward, he told Frankenstein to move him in the opposite direction. They moved up a mountain, and Abel looked out from the peak. He still couldn't recognize the terrain. Just when he was getting disappointed, he spotted some ore below him. Not just any ore, but the good pure iron ore. Although it was not as good as the ones drenched in lightning elements such as those in the lightning ground, they were still rare. His beast Jason was made out of fire-condensed iron ores. Even though it had fire elements, it was not as good as pure iron ores. He looked around and set up a medium barrier circle on the mountain peak. He was fast. In less than a minute, the circle was set up. He summoned Johnson and Jason from his monster ring. Stone giants were the best miners, after all. Of course, there could be danger all around. He didn't know that the legendary knight had been scared off by the legendary wizards, so he set up the barrier circle. The first reason was to hide himself. The other was to hide his stone giants. Jason, pick out the best ore. Abel commanded them. The stone giants bowed and kneeled. They placed their giant hands on the ground, and pure iron ores rushed out one by one. Abel was taking a big risk for gathering iron ore immediately after his escape, but those things were too valuable. Maybe this was the only place that had it. Even if someone had claimed this territory, it was better than directly invading a mine. What Jason lacked was a strong body, so it could only become a long-distance cannon platform in battles. Since Abel became a law-defying wizard, a cannon platform was no longer necessary. What he needed was a strong shield when he returned to his human form. Doff with its ancient rod was doing the trick perfectly for his Master Bennett identity, and Johnson and Jason were falling behind. It was a mountain full of iron ore barely mined in the past. With both Johnson and Jason working together, a little mountain of pure iron ore was gathered. Abel put them away in his Varia's ring. That amount was enough to make a body for Johnson. He then put Johnson and Jason back to the monster ring. He was not planning to tell anyone about what he did. After all, it was stealing. As far as he knew, wizards were forbidden to take anything from the front-line battlefield. At last, he put away the barrier circle, but just when he was about to leave, he saw a team of 200 elite holy knights led by a loyal mad knight appearing below him. Although a barrier circle was very useful in most of the central continent, it was not the case with the front-line battlefield, and Abel didn't know. All teams in the front-line battlefield had corresponding circles to discover circles. All the barrier circle could do was block out the outside from seeing what was happening within. The others could still spot its existence. It was a mistake, and Abel had attracted a team of knights. Those teams were normally out for resource-gathering missions. With such a vast territory, most resources were taken up by the evil kingdom and the central continent. However, some resources were just way too big to take in at once, or they were just not crucial enough. So in that case, they would protect it. Still, those resources needed to be taken in one day, which was the mission of this team. With a loyal Mad Knight as the leader, this team was much more powerful than an average one, considering that most teams who accept these kinds of resources gathering missions were only made up of elite wizards and elite priests. The team had their gaze fixed. The Mad Knight knew Frankenstein was a law-defying wizard, but he didn't care too much about Abel. He could not sense any power from him, which could only happen under two circumstances. One was that Abel was a legendary power, and the other was that Abel was too weak. For a Mad Knight, the former was almost an impossibility. If Abel really was a legendary power, where were the legendary knights? After all, most scent hidden abilities were useless to a profession of their rank. But that was exactly what Abel did. How could he not hide his scent? He just escaped from a legendary knight. A little battle formation was formed. The team of knights was about to start their attacks. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. A 10 meters tall beacon jumped out and landed above the team of knights. It heavily struck down with its rod towards the Mad Knight. The targets of this team of knights were mostly elite wizards, and that Mad Knight had only become rank 21 not long ago. Doff had fought against knights more powerful than him countless times, and he was at an advantage most of the time. Frankenstein, go as well. Abel commanded and yelled, Doff, be careful, I want all their corpses intact. It was not because Abel had some special interest. Even as an archpriest, he would not give up his wizard profession to research corpses. What he needed was some good resurrection ingredients. He already had one in his personal storage box, but it was not easy to find another like it once he left the front-line battlefield. Abel knew he wouldn't return to the front line in the near future once he left. With a legendary power having an eye on him, he could no longer stay. The Mad Knight's face sank. Although he was surprised by Doff's sudden appearance, he was furious by Abel's words. He was already planning how he could torture this weak bastard once he killed this beacon. But soon, he knew he wouldn't have the chance. Doff's rod landed on his shield and shattered it immediately. The 200 holy knights were also knocked back. Even though the force was distributed amongst all of them, their hands were still shaking. At that moment, Frankenstein appeared behind the Mad Knight and threw out a frozen orb. It was the first time this mad knight encountered such an arrogant, law-defying wizard who had the guts to cast a spell right in front of him. He took out another shield with his shaking left hand and heavily struck down with his sword on his right. Frankenstein didn't act like a wizard at all. He did not dodge. Instead, he cast an ice pole spell to counteract the strike. Doff, on the other hand, plunged straight into the knight formation. If that mad knight was only facing Doff, he would have been able to stop it, but he also wanted to kill this law-defying wizard. His loyalty for his god gave him the confidence to disregard all danger, not even the safety of the 200 knights behind him. Doff divided the 200 knights from the mad knight and kept the 200 knights occupied. The frozen orb slammed on the shield of that mad knight. Its strength was far greater than his expectations, and his shield was immediately blasted away. At the same time, his sword also landed on Frankenstein. His robe was cut open, but that was all the damage this rank 21 mad knights could do. Both his rune-word armor and the ancient puppet body were not something this knight could make a scratch. Without a shield, Frankenstein's ice pole plunged straight into the mad knight's body. The ice pole spell was not a common spell for law-defying wizards. It was very powerful, and it had a scary frozen effect, but it was just too slow. Any speedy professions used to battling in mid-air could easily dodge it. Wizards couldn't fight at close range, and spells like ice poles could not work well in long range. Frankenstein was the odd one out. At his range from the Mad Knight, speed was almost not a factor, and the ice pole directly plunged into the Mad Knight as soon as it was cast. The level 27 ice pole on top of the level 23 ice enchantment of a law-defying wizard caused an immediate freeze on that Mad Knight, even with his support aura. Still, killing a Mad Knight with one spell was not easy, so Frankenstein took out the spirit sword from his right. Yes, Frankenstein was using a sword to attack a Mad Knight. That Mad Knight was stunned. How crazy was this wizard? Frankenstein was even madder than a Mad Knight. He didn't chop, stab, or slash. Instead, he smashed him with the back of the sword. The rune-word sword was almost indestructible. At least breaking a rune-word weapon before its disintegration was unheard of. Frankenstein had no choice. He could only attack with the back of his rune-word sword. He wasn't skilled in the sword. His instinct just knew to smash things with objects. You couldn't force a law-defying wizard to learn sword skills, especially one that only had battle instincts. Not all law-defying wizards were able, after all. Frankenstein only remembered the command his master gave him to keep the enemy's corpse intact. After he froze the Mad Knight with the ice pole, he viciously smashed with the back of his rune-word sword. Although Frankenstein did not have many close-body fighting skills, no one could underestimate the strength of an ancient puppet. It was not something even a Mad Knight could withstand. Blood gushed out from the mouth of the knight. His internals was badly injured. Frankenstein did not stop. Doff started his crazy beating as well. At that moment, the Holy Knights arrived. Without the knights noticing, he suddenly expanded his big druid energy with his transformation necklace, and a vicious suppression force emerged, bringing the knights to a pause. If they knew Abel was a big druid beforehand, they could have gone into a defensive formation to counteract his suppression. The defense formation of 200 elite holy knights was more than enough to counteract Abel's big druid energy, but they were also occupied by Doff. In fact, they were helpless positions. With that pause, their fate was decided. Abel unleashed his gray bear and ignited the spell destruction from heaven and earth. Meteoroids poured down from the sky, and giant fireballs struck towards the knights. Doff also viciously swung his rod. With each swing, a few holy knights were killed. Of course, this rate of killing was nothing compared to Abel's spell. After all, mass attack spells were much more efficient in this situation. Abel did not stop. He then followed up with a hurricane and volcano spell. At that moment, he truly got a taste of what it was like to be truly powerful. In the past, he could only look up at elite knights. Now he was killing them like they were nothing. Just when knights were recovering from the first round of attack, the double spells Abel followed only cut their life even deeper. Their formation collapsed, and they no longer had any chance to resist. They could not break Abel's suppression, and they could only wait for their slaughter like helpless sheep. The roles of the hunter and prey were switched at an instant. It was one of Abel's fastest battles, and 200 soul beams shot up. Frankenstein also ended the life of the Mad Knight. Maybe he was the one worthy of the most pity, Mad Knight being smashed to death by a wizard. Abel scanned the battlefield with his power of the will and put all the light gems in his portal bag, and retrieved the 200 portal bags. He then arrived at the dead body of the Mad Knight. It was preserved very well. He could see that Frankenstein was very careful with his attacks. Not even a big wound was opened up. But of course, Abel knew there wouldn't be a problem even if it was badly injured. The resurrection only targets the soul, and a bottle of full recovery potion would solve all injuries. He carefully put away the human-shaped light gem and put the corpse in his personal storage box. He looked around. There were 200 little soul beams and one thick soul beam. This would attract a lot of attention. Master Bennet, when Abel was about to move with Frankenstein, he heard a voice. He quickly turned. It was Wizard Hal. "Wizard Hal, it's great to see you again. I got lost." Abel smiled. "Master Bennet, are you okay?" Wizard Hal was stunned as he said with shock. He then looked at the soul beams and said, "You are too powerful." Even in the front line, 200 soul beams shooting up at once was still a rare sight to see. "Of course I'm okay. I was lucky to find an underground stream to escape." Abel smiled and explained. He really didn't care too much about the battle just then. It didn't even cost Frankenstein and Doff any effort. He then asked, "Wizard Hal, why are you here?" "Master Bennet, we discovered that 2 legendary wizards were already sent out after we returned. A Wizard Davy sent out all 3 law-defying wizards to search for you," Wizard Hal said excitedly. Although he had been fighting on the front line for a long time, they were all business a rank 20 wizard could take care of. He never saw a true legendary. Today was the first time, and not only that, they were targeted as well. He was grateful to survive. Even the main target, Master Bennet, had survived. How could he not get excited? Wizard Davy didn't expect much. He had been blaming himself for causing such a big loss to the Wizard Union. After all, the chance of escaping from a legendary was extremely low. Master Bennet's importance to the Wizard Union went beyond his identity as a dragon druid. He was the important source of their potions. If anything happened to Master Bennet, those light healing potions would cease to exist. This was why Wizard Davy sent out so many law-defying wizards to search for Abel. Wizard Hal was lucky to come across those soul beams. So he decided to have a look. To his surprise, it was Master Bennet's work. "Wizard Hal, just take me back." Abel saw that Wizard Hal still had more to say, so he interrupted. They were in a dangerous place. If the legendary knight found them, they could not escape again. He could only transform to a dragon once every 24 hours, so he was in a vulnerable position. Yes, let's head back immediately." Wizard Hal nodded. He could already imagine the crazy look on Wizard Davy's face. He listed a mission in the Wizard Union to search for Master Bennet. If they stayed any longer, the entire front line would be filled with wizards. With Wizard Hal on the lead, Frankenstein flashed with Abel at the back. Their destination was the Howling Castle. The Howling Castle was looking very different from the time Abel left. All the protection circles were ignited, and he could sense himself being monitored. Some of it might be coming from magic circles that amplify the spells of wizards. Although magic towers were rare in the central continent, the technology of magic towers was used in castles or other structures. But even an actual magic tower would not use luxury materials like this. Only in a place with an endless resource such as the front line would see a magic tower built like a castle. The Howling Castle was one of the strongest castles, and at that moment it was fully prepared for war. "Master Bennet is back," an elite wizard who recognized Abel yelled, but it was unnecessary anyway. The castle had already detached Abel long ago as Wizard Hal and Frankenstein approached. When Abel entered the castle, he saw everyone looking at him with eyes of admiration. They all knew Abel had just escaped from a legendary knight. Also, the news that Abel had lured the legendary knight away already began to spread in the Howling Castle. A new big druid, as well as a master potion maker, had put his life at risk to save his teammates. It was something everyone deeply respected. All professions in the castle had gotten light healing potion from the Wizard Union, more or less, directly or passively, so they knew Abel's importance. Master Bennet, although not all professions knew Abel personally, they all greeted him with great passion. Abel smiled back. He hadn't expected the power of the central continent to be this friendly. "Master Bennett, you're back." When Wizard Davy saw Abel, he said in excitement. He was helpless when Abel was being chased. He was not qualified to help even if he wanted to. If Abel couldn't return safely, he would be tortured by regret for the rest of his life. You could just tell how close Abel and the Lightning Clan were, since the Lightning Clan had taken in Abel as soon as the Wizard Union invited Abel to fight in this battle. What happened was an accident, but it had only deepened their relationship. Someone who stood up for their teammates during the most dangerous moments was respected by every team. Wizard Davy's words were simple, but it was filled with relief from worry, which just showed how much Abel meant to him. His worries only subsided once he returned to the Howling Castle, because he knew the legendary knight would invade them. "Wizard Davy, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the reason the legendary knight was here." Abel apologized. There was no need for him to hide the fact. All the Lightning Clan wizards saw what happened. There was no doubt that the legendary knight was after Abel. "Master Bennett, your enemy is our enemy, no matter who it was," Wizard Davy said with confidence. He did not give too much thought about the fact that Abel was chased after by a legendary knight anymore. The legendaries would take care of their own business. All he could do was back Abel up. Although the Lightning Clan did not have many law-defying wizards, they were still a powerful force in the central continent. Lightning wizards were all sharp troops, nevertheless. "Because of me, our mission had went down the drain," Abel sighed. Although the castle on the peak was destroyed, they did not successfully set up a magic circle there and claim the territory for the Wizard Union. "Master Bennett, we already gotten a lot with 2 mad knights dead, as well as the 2,000 evil knights. It's already the most we achieved in 10 years. Wizard Davy immediately laughed. He really couldn't care less about the outcome. Since a legendary knight had shown up, the legendary wizards would have a reason to show themselves. Even though he might not get any resources from this mission, a legendary would negotiate with the evil kingdom to get a deserved comprehension once the report was submitted. It was agreed that the legendaries could not intervene in the front line. If a side broke this agreement, they had to pay. Not only 2 mad knights, Master Bennett killed another one during his escape. Wizard Hal laughed and interrupted. All the wizards were stunned. With Doff and Frankenstein by his side, Abel basically had the power of 3 law-defying wizards. If the circumstances were right, Doff's giant rod might even be able to take on a few more law-defying wizards. A wizard suddenly stepped in and interrupted with a bow. "Wizard Davy, Mr. Larkin commands you to bring Master Bennett to the Doomsday Defense Wall now. He wants to meet Master Bennett." After that, every wizard turned to Abel with eyes of admiration. It was an honor to get invited by legendary Wizard Larkin. How could anyone not get jealous? However, Wizard Davy only looked grim. There could only be one reason why Wizard Larkin wanted to see Abel, because of the legendary knight's attack. However, he had no business in regards to the business of the legendary. "Master Bennett, you better start thinking of a good explanation of why a legendary knight was after you." Wizard Davy led Abel to the teleportation circle and whispered to him. Abel smiled. He already had it figured out. Blame everything on the goddess of the moon. He was her favorite elf after all. If they didn't believe him, then they could go find the goddess of the moon. But if they wanted to see the goddess of the moon for trivial things like this, they needed his girlfriend, St. Lorraine's, consent first. Abel had his chest up, and Wizard Davy didn't say anything. He ignited the teleportation circle and headed towards the Wall of Doomsday. The Doomsday Defense Wall was very strange. You could only teleport to the front of the wall. The passage in the middle to the other side had completely blocked all teleportation ability. Abel only realized this once he stepped out of the teleportation room. But luckily, the passage in the middle was right in front of him. Wizard Davy kept quiet, but his worries did not subside. The Wall of Doomsday was where the legendary wizards lived. Every move he made was monitored. They made their way up the stairs. Abel couldn't understand why they didn't move in a flash. But the walk was only 5 minutes anyway. After another teleportation circle, they arrived at a door. "Master Bennett, welcome." A calm voice emerged from within. Although the words were friendly, they sounded demanding. Abel stepped up and walked in. Wizard Davy stood on the spot. He did not get invited, so all he could do was stand outside to signify his respect for Abel. If the legendary wizard within wanted to give Abel a hard time, the Lightning Clan needed to think about their manners. Abel arrived at a big room with a delicate fur carpet. It made absolutely no sound as he stepped on it. The walls were plastered with all kinds of magic patterns and some art pieces, but still, the room felt thick with the wizard's energy. The ceiling was made out of some transparent crystal, and the beautiful view of the sky above was clearly illustrated with some kind of magic circle. The furniture was all filled with the scent of ancient nobles. It was almost like this wizard was trying to live the life of an ordinary man. In the center of the room was a long bench with two cloaked old men sitting behind it. At that moment, they had their eyes fixed on Abel. "Have a seat. Please excuse us for asking you to come here suddenly." One of the old men smiled and continued, "My name is Larkin, and this is Luke. We were the ones to scare off legendary Knight Ando today." "I thank the prestigious legendary Larkin for your help." Abel immediately stood up and bowed. "Master Bennett, no need to do unnecessary things. Just have a seat." Wizard Larkin pointed at a wooden chair. Abel was not expecting this legendary wizard to be so calm, so he carefully sat down. "Here, have a drink. You elves really have the best juice." Wizard Larkin then took out a crystal glass and poured a glass of juice for Abel with a smile. "Thank you. I was wondering why you invited me here today." Abel was a little shocked by how polite this legendary was, so he quickly added. The legendary wizards did not unleash their energy, but Abel still felt extremely pressured. He just wanted to get out as soon as possible. "At first I wanted to ask about why legendary Knight Ando was after you, but I'm afraid I no longer have to." Legendary Wizard Larkin smiled. Abel felt his heart drop. Did they see something he couldn't? "Master Bennett, you are filled with the goddess of moon's energy. The goddess must have done something that drove the knights crazy through your hands." Wizard Luke pointed at Abel and also smiled. Although Abel could not sense it himself, the legendary wizard could sense the dense goddess energy on him. However, the legendary wizards did not expect the energy to be a result of the transformation necklace. In the past, powerful figures could spot something wrong with Abel's transformation, and a legendary could directly expose him. But ever since the goddess of moon merged the transformation necklace with Abel, any being below the level of God would not be able to tell. The legendary wizards could only sense the goddess of the moon's energy coming from Abel, almost like he was especially looked after by the goddess. Strange things happening to an elf looked after by a god was very normal. After all, the gods might do experiments too. Therefore, the legendary wizards decided to stop investigating Abel. In this world, there were only a few gods who were not sleeping, and they were all allies closely monitored by the Wizard Union. If a full-scale war was unleashed with the evil kingdom, those gods would play a big role. The Wizard Union had gotten a taste of the demon from beyond's power. Even in its injured form, it went against the entire central continent and finally used a guardian wing to cover up the territory until this day. If they decided to investigate Abel, they would definitely anger the goddess of the moon. It was definitely not worth the risk. Also, they too had respect for Master Bennett. They tried his light healing potion, and it was effective on them as well. As you know, even master-grade potions would not help a legendary recover. But of course, getting a legendary injury was very unlikely, and their self-recovery ability was extremely powerful. They needed to be in an extremely bad position to get themselves hurt. Recovery took time, but with the emergence of the light healing potion, everything changed. The fighting ability of those legendaries shot up dramatically. The legendaries were not law-defying wizards, archpriests, big druids, or barbarians. They were the final guardians of this world. Anything that could change a legendary could dictate the path of this world. This was why the legendary wizards acted so polite. Although they were curious, they couldn't think of another way. After all, whatever that was driving the legendary knight crazy would not be as valuable as being able to recover on a battlefield. Of course, they did not expect that Abel had something more powerful than a light healing potion on him. If they wanted to heal, they would need at least 10 bottles. "Right, Master Bennett, I think I saw an injury on Knight Ando. Was it your work?" Wizard Larkin suddenly thought of something and asked. He saw Knight Ando covering his left hand and caught a smell of blood, but because the scene was too chaotic, he couldn't be sure. Still, looking at how angry Knight Ando was, he knew he was humiliated. He just couldn't believe a master potion maker, big druid, could do something like that. Legendary Larkin, I chopped off half his finger. Abel did not lie, he had the goddess as backup after all. No way, Wizard Larkin put down his glass of juice, and Wizard Luke was also shocked. They might not be able to guarantee a mark on a legendary knight even if they were to fight against them. As you know, most wizards attacked with spells, so taking a chunk of their flesh away would be a challenge, even if it was the smallest finger. The scariest thing to a profession like them was having a part of their body chopped off. Regeneration potions existed, but they all needed to be used accordingly. The more powerful you were, the harder it was to find an effective one. For a legendary, it was almost impossible. Although a holy object and the demon from beyond's holy energy could help a legendary regenerate, both methods would be extremely costly to the evil kingdom. Master Bennett, did Knight Ando take back finger? Wizard Larkin asked suddenly. If Knight Ando took back his finger, all they needed was to merge it back, which would save the evil kingdom a lot of energy. Wizard Larkin. The finger and his blood looked very extraordinary to me. So I got a little greedy and took it for myself, Abel said in embarrassment. Amazing, Wizard Larkin laughed. Master Bennett, take good care of it. When the time comes, it will be very beneficial to your level up. Wizard Luke also smiled and added. Thanks for your reminder, Abel bowed. He was not expecting the finger to have such a purpose. Before a legendary level up, their bodies had already undergone a huge transformation in the soul, unlike any other profession. Master Bennett, not only the finger, his blood is also good stuff. With some extra ingredients, you can make master-grade potions with the ability to strengthen yourself, Wizard Larkin added. The legendary wizards did not ask to see Knight Ando's finger, and they were not greedy for it. Not because it was not valuable, but everything on a legendary was astronomical in value anyway. Blood signified the loss of power for a legendary. You could just tell looking at the fact that only a few drops of blood were left from Knight Ando with a whole finger chopped off. Still, it was nothing compared to forming a good relationship with this master potion maker. His healing potions were the best in the continent, and he might be able to make even more powerful ones in the future. Abel's interest piqued. He decided to go do some research in the blood as soon as he returned to the Potion Maker Union. Master Bennett, I have a body-strengthening potion formula for the legendary blood. It's useless to me, so take it as a gift. Wizard Larkin took out a lambskin parchment and handed it to Abel. Abel's eyes sparkled. It made sense. Only legendaries would have information about legendaries. Finding a formula like that on his own was extremely unlikely. Wizard Davy waited outside as his heart grew worried. He did not have any good solutions, so all he did was walked around in circles. The fact that he waited showed the Lightning Clan's position to those two legendary wizards. They had Abel's back. Suddenly, the door swung open, and legendary Wizard Larkin and legendary Wizard Luke sent Abel out with a big smile, as though they were having a great time chatting. Wizard Davy was stunned. How come two legendary wizards were so polite? How come they were willing to send someone out? Master Bennett, next time when you come to the front line, let us know. We will keep an eye on the evil kingdom. Wizard Larkin reminded as Abel stepped out. This time he was lucky to escape from Knight Ando. He might not be so lucky next time. Abel was too important to the Wizard Union, so he needed extra protection. Thank you, legendary Larkin. Next time I will let you know. Abel bowed at the two legendary wizards. He knew very well that he wouldn't return to the front line soon. This place was too scary after being chased after by a legendary knight. Afterward, Wizard Davy did not bring Abel back to the castle. Instead, he directly brought him to the teleportation circle and sent Abel back to the Elves' Baylo city. By that point, his house was repaired. Even with many places destroyed, the elves used the best materials and repaired Abel's place as a priority. Not only that, but the giant teleportation circle and all kinds of facilities were also repaired. As long as Abel was in his place, he could directly connect to the Wizard Union system. Abel no longer needed his main building anyway. He loved the invisibility of his battle fort and the safety it brought. As he sat in his invisible floating battle fort with a glass of juice in hand, he gazed outside at the beautiful scenery. All the elves were hustling to clean up the remains of war, and a few new structures were being built in the military camp outside the city. New druids were recruited to train in the military camp, and a few human instructors had been invited to stand on the spot. For the first time, the elves were cultivating a true military force. The elves had taken a big hit from the war. Seeing powerful druids being hopelessly slaughtered in the face of knights was an image burned in the mind of many elves. From then on, they realized the importance of military power. Their values seemed insignificant in the face of the changing world. Although they still loved peace, they still had their limits. They could not stand seeing their homes being trampled on. After the decision was made to establish a true military, the first base was built in 10 days, and the group of druids entered. However, after returning from the front line, Abel knew a true war breaking out in the elves was very unlikely. What happened was a once-in-a-lifetime event. He almost died in the front line, but he also learned quite a lot from it. Especially the changes that happened to the crystal angel statue between his eyes. He did not enter the dark world to examine the changes because he wanted to experiment beforehand. No one would see him in his invisible battle fort, and its safety was a guarantee floating thousands of meters above the ground. As he sat in his chair with a glass of juice in his hand, he focused all of his power of the will into his mind. He unleashed a little energy from the crystal angel statue with his world stone, and a sudden sea of prayers entered his power of the will. His druid soul took over with his main soul, commanding the druid soul. Only the emotionless druid soul would not be affected by those sea amounts of information. His druid soul began to divide the information. Some were prayers that he could use to generate golden energy for the crystal angel statue. Some were demands for things like health, wealth, power. There were even some oddly specific ones like the love of a certain woman, obtaining certain treasures. Maybe those people really thought the gods were capable of anything. Even if a god was almighty, some of those demands were still too strange. After dividing the prayers, a group caught Abel's attention. The demands to become a knight. Since he was busy dividing a sea of prayers, those demands did not catch his attention initially, and he did not have time to analyze them. He picked one of the prayers out. It was by a 20-year-old who has been training for 7 years named Apo. Maybe there were limited spots to become a true holy knight each year, and you would only be qualified if you were faithful and strong enough. Normally 1 out of 10 apprentice knights could become an official holy knight, so it was definitely not a common opportunity in the evil kingdom. But of course, the citizens of the evil kingdom would not call their kingdom evil. It was called the Holy Kingdom. You needed to deepen your faith once you became a holy knight. It was what needed to sustain the function of the guardian wings. Apo was just an insignificant number out of a sea of practitioners. He had been training since 13 years old, and the gods became his everything. He would sacrifice everything for the gods, and his strength reached the condition of a low-level holy knight since 18, but even after 2 years, his prayers had no reply. He thought it might be because he was not faithful enough. So he doubled down on his prayers and preached to the gods. This was why his prayers stood out to Abel. If the demons from beyond were not in slumber, it might have discovered this extremely faithful preacher as well. Still, Abel was skeptical. Maybe his crystal angel statue had blocked those prayers deliberately, so the gods from the other side did not receive it. But that didn't matter anyway. What Abel needed to do now was to accept Apo's demand and give him a holy knight position. He connected to Apo through the prayer, and the crystal angel statue sent an automatic message, according to Abel's will like. Spirit, my follower, I've received your faith. I will now grant you the title of a holy knight. At that moment, Apo was kneeling on the ground in a training room of the Holy Kingdom. His entire body was shaking with excitement. It has been 1,000 days, and he finally replied to him. He no longer had to be looked down upon. He no longer had to spend his days between work and prayers, marry an ordinary wife and live an ordinary life. He was a truly glorious holy knight, the fighter for his God. When he died, he would return to the loving arms of his God. It was at that moment Abel was faced with a choice. He needed to select the soul of a holy knight from his crystal angel statue and give it to Apo. He could choose the soul of the weakest intermediate holy knight, which would allow a Po to become an intermediate Holy Knight with no problem. But if he wanted to become an elite Holy Knight, he would either need to be extremely gifted or Abel had to sacrifice some holy energy. Abel could also choose the soul of a loyal Mad Knight for a Po and turn him into a god-made genius. Still, this was not an unbreakable law. If a Po was a natural genius, he would become an elite knight or even a Mad Knight despite what soul he was given. Abel didn't know, but the guardian wings working for the evil kingdom normally would grant a soul to a knight unless they were truly faithful. After all, not many souls actually returned to the evil kingdom, and there were many prerequisites. First, the Holy Knight must die close to the guardian wing for his soul to be retrieved. Second, they must die in a retrievable way. If a Holy Knight died with old age, his soul would need a lot of holy energy to repair before it could be retrieved. Considering the condition of the evil kingdom, wasting holy energy on every old knight was not a wise move. Still, it was worth it for an old Mad Knight. When the soul of a Mad Knight was given out, a new Mad Knight would emerge in a few years. This was why the evil kingdom didn't want to unleash a full-on war with the central continent. All they needed was to buy time before their god awakened from his slumber. Abel didn't know any of this. He was not a true god. His holy energy was just an ability of his world stone. He could not even ignite his crystal angel statue unless he was in his dragon form, and none of its ability could be used until then. Therefore, he could only cultivate his own holy knights through soul granting. Yes, his own holy knights. After accepting a Po's demand, a Po became his follower, or more specifically, the follower of the crystal angel statue. It was the first time he replied to a follower. It was an experiment, so he only found the soul of a rank 18 knight and passed it down. All he did was decide in his mind, and the soul of a rank 18 holy knight disappeared from the crystal angel statue in a flash. A Po's body soon began to glow. As he was engulfed in the lights, his soul felt like it was in a hot spring. Odd. He let out a relaxed breath of air. But he quickly covered his mouth and stopped himself since it came across as a little disrespectful. Still, his entire body was trembling and his soul began to grow. Grace of God, he screamed in his heart. His God not only replied to him, instead he was blessed by his grace. The grace of God was extremely rare. Only the most loyal followers would be blessed. It could drastically speed up his training and almost eliminate all bottlenecks until the decided rank was achieved. Every knight who was blessed by the grace of God would become a genius of the kingdom. Not only would he get more resources, but his status would also be higher. If you wanted to tell if a knight was blessed, all you needed was to look at his training progress speed. Of course, some rare talent might be able to achieve speedy progress as well, but those were the new blood of the kingdom. A blessed holy knight was just a reincarnation of a powerful dead knight after all. As the pure white glow slowly subsided, Knight Po sensed his body changing. All combat Kai within him transformed into the pure white holy energy, and his soul gained the ability to use the preaching and fire enchantment aura, as well as the fighting skill sacrifice and heavy strike. Those skills directly appeared in his soul. Though he didn't need to learn them, all he needed was to level it up through practice. This was the scariest thing about a god's blessing. Although all holy knights were picked by God, the ones who didn't receive a blessing would need to learn every skill, and this process could take up to a few years for each skill. The blessed knights could skip this step entirely and do a skill automatically through the soul. Still, this was only until the rank of the blessing was achieved. Knight Po's eyes were filled with honor. He was so excited. He almost cried when he sensed the rank of his blessing was an elite knight. This meant that his journey in becoming an elite knight would be extremely smooth, and nothing could stop him. The details of each skill appeared in his mind, so all he did was sit in his training room and look through the skills in his soul. Meanwhile, Abel was 1,000 meters above the ground. His face looked a little awkward. He could sense everything this Knight Po was going through from the crystal angel statue. If he was unhappy with Knight Po, he could directly take away Knight Po's ability or end his life. Or in other words, he had full control over the destiny of this holy knight. Although Po had the same ability and used the same holy energy as other holy knights, the gods they were loyal to were completely different. Of course, it was only because the crystal angel statue was connected to the god of the evil kingdom. Unless if other gods investigate, no one would be able to tell. If Knight-Mage never ran into Abel, he too would think that he was just like every holy knight. At that moment, Abel got a message from the crystal angel statue. If he wanted to meet Knight-Mage, Knight-Mage would immediately need to kneel and get ready to sacrifice everything for him. On top of that, this loyalty would only deepen with time, and Knight-Mage's preaching would become the most valuable dark gold energy for him. Compared to the dark gold energy his rank 18 Knight soul in the crystal angel statue was giving out, Knight-Mage's preaching was at least a few times more powerful. Even the rank 18 Knight soul could preach needlessly. 24 hours a day, Knight-Mage could still double that. At first, Abel regretting wasting strand of dark gold energy on this knight, but that was not the case. Instead, he made a profit. If he gave out the soul of all 2,000 holy knights, his crystal angel statue would get even more dark old energy. His crystal angel statue was growing extremely slow. It could take up to tens of years until its energy was fully fulfilled. Abel began to get to work and picked out the youngest and most talented followers. However, after blessing another 5 followers, he sensed that things might not be as simple as he thought. Each follower took around 10 minutes to bless, so blessing 2,000 of them would take a long time. Of course, this was also to do with his age. If he was a few hundred-years-old wizard, spending 10 years on this was like nothing. Abel had only been training for a few years, so each second was extremely precious, and he didn't want to waste any of it. After all, this strong will, along with his endless resources, was what allowed him to progress so quickly. I am really just finding trouble for myself. Abel scratched his head and sighed. He sat a few standards and passed it down to the emotionless druid soul. It was the best in regards to taking care of repetitive tasks like this. Therefore, the druid soul began to go through the prayers and bless them according to Abel's standard. Abel felt his heart lift. All he needed now was to wait for the good news from his druid soul. However, he soon discovered another troubling thing. He could enter the dark world before his druid soul finished the task. He let out another long sigh. Maybe it was time to make something through the traditional method, going to the alchemy room. After all, there were a lot of light healing potions he needed to make. After seeing how scary the evil kingdom was in the front line, he knew a full-on battle between them would mean life or death. If the central continent lost, he would become just like a Poe, submitting to the god like a helpless bug. He would rather die at that point. He had a heart unlike any other in this world, a heart with the desire for freedom. This was why he yearned for power, the power to seek true freedom. He came from a fair world. Although a wealth disparity did exist, it was nothing to the class suppression of this world. Luckily, he was born to a small, noble family and later became the most powerful figure in the Holy Continent. Finally, he arrived at the Central Continent and became a true power in both ability and status. Just when he thought he was free, he discovered the world of gods. Freedom became a dream once again, but one day he would wake up from it. Maybe I can show more potions and give this world more ways to combat the evil kingdom, Abel mumbled. For battles, the light healing potions did the trick with 90 points of health through each use. This applied to any being regardless of their ability. To an intermediate wizard, 90 points of health could save them from the verge of death. And for a law-defying wizard, all they needed was a few extra bottles, since they needed at least a few hundred points of health to recover. It was a law, and it separated the potion of the dark world from the potion of the central continent, which was only effective according to your rank. Therefore, the potions from the dark world were drastically superior to the potions in this world, not to mention the lack of potion ingredients in this world. Take the elves' best healing potion. The natural life potion, for example. Its main ingredient was the water of life, and its production was so rare it was almost unthinkable. The creation of Abel's light healing potion ended the need for natural life potion, which freed up the water of life to be used on other more valuable things. Abel wanted to take out some mana replenishing potion, but things like that didn't exist in this world, and the mana recovery rate was always very slow, so he thought for a long time. Not all wizards had a C amount of mana like Abel. In fact, other wizards in his rank were almost nothing compared to him. Mana replenishing potion could directly impact the fighting ability of a wizard. If a wizard only had the limit of 20 spells before all their mana was drained, those potions could allow them to fight forever. Abel took out the Dark World Potion Guide and began to flick through. Soon, he found the perfect candidate. The mana potion. Each bottle could give a wizard, priest, and druid 160 points of mana, but it could only give barbarians 90 points of mana and holy knights 120 points of mana. Each replenishing process took 5 seconds, and it could be used continuously. Although the mana potion was not perfect, Abel didn't care since the full recovery potion he used helped him recover mana as well. Most importantly, there were many ingredients for this mana potion outside of the Cuirass Docks forest being nourished under the mana environment of the Dark World. He already had some portions of it in his Varia's ring, so he could start making the mana potion immediately. Abel was no longer making potions one by one. Instead, he upsized his alchemy bottles and made 20 bottles at once. Of course, he would not use the Dark World's crystal glass to store those potions. He took many potion bottles from the Alchemy Union, and he would only save those from the Dark World for the most valuable potions. It was his first attempt, but all he needed was to ignite his world stone, and the process would be perfect. Just like that, a batch of mana potion and light healing potion emerged. He was feeling good today. His soul has grown after escaping from a legendary knight who made his potion make speed even faster. By the next morning, 400 bottles of mana potions and months of light healing potions were made. He no longer needed to go to the Wizard Union. All he needed was to take out his wizard badge and place it on his alchemy bench to connect to the Wizard Union's exchange system. He put forward 100 bottles of mana potions and listed them as 10 beginner light gems each. Almost instantly, all 100 bottles were brought up. He was not expecting them to go that fast. It was early morning. Not many people were on the system. Abel didn't know, but all big organizations had someone monitoring the exchange system 24 hours a day. Even the Wizard Union set up an alert for Abel's listing. Lucky Elite, wizard from the frozen ground, successfully exchanged 100 bottles of mana potions. Since Master Bennett's work was so in demand, light gems had become a common currency in the system. The wizard from the frozen ground did not even look at what potion it was. He just snatched it up immediately as soon as he saw the name, Master Bennett. After he submitted the light gems, 100 bottles of blue mana potion were teleported to him. His eyes were filled with surprise. What potion is this? It was only at this moment he decided to have a look at the description of the potion. When he saw the name, his jaw dropped. Something with the ability to replenish mana was never heard of in the central continent.